expertise, trying to master this thing. You know, we 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 may be new to the technical things of the YouTube Live, but we not new to what we speaking upon tonight or today, rather. This
Mute
evening.
one, Gregory. You gotta mute one, brother.
About to.
You echoing.
About to.
All right. I'm about to get off one. I just wanted to invite somebody more. Try to see if I can get home back in here. Everybody was fit. Start this one. Okay, y'all can hear me, right? Everything is good. All right, homie's back. He's back on board, y'all. Turn up my volume a little bit because I can't hear. All right, somebody say something so I can know. I hear y'all.
Peace and divine blessings.
Peace and love and light.
Okay. All right. Am I echoing?
No.
No, Terry. I sound good.
Tua.
All right. Hooney, I think you say something again. I don't know if you was too close, but your phone was doing a rippling effect, echoing. Let me hear.
All right, can you hear me?
You good. You good. Concise, clear, rather clear. Tua. All right. I believe the master teacher, Sister Fatima Makti, was talking when it went off, or was it Terry? Now everybody speak at once. Who was speaking when the broadcast stopped?
I was bringing the science. I mean, if you want me to announce that over the air, I could, but I mean, that's specifically for, us as an aid to transform, you know what I mean? And I don't think a lot of people ready to hear that type of information.
Yeah, not too heavy for them. You can't get, but it's simple enough. I like how the master teacher Hooney Baba Tune came in. It's the Magic Man Nighthawk.
What's going on?
And excuse me.
Yeah, nothing. I was just acknowledging so you can hear me.
Okay. Brother was like, he was bringing it. And when I mean bringing it, he was bringing true love for the master teacher. And the divine love that we have for the master teacher. And that's what it's really all about. Right there. It's really is not to worship the man or worship the being, but to know and understand the message that was brought from him, to uplift and wake up those that were the elite chosen few. And I hate to keep harping on that, because if it wasn't so, he would not put those words out there. He wouldn't have put those words in print. He wouldn't have said them out his mouth. He said, I came for the elite chosen few. Sad to say, all will not make it. Everyone would not gain their supreme divinity crown of Anusha. Some will have to still serve. No one is speaking of servitude right now or worship to us or any other master or Rizquin or Ethereum. What we saying is, like Master Holy Bob likes to always say, know thyself. Know thy true self. And I think that was the point the sister was hitting on. She was saying, this is the time to be in the know. We are moving out of the fourth dimension into the fifth dimension. These things that I speak upon is nothing new to those who were there. Say they was in attendance, or those who say they came from the inside of rule all the way up until Nuwapi E or Nuwapu. So he said that the planet will be moving into the fourth dimension, living before the millennium in a three-dimensional planetary vibration or tone or astrological constellation. So as he said, as we move out of the third dimension into the fourth dimension, 2000s, that he said at this time, he said a lot of people will go crazy. He said, watch how many people's children or how many people will be on psych medications, going lunar. Some will explode, containing combustion, because they cannot deal with the rapidness of the speed of the transformation that the planet is going into. So as we had moved in the millennium to the fourth dimension, which is the plane of Malakut, as always explained by the master teacher, that the plane of Malakut is the fourth dimensional plane. Choose to call heavens, Orion, or Pleiades, names that are mentioned within biblical scriptures, in the tablets. So when you're speaking upon these different dimensional shifts moving, that means that the beings that were ready, those that were ready, the elite few chosen that were ready, will be making a spiritual transformational shift also. Meaning that your divine being, which you call your soul, that sun that emanates in the middle of your chest, that solar, he said when you blow in your hand, you feel that heat, letting you know there's an actual sun within your chest, which ties you into your etheric form in the dimension of Malakut. So that means not your physical self will be making a transformation. The only transformation the physical self will be making is when you master this, you will be able to turn your body inside out. That would take place when the whole light being is totally within. So when we speak from a reference standpoint of saying that we're masters or we're master teachers or we're Ethereans, woke up, broke the spell, began the journey, had actual, some had actual visitations, some have been actually telepathically conversed with. A lot of us recognize the ringing and the tones in our ear on the checkups. Your DNA and your RNA, or just your DNA exploded within itself. The DNA, period. I'm not even going to go into the RNA. Your DNA exploded. When the DNA explodes, what happened is you are moved into, even when we was in the third dimension, if your DNA exploded, you walked into the fourth dimension, meaning that the reality of what you see on the third dimension with eye view is totally different than the way you see it in the fourth dimension. Or you be feeling certain vibration tones. You begin to feel the heart chakra. Your heart chakra start buzzing. Some may tap into the telepathical. You know what I mean? How can I say? You tap into the actual telepathical message? No, yourself. Like it's gonna come back to me. It just went away real quick. Knowing that you'll be conversing with others telepathically. You know what I mean? Moving on a higher plane. Telepathic connection. There you go. You have that telepathic connection with others, and you have telepathic connection with others, those watchers, those that are watching the planet. Those that are on the planet, within the planet, mean form, watching also. And when I say we're watching, it's the same thing as the watchers to watch those who watch them. You know, the creators who created those who were able to procreate on their own and become creators. Same scenario, different word in this setting. You know, so when you tap into this know-how, a lot of information comes to you into your genetical DNA structure. And all you had to do was tap into your DNA. Remember, me and the brother Huni Babaton and Yahuel was speaking on this yesterday. We had a very good conversation. And a lot of conversations we have on the panel that I have, we never seen record these, and they be the most explosive, you know. But that's not to say that it's not getting out there. That's another point I'm about to drive home to you. You see what I'm saying? Because don't think you ain't get, if you don't get this work live on YouTube or live via podcast or live via radio blog talk, it's from the universe. See? Because when we put this work out and we're talking, anything that you say on that level permeates out into the universe, ripple effect, and comes right back. But see, once upon a time, it took longer for it to come back. It ain't taking long now. The words you speak out your mouth shall manifest things, those in the know. Know this to be true. And for those that are not in the know, you say, rest and believe and hold, you'll be held accountable for the things that you said out your mouth. Because that also ripples out and comes back. but it comes back 7 times folds. And the punishment this time is way more deeper than anything that this planet has ever felt. This is the return. This is the return of the chosen few. This is the return of the elite. This is the return of the masters. Everyone's looking for ascension in a way, maybe through death. And you could still die you could die a spiritual death physically on this planet. So I died numerous of times over and over again. Life existence alone, spiritually, and has risen and ascended. So go back to what I was saying about when the ritual and the Mukaraj was being made down on the land, and the oppressions were being made into the Black Pyramid. The oppression, a lot of us didn't even realize if your oppression was made or you done it correctly, you left then. And your light being self was being taught for those for those 1,000 years. And that's what's on return. The light being the match to your host, to yourself.
Right. Can I add to that, brother?
Go ahead. You can get in. Anybody can get in. Right?
You know, I try to live up to my title, and so I'm going to show you some science. According to quantum physics, what you speak of is known as quantum entanglement. It's where two forms of energy can communicate over light years away as though they're right next to each other. Quantum entanglement can also allow you to be in more than one place at one time. So just to drop a little knowledge, you know what I mean?
Man, that was powerful. I got to give it up to the Phenom. And who was it that spoke? Was that Tahuti?
Correct. The keeper of the secrets.
Well, you just, I'm elated right now. I want to do this too before I think that we wasn't going live. So what I want to do, with your permission, and my twin spirit sister Fatima and Tahuti, there was some information that we expounded upon that I think Tahuti said that wish that we was going live at the time. So what we're going to do is going to go backwards temporarily to bring it back up to date, because we want to make sure people get this. Okay, want to make sure that it's tabled. But I just, before I go into it, I got to give it up to you again, Phenom, for really, really bringing it and organizing this platform for us to come forth. Also, I want to say this as a side note too, because my brother-in-law, the Phenom, he sparked something again, just like we was talking, me, him, and the soul of Anu, Yahoo, El, and Jill. We was talking yesterday, and it took me back to an old True Light tape of Who and What You Are. And, one of the questions that was posed to the sacred spiritual master teacher at the time when he was dropping the science on, like that first question was asked, so tell us who Yanun is. So from the beginning of that particular True Light tape towards the end, there was a young lady that asked him a question. She said, well, if you are a spiritual being, then what is your purpose here? He said, who, me? And she was like, yeah, yours or anyone else. He said, well, I'm a teacher. I'm a teacher that's here to get my students. I'm saying this for a reason. And this is for the disgruntled follower. And this is for the people who's out there running their mouth. Okay? This is key. He didn't come for everybody. Okay? So the only reason why you are mad is you'll have to contend with the fact that he didn't come for you. He came for sincere people such as me, such as my brother-in-law, the Phenom, such as the soul of Anu, such as Tahuti, such as my twin spirit sister Fatima, and many other people such as the master life coach, Master Kenny, and many other people who's becoming what we're supposed to become in this day and time. He did not come for no mere follower to be out in the street who's trying to badmouth him, who want to question everything that he taught from day one. You just have to look in the mirror and face the fact. This is my message to you, that he didn't come for you. Now, let me get back to the point. In the science of becoming, for those who know me, in this day and time, guidance is beautiful. But the point what we wanted to make sure that we table is a lot of the people haven't had their personal experience. It's good for us to acknowledge many different beings that came before the sacred spiritual master teacher, all of the ancestors from this beautiful land of Native America, from ancient Kemet, or all throughout that entire continent of Sudan, okay? Land of the black and the brown, okay? Or pretty much this whole Melanite planet, anywhere on this planet, because we had mystery schools set up all over this planet. Bottom line is this: we can acknowledge those people who came before our time, even up with the coming of the sacred spiritual master teacher to where we're at now. We had transitioned or made a point where we got from the God state up to a master's level, because that's what the science of becoming is, a growth state. Anything that's living is going to continue to grow. Okay? So because we're doing what we're doing, we are growing into this. We are becoming and growing are pretty much one and the same. So we want to make sure, while this is live, for people to hear us, that in the science of becoming, instead of learning is good as far as guidance. But one of the best things that, if you are going to be guided, is learning how to do certain things to the point where you become self-sufficient. Not arrogant to the point where we'll learn everything, but we don't want to share this valuable information or the things that we learned during the course of our lifetime and share it with other people. Because what I was saying before I pass this on to my twin spirit, Fatima, or Tahuti, what I want to share with us and get it on record is that each one of us was given a massive amount of knowledge, some stuff that was born into us, certain things that we learned while we were here, okay? And we're supposed to know just about everything, not all things, okay? 99.9% of the things that we already know is just have to come out. But we have to have some degree of not knowing it all for one reason and one reason only. This is key. Because we come as a unit. We come as a whole. And it's done that way purposely, okay? Because like I use my twin spirit sister for an example. Anything that I lack, she would have. Things that she lacked, I would have. Or the things that we both lack, my brother-in-law, the Phenom, would have. Or Awana, the soul of Anu, Yahu El Jill, he would have. And that's the way it's supposed to be. Okay? So on that note, I'm going to either pass this on to my twin spirit, Fatima, or Brother Terry, known as Tahuti.
Sister, I'll take the floor if you don't mind. You there, Fatima?
You know that.
All right. My build is to also add to what you were saying. There's another teacher I like to give a shout out to that's on YouTube named Neb Kamas Sen Atumre, and he came out with a series known as What is a Genetic Shift Part 1, and I would like to add to that reference more specifically about the part of transformation. Now, he made reference to certain things known as monatomics. Monatomics are what it's the word monatomic means monotomic, and it's a dual word. The mono means a measurement of, or like a small measurement of something. Tomic means a form of a piece of something, like a part per million of a specific metal or material. Now, within these monatomics, there are several, monatomic properties. All of these have to be consumed because they can't be consumed with food. You have to source them, meaning that the body doesn't produce them. You have to take them in. And in doing so, the plan and the purpose of this with the proper diet, which meaning an alkaline diet, one that of a melanated diet, you would take in the proper alkaline water, and the pH of that water would have to be high enough to where it's at least a 9 or 7 or above, to where you're basically turning your body into a superconductor, and that you are turning your body from just not only a superconductor, a beacon for the purpose to raise the mentally dead. Now, within these monatomics, there are known monatomic gold, monatomic radium, monatomic platinum, monatomic rhenium, monatomic indium, monatomic copper. Now, these are my suggested ones that I have researched that will aid you in your transformation into becoming a god. Now, these monatomics are not cheap, and this is the whole purpose of freeing yourself from the debtor system and the fiat system. My plan, it would be the approach to free yourself from the system through the chief Nanya Shabu-El, who will also aid you in becoming indigenous. Once you do so, you would become secure party creditor. With that secure party creditor status, use that status to purchase these monatomics and include them into your diet, as well as the original tones, as well as our original garb, as well as our original traditions. With all of that ensued and submerged upon us, there will be no reason the ancestors would not manifest before us, and we will begin to rule this planet as we did once before. The time we are in now is time of truth, and so all lies and all misconceptions will be apparent. All you need is to question them. All you need is to use the right knowledge, and they'll dismantle, they'll flee, they will fold and have to remain silent, because it is important, it is imperative that if you choose to be the 144,000, that's how you become the 144,000, is because you continue to choose with your free will the path that the master teacher has laid before you. Now, I'm just here to confirm and aid in that mission, and just to bring you the scientific aspect as my title has claimed. Y'all have the floor next. Peace, love, and light.
I like that. Terry always brings, because that's the whole goal. Not be under a regime or an entity.
Twin Spirit, are you available?
Yeah. What I want to say is, I want to add on to what Tay was saying earlier when he was breaking down different entities. The clones. This is the purpose of the 9 clones. He's saying being at different places, being in different shells, different. There's more than one me. Multi, just like the multi-universe. There's multi-us. And we don't just, that ties back into what I was saying about Master Only Baba Tune said itself. Like, he didn't come for everyone, and that's in the Holy Tablet. And this is why this is why the lost sound, because he left y'all unguided, and you don't know where else to go. You didn't adhere to the master teacher's teachings. So, like Victoria Broussard herself was crying, saying, "Oh, we messed up." No, y'all messed up. We messed up when the Millennium Planet elevate. We didn't graduate, we didn't, you know, to that plane. We didn't come into the know. We failed. And speaks for itself without me even having to go too much further on that particular thing right there. So don't be mad at us or don't be mad at me because I'm in the know. That I don't have to speak from a book. I can complete the mission. We can complete the mission. Yeah. Where you out fail at. Instead of trying to push people, oh, come up under this, come up under this, come up under this, come up under woo wapu wee. No, 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 no. That you're mere mortals, that you're enocytes, that you're patites or tides from the pygmies. So you haven't evolved enough yet. You haven't elevated your soul. You haven't tied in with your etheric self. Yeah. And not to say that it's too late. You make and raise yourself and tie yourself in. If you get up out of the spell, if you get up out of your actual facts, if you get up out of that school, if you get up out of religion, like you trying to say, Ethereans, then you saying that these beings exist in a celestial plane from a celestial body. So you're admitting to the non-ether. So there's no way that you can go lie and say that, oh, the Anunnakis, they just reptilians here to eat our flesh. That don't make sense. We know there's many species of Anunnakis once again. Or Anunnakis are not agreeable. We know that Anu came and Michael or Melchizedek came from a disagreeable state and became agreeable. That's tying in the nature of disagreeable and agreeable, the 180. And we know through the creation, or should I say genetic bringing of the human, that the incarnated beings came here with 360, which is why Shakar was mad, Nakas was mad, because here it is, oh, I existed before these beings, but I must bow and submit to the Adama. Shakar, why? Well, common sense to tell you, Adama or Shakar was incarnated with 360 degrees, which in these human were genetically engineered and spliced with all species of the vast multi-universes. We're the only beings created as such. So we have reptilians, we have gray in us, and a number of other species within us. Teacher used to say, isn't it weird that some people look like birds, lions, tigers, dogs, monkeys, possums, elephants, bears, and tigers? Oh my God. Had that thing. Lions, tigers, and bears. Oh my God. You know what I mean? Where did that saying come from? At the end of that, yeah, oh yeah, God. Oh yeah, God. The one that created the human, who started the evolutionary period of the human on this planet, within this universe, had a whole lot to do with the genetic engineering of the jump speed from Homo erectus to Homo sapien. It's mind-boggling. I mean, oh, got someone else speak, because about to go into something I shouldn't be going into. So, anyone else wants to take the floor, do so. Cool. I would like to hear something from you though.
Yes, I'm here. Yeah, man. Peace to the family, man. We are the 9. We are the 144,000. Facts. They want to prove us wrong, then that's up to them. They want to say it's religion, then that's down to them. But the facts are the facts. And they should concentrate on the information and not any individual. Talking about, yeah, Paya Babyanun, we've got to free him. This is a plot and a plan to make money. Or as my brother Terry would say, fiat currency. By selling government agent books called The Parterat and Actual Facts. And we know when you say actual facts, that ain't a fact. Bottom line. So we deal with right knowledge. So what we're saying to all those people who unfortunately spent their money, signed a petition that was supposedly, as soon as you went on the website, you automatically signed it. All these games and tricks. 120 degrees of tricknology. Attorney Broussard, who became an attorney in 1 year. A year ago, she was writing books on sexual abuse from her own personal experience. Now, someone like that would supposedly take a case of a man who was accused of multiple counts of the same crime. No, sound like revenge. Sound like that person was inspired to do what they're doing, to collude with others to do this Nuwapui, this Hindu disagreeable Anunnaki, Anakite, Canaanite religion. We know what that is. So I beg you, just leave our ancestors alone. Don't disrespect them. Don't disrespect yourself. Be true to yourself. Nuwapians. Yeah. When you're reading these actual facts, it's not an update. When people are talking about Anu, Alelu, and the thrones, talking about Melanonite, all of this is in the Holy Tablets. That's why they're telling you not to read them. Can you find the Holy Tablets? Are the people teaching you in these classes or these paras got their own Holy Tablets? I suspect not. Because I've been given a few of them PDFs of the Holy Tablets. No wonder they're downplaying it. Say, no, that's old. That's with the schools. If you still stuck in that school. But there ain't no school in the Holy Tablets. That is just the facts. Accepted in any court of law. You can't walk in there with the actual facts. They will mess you up. And why is it a fact? Because everyone agrees. that this information are of the oldest texts on the planet, the oldest scriptures and scroll and clay tablets, correctly translated by the master teacher. People want to say, oh yeah, he wrote it. There's flaws. He plagiarized from Zechariah Stitchin. How dare you? When only him and Zechariah Stitchin were talking about the same thing. Zechariah still got it wrong. This is information from our ancestors. What has Zechariah Stitchin got to do with it? I'm fed up of these brothers and sisters using European interpretations or interpolations or science, when science is only 15% of the visual spectrum of the universe. And I always maintain they're still catching up. They can't tell you the age of the universe. They can't tell you where the sun came from. They can't even tell you where this planet came from. They can't tell you how the moon got there. They can't tell you what split the planet in half, which they know for a fact. They don't tell you that the planet's hollow. All this information, where's the update? I don't understand. We studied the books as information. Then we go and get the information for confirmation.
Facts.
Simple and plain. No complications. Everything else is just your personal emotion. And I find with these Nuwaubians, they haven't let go of what they came in with. So if they were Jehovah's Witness, as some have mentioned, yeah, they still got that mentality. But they say they're not religious. So then what is spiritual? Because the Bible is supposed to be about spirituality. But unfortunately, there's no soul in it. There's plenty of spirit, dead ones. Do you get what I'm saying? We study the science of these things. And everyone says, oh, you Nuwaubians, you don't share information. You should share it. But it's out there. It's out there in the public eye. It's always been there. That's why you can talk about, oh, the master teacher plagiarized from this one and that one. Really? Dr. Malachi, you're the disco dancer. Or singer, should I say. Who managed to write or translate information that they're still trying to work out. The first page is about triple darkness, quartz, Zuls, and Biaps. Where's religion in that? So all y'all dealing with the actual facts, y'all behind. Y'all stuck in the doctrine. And as my brother Gregory said, Doc's trend. But if that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do. But we're here. We're not disagreeable. Well, we are agreeable, disagreeable, yeah. Because we ready for the fight. We need that for the warrior. You can't be 100% agreeable. That's not right knowledge. What's knowledge is balance and choice. Things that beings are fighting over, jealous of you. So now we're here. Those beings that the master teacher was talking about, those masters. And just like Yeshua, just like the master teacher, just like Abraham, just like Muhammad, I come to my own and they receive me not. They want to go with the European and tell us and make us look pseudo with all this nonsense, backward teaching. It's not right knowledge. So I'm saying to my brother and sister Nuwabians, wake up. Study Nubic, study Nuwabic. But leave that, what do they call it? Nuapui alone. They're still reading it off their phone. So don't let them fool you about language is important. Because when the master teacher called the crafts down, they were in a circle chanting, and they were chanting in Arabic. So I don't see where Nuapui is relevant. Because they ain't calling no crafts down. The mothership's here. The vortex is open. Time is now 16 hours in a day. It's sped up. If they haven't noticed, we're moving into another dimension. So your density, your light is changing. So you're becoming a different being anyway. You've got no choice in the matter. But knowing it's happening and knowing what to do correctly has been left for you. Instruction. They know, oh, he's still yet to give us what he came to give. Well, you obviously weren't listening. Again, like all the prophets, the messenger. Did you get the message? Is the question. Because from this point of view, we don't feel that our brothers and sisters got the message. If someone tells you the story of your uncle Muhammad, peace be upon him, then it's the story. There's a point to it. There's a message from the messenger. What's the message? You who's on the other side and your uncle who's left the motherland to go to the outside, to Ganawa, to go and school those idol worshippers who are still your people, but they're a bit confused. These are the stories. We must take them for what they are and just, that's it. As long as you have the information correctly, what does it mean? It's about the message. Did you get it?
Can I chime in, Maku?
Yeah.
I want to bring some more science. I love science. You know, that's how we don't function like a religion, because we use the spiritual science.
Oh, hold on, Terry. I don't mean to cut you off, but McCool had some points that was tugging at me. He said some things like when he said the ancestors, he was talking about the ancestors, and dude, the guy saying that you pay homage or you pay respects to your ancestors, but the question really is though, how many of y'all truly know your ancestors? How many of y'all are really in tune with your ancestors? How many of y'all are really talking to your ancestors? Or receiving information from your ancestors? Like my wife, and I'm always used to say, tell me your grandmother and your grandfather name. Do you even know your grandfather? You know what I mean? Like, that's nothing to play with. And when you speak upon that, people that pay homage and respect to their ancestors do do rituals or they give offerings. So it's those are orishas or I can't get the other name
Compare like if you can
of the orishas.
you skip over your own family.
Another name for orishas, but I'm not orishas. Those are gods. So those offerings are paid homage and respect to those gods. Abatala is recognized as the father god of the orishas. You understand? So now when you paying homage to them, you're giving drink, you're giving food, you you're taking baths, you're doing certain rituals. High priest of that, or priestess within that. Your Babaloos and as such, you know, or layer or layer. You understand what I'm saying? So like when you're doing that, are you in tune actually? Or you're actually in tune? So that's another form of submitting and praise to another entity. And like Prince Jug said, I still get on my knees in Egyptian stance and I pray. The spiritual aspect of it. So how are you qualified to speak on spirituality? How are you able to speak on the elite chosen few? How can you speak for elite chosen few? How can you speak for the masters if you're not a master yourself? You haven't mastered your craft. You haven't honed your craft. So you're no priest or high priest or master teacher. You're still a student. Pay homage to the master teachers that come along and try to guide you the correct way or bring you back on the patara or the path or the way. Oh, what's so hard with that? People say we have, oh, I know what it is. People just want to be leaders. I don't want to be a leader. You know what I mean? Go back and tell me one of my videos, take me to your leader. No. I'm not programmed. I'm not a robot. I didn't come to this planet for you to tell me, take me to your leader. You know what I mean? I came to stand on my own correctness and show forth that a true Aryan of the source within the source of all sources
You
you
there, Brother
can't
Greg?
buck that. You can't get in the way of that. You know? And then the Maku brought in the messages and the prophets. What happened to all the prophets that told them not to follow them or worship them? You and Joshua, to be an example, you and I are one and the same, like me and the Father is one and the same. You could do as I do, or he did. What's so big about that? But people still want to worship. No one's taking away from the master teacher. No one's taking away from Dr. Malachi York. I can never do that. I can never stand here and disrepresent him or disrespect him. And what I tell you I am going to do, I'm going to represent his being and who he truly is or who he truly was. Because pretty soon that's what category y'all going to put him in, who he was. Not to say that he truly still exists. That's what y'all going to say. Oh, he don't truly. Well, that's what the next thing comes. Pure disrespect. Pure disrespect, as Brother Holy Bonaventure says. You lessen his being. You make him seem weak. Especially with all this old Amadindra shit and his medical. Man, Terry, yeah, go ahead, Terry, because I'm about to go into somewhere I shouldn't go. Yeah.
All right, brother. Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
All right. I want to reflect once again back on some science that builds upon your statements, Brother Gregory. You asked a question. You said, do they even hear the ancestors? And I must admit, there's a disease that's an ethereal disease known as severed ethereal cords disease. The side effects of this disease is that you don't have the connection to your ancestors due to the fact that you strayed too far from the path and they had to sever the ethereal connection due to the fact that you were in dishonor. This hurts our ancestors to do so, but it is necessary because you chose with your free will to do as you saw fit and not as the initial plan. Now, I'm going to back my statements up because there was also reference to this by the brother, the teacher, Neb Kamas San Atumre. It's in that story called What is a Genetic Shift? And he explains in there in part 1 about the severed ethereal cords disease. And so that's what these mugs suffer from because they continue to follow that doctrine, so it severed them from their ancestors. If they had the connection like we got, then they will be getting the same messages that we are getting to get on track, to get your standing right, to get into the monatomic diet, to get on the alkaline diet, sun gaze, sunbathe. That way you don't have to chase this fiat, and you can stand in correctness with us, come on the side with us, so that way we can manifest with you and charge you up and help you build your nation up. And then, it just makes me mad that they don't do that. They're not sticking to the code, not sticking to the path. And the results are obvious. You know what I mean? It's like when they tried to tell me about the blood. Man, I study this stuff. You know what I mean? I diligently study and I question. You have to question. You want to position authority? Be prepared to be questioned. And I'm talking about the right questioning. Not no weak, passive, aggressive questions. Straight up questions that concern my survival. Okay? Like, why don't we have a location? Because if you had your status right, you will be able to go and get whatever you saw fit because you were indigenous, and you can lay claim to what is indigenously yours because there is no such thing as a United States. It is what we call a de facto. It exists on a piece of paper. That means it's a corporate construct, something that has been placed upon you that you didn't realize was being placed upon you. You just thought it was good. So now a lot of our Nuwapian brothers and sisters suffer from what I like to conceptualize, and the chief Nabushat El likes to conceptualize as Stockholm syndrome and cognitive dissonance, because they don't want to accept what's really going on and then question what's really going on. And then they feel sorry for their captors. I'm like, no, hold them accountable. You want to be in that position, you're held accountable for your actions, and we need you to produce results. And if you're not producing results, then you're not fit to be in that position. You know what I'm saying? Someone else should be appointed. And if you want that position to be appointed in that, if you, let's say, for example, they want to have an embassy. Embassies that have problems that are beyond themselves seek out help from other establishments. There are other establishments that say, hey, we desire to help you, and they deny their help. So you have to question their motives. You have to say to them this, just like, the master teacher would bring you back to some of those old teachings that he righted the wrongs in and point out things like, for example, Yeshua said out his mouth that if I cast out devils, then how does that make me a devil? And then he said, a house against itself cannot stand. So you mean to tell me if these mugs are going against the house that has been stood, then what makes them? You have to acknowledge the nature that is being displayed before your eyes and say, hey, I disagree, and I, as the individual with my will, choose to have a right standing, and I seek out for myself the truth. Now, you can't look to these people like that. That's what make it a religion. You have to question them. The master teacher always said, I open things up for questioning. Now, what I mean by questioning, once again, is not about no passive-aggressive questioning. Ask them questions that desire results, like demand you to come with a solution to a problem. Like, I don't want to hit this clock every morning. I want to wake up in the morning and tend to our garden. I want to wake up every morning and go create our own clothing within our own, like, that's what I'm talking about. That's when you free from this system. And every individual has to do it because we can't do it for you. Once again, we stand at the door telling you to come in, and if you don't want to come in, that's not on us. We do not share that karmic debt. We are guiltless in this situation, and that's why we can tell you people like what we're telling you now. You know what I'm saying? These mugs are misguiding you. You have to hold them accountable and say, yo, prove you left this country. Show me your passport. I want to see when you got it stamped and left, and then I want to see where you got stamped and went into Ghana. Then I want to see these people you claim that is on our side. What are their names? What they look like? Do they got kids? You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that.
Facts.
Let's bridge that gap. Let's hold them accountable. You know what I mean? I'm going to let y'all have it. You know what I mean?
True stories.
When you back up to, I know you sitting over there with something to say. I feel you. Get to it.
Right quick.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah. I appreciate that, Phenom. Appreciate everyone who spoke before me. Let me share this. This is key. Someone spoke earlier, and it was speaking about the masters that's with us now in this day and time. Not to take away from any of the ones that came previously. So I want people to bear witness to something, okay? And while we're going live, this is key. So pay attention to what y'all about to hear next, okay? First of all, stories are stories, okay? We've got to get to a point where we're beyond the debating if something is a fact or not, whether it be scriptural, whether it be ancient Egyptian doctrine or Native American doctrine. Stories are stories, okay? And people miss the point, okay? So the main point is this, that if you tune into the story and you tap into divine truth, you can see the truth, be it written in a scripture, be it written in a tabloid, or you can see it in the form of a moving picture, or you can hear it in the form of someone telling a story. So I'm saying this for a reason, that a lot of people get bent out of shape, arguing back and forth. Did the people, and notice what they're saying now, some people are questioning if the ancestors existed. You know, with all the names and stuff that people use for sacred scripture. Okay, people want to argue, is it Musa, Moses, Moshe, Thutmose, and little minute things like that. But the bottom line is, it's the essence of the story. For those of us who are in tune to divine truth, we can see divine truth in anything, in regards to what form it shows itself in. That way the argument stops. And this coincides with what I was saying earlier. When you have your own personal experience, like with me, okay? I had my own personal experience that in a way is very similar to a lot of the things that the sacred spiritual master teacher wrote about, okay? And it's been verified for the people who watch me grow, my so-called relatives and friends who watch me grow from one phase to another, okay? Now, a lot of people just know me in this day and time via Facebook and the things that I'm doing now, right? That's only hearsay until you get to know me and you have watched me make that transition from one phase to another. And it's not so much about me because I don't have ego like that. Each one of us, like I said earlier, was getting a mountain of Father's gifts. We was getting given a tremendous amount of things that's born in us with that potential to bring it out. And we master these degrees or these stories and different philosophies and whatever it took to help bring that out of us. And those of us who's at the Brilliant Minds round table, where we at right now, okay, we're sharing that gift. And that divine gift was given to us by our ancestors. And how dare anyone question, did our ancestors exist? Our ancestors existed, and that's the pure fact, by virtue of the fact that we're here today, by virtue of the fact that we're living today. Okay? So on one hand, we can look back towards ancient Egypt, we can look back towards the monuments, and we can see, the similarities. We don't need Dana, their false DNA, or these little things that they want people to write into and buy into, to go get your mouth swab, for a European to put a stamp on where we came from. First of all, let me clear that up right now. For those of us in America, they didn't care that much about the slaves. Not to the point where they kept records on where they were taking these people that was being enslaved. They did not care enough about to preserve where they came from. They didn't care. It was property. It was property. And you got a lot of people who spending countless money and actually buying into this European concept, this new thing where go get your DNA trace and we can trace you back. They did, hear me clearly, they did not care enough about the Native Americans or the Native Africans and the people who was one and the same, enough about them to keep their records to the point where they came from. They didn't care that much. And you think this is 2017, or even before this calendar year came in, that they actually cared enough about keeping those records for your ancestors. So what I'm saying is this: we can look in the mirror and we can look at ourselves and we can look at each other and we can see where we come from. Like I think the phenom was saying, and he was saying he was having a talk with my twin spirit sister Fatima. Those of us who can acknowledge our grandparents, who know, like me, I know what my father is. I know what his spiritual name is. I know certain things that he told me mouth to ear. I know certain things that my mother, my blood mother who carried me, that prepared me. Anyone who knows me, she became my first love, my first master teacher. Just like my father who helped born me became my second master teacher. So like I say, I can acknowledge the sacred spiritual master teacher, and I put him in his place and I give him his just due, and I would never, ever try to downplay that for anyone. I mean, to me, he's one of the greatest things that we have, as far as gifts, that we ever received, not just in America, but worldwide, because he served a purpose. Whether you want to believe in the scriptures or not, but those who believe in the scriptures, his purpose was, according to the book of Revelations, was he was sent by the Messiah, okay, to help prepare the way for the coming Messiah. Now I know that's debatable if people want to get back and forth on who this Messiah is. I'm just going to say it like this. It's not talking about one particular person. The Messiah of this day and time is not talking about one particular person. It's talking about each one of us that's raising up to be able to save ourselves and each other. That same concept. And there ain't nothing wrong with that. This is why, for those of us who acknowledge ancient Egypt, that's one of the things that I want to make clear. This is why a lot of the ancestors wore masks, because that mask can be applied to any one of us. You see? That's one of the best kept secrets of them all right there. a mask can be put on, that same mask of Tahuti, the same mask of Heru, the same mask of Isis, and all these catch names, Ma'at, can be worn by any one of us for those who can catch it. Okay, so that's pretty much what I had to say right there.
Love and facts. That's all I heard.
Facts, 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 facts. And more facts.
I want to add to what Maku has stated. Did you know when the master teacher used to produce music, he would put it at 140 hertz? The 440 hertz or the middle C tone, he would try to, or he would use that tone whenever he produced music. That way it would heal, like have that healing effect to get you back in tune with, our ancestors.
That's correct. And if you hear some of the songs made, run by his uncle. I mean, his uncle was a prominent musician who came over here, who specialized in the Sudanese type music that we're listening to. But what's being said in and chanted underneath, Anu, Enki, and but people choose to ignore these things. The master teacher's meditation tapes. Listen to the words or what he's saying. And then ask us if we're being religious or we're being disrespectful to the master teacher. Hell no. Yeah. Y'all is just dealing in confusion. Don't let them trick you. Yeah. Them 200 fallen with their 200 fallen doctrine. Talking about Alelu. We don't give a damn about Alelu. Alelu and Manu are children of Indra. These 200 fallen, some of them Hindu beings from Pleiades who might eat you. But we're saying, what's that got to do with our story? That's not right knowledge. And then say, dismiss all the old information. Makes no sense. People read your holy tablets. And I don't mean your holy tablets. I mean your own self. Read your DNA. It's all there. Master teacher was the key holder in the matrix. He had the key. He unlocked all the doors. Now it's just for you to walk through. To find out you the one. You the Neo. I'm done for a second.
I like to add what you were saying, Terry, with the tones and how you set music to 132 megahertz or hertz, and it aligns itself. And notice all these numbers that I'm about to say equal 9, but when you do that, it aligns itself with a certain chakra in you, and this 432 hertz, it like connects everybody. You know what I'm saying? All tones are connected and vibrate together on 432. Each tone has its own separate, but all of them are able to be in sync on that. You know what I'm saying? So like I said, that even dolphins can hear your thoughts. You know what I'm saying? Because their senses are so sensitive. If you thinking loud, they can hear you. You know what I mean? And that goes into dolphins being our parents and telepathy and all type of stuff like this. But back to the 144,000 and in tones in the 9 ether, these are all noble gases. These are all harmonizing, synchronizing, harmonic, gases of existence, that all things are able to operate on. So this is when we say getting in line, back in line or back in tune, this is what we're talking about. We're talking about vibrating on a certain tone. It ain't just information, it's a manifestation. It's something that you gotta eat this, live it, so I just wanted to, chime in on the tones, and music today, the reason why you hear these artists rapping the way they are is because it's all vibrating on like 440 megahertz, which are equal 8, which doesn't allow you to get to that 9 tone, doesn't allow you to get vibrant. So anyone who's rocking and vibing to this music today, you're bringing yourself down to an 8 frequency, and there's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing you can read. Whatever's going into your ears, you're going to manifest. It's like hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. And that's what you're going to vibrate on when you listen to that tune, pretty much. When you listen to music, your cells start dancing, inside or out. Whether you move your body or not, you feel it on the inside. You know what I'm saying? So we have the ability, even though at different times we vibrating on different frequencies, we have the ability to vibrate on the 720, which is also 72 hertz. And if you look into music and tones, this is what they use. This is the sacred science that they use to get artists to reach the fans. See, it doesn't matter who you are or how good you can rap. When they set the tone to a certain vibration, they're going to reach the masses. They can reach whoever they want to reach, depending on what frequency they're using, whether they're dealing with radio or television. You understand? So this is how they're controlling people's biomechanics. This is how they're controlling you by everything you watch, everything and even flooding all this information. It's like a wave, an ocean of information coming. This is all part of the plan as well. So you got to be careful of what you reading. This is why it's also important of what the master teacher was trying to do when it comes to perception, methodology. You know what I'm saying? What you know, how you know it. Things in that aspect. Ontology, the reason why you're saying what you're saying, not just saying it. And that's why people get caught up when the tough questions come, because they're just caught up in regurgitating without using the intellect or the intellect to make sensitive information. They haven't eaten it. So I had my rebirth. Something took place in my life to where this isn't a story to me. This is a actuality. This is an everyday thing. It's a now. It's the past and the future equal in the now. We are hip to that. But if you're not vibrating on that 9 frequency, and that 999, okay, that 720 plus the tetrahedron equals that 999, where all these suns and our solar system, and our solar system, and we must be aligned on that 9 as well. Anything less is uncivilized. You know what I'm saying? It's straight like that. So, it's important to just watch be careful what we're tuning into, what we watch, what we listen to, because it controls the body and the thoughts and the thought process. And like I said, dolphins can hear your thoughts. So if you went around a dolphin, with friendly thoughts, they would, deal with you in a humanoid fashion. They would show you their intelligence, how much they're like you, because they vibrating on certain tones. And they also the lightest mammal in the ocean, so they can swim the fastest. And this is because they know how to change their density levels. They can change their density levels just like we can. We can change our density levels as well. So we can be heavy, or we can be light. You could be so light to the point you disappear. And that's the object. That's the objective, to get to that point, to learn that sacred science of how to get back to that, point to where you can break down yourself into molecules when this planet goes into its cataclysm phase, or whatever people want to call it. We had those abilities. So with them controlling the music and controlling the youth, this is a big part of the deception, and a lot of things we gotta attack. There are adverse forces out here that oppose us from getting to where we need to get to. So those are just some of the little small steps we need to deal with, and that's music tones and vibrations. Because in order for me to even say something to make a person feel it in their heart, my tone has to be at 432 megahertz. See, if it's not at that tone, it would not hit your heart. It might hit your head, and you might start to think that I'm lying, or any type of other transmission can start to come into your mind, because I'm not coming from the heart with that transmission. See, if I came to you on a 432, it would enter your 432 heart to heart connection. But if I came on a different one trying to get to your heart, that'll never work. So this is why, if you would just watch a movie with no sound, it probably wouldn't affect you as much as if those tones was going into your ears. You know what I'm saying? It's all about those tones. The visual is one thing, but it's all about those tones. You can also break the tablets down in a scientific manner. But it's a long story. But when you talk about Enki and Enlil and the organ of these words, I mean, Lil meaning heaven and Ki meaning earth. I mean, that's another story to be told. See, some things are not meant to be said all the time, but the holy tablets is the now, is the living, and there's a lot of information in there people skipped over, just to say I passed the school, and when you say things like that without actually eating the food, it's easy to point you out. It's easy to point you out. So you got to guard your intellect and your intellect sometimes. As
Can
far
I
as
ask a question real quick?
Sure, bro.
And I've been wanting to ask that, so it's a no better time than now. Those of us who acknowledge the sacred spiritual master teacher who came forth originally as the Majeddin, and he said the Majeddin actually means the renewer. Okay, from the Ansar all the way up through, the Holy Tabernacle Ministries, throughout the order, ancient mystic order, actually even before that, the order of the Sufis, sons of the Green Light, to the order of Melchizedek, to AEO. And we look at the Holy Tablet, El Qadosh Lahat, and he said it's the scroll of all scrolls, meaning that all the information the mass majority of the information that he put forth in the additions from the Ansar-ul, Nubian Islamic Hebrews, to what he later on, when we got to the Holy Tabernacle Ministries at Scrolls. But let me go back to the Mujaddid. He concentrated on the 7 scriptures, okay, from the Suhufin throughout El Quran. And he said, a part of my job, the only thing I ever claimed to be, was the renewal. He said that as far as Imam Isa. So I'm saying all of this to get to a certain point. With all of the work that he put from the edition books, from the Ansar-ul, to what you see in the scrolls, to zoning in, and from what he gave the world, the images of our ancestors, to what we can look when we open up the tablet and we can see the images of some of the ancestors that's laced within the Holy Tablet. Here's where the question comes in at. Okay? If we don't acknowledge the Holy Tablet and we, act like that's outdated, and all of those 7 scriptures from the Suhufin throughout El Quran is all blended within the Holy Tablet. If we just take and throw that away. Now, my perception is, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong, here's where the question comes in at. To me, if we were to do that, it would discredit him from being the Mujaddid. It would discredit the works that he put in from 1970. Of course, we know that he was on the scene before 1970. But from 1970 all the way up to when things hit the fan of May 8, 2002. If we just remove all of that great work with all of the pictures, just think about the images, the hell with Michelangelo. Look at some of the pictures that some of these artists drew. Just like one of them, her name is Joyce Hayes. She drew one of the original posters where he's standing in white, the one that says, accept this guidance from the masters who guided my pen. That's the one we said he's got the all white on, his hair, you can see a lamb coming in back of him or coming around him, which pretty much goes right in sync, I think, with what my brother-in-law, the Phenom, was actually reading. Gather around on Kadesh. I'm kind of ad-libbing. Gather around on Kadesh, who was originally a lamb who's coming forth as a lion. Okay, and you take those words that's within the Holy Tablet and you go back to the original poster, a poster that I post up from time to time. He have on all white. He got he looked very tall, almost like 8 to 9 foot tall in this particular poster. And you got people touching the hem of his garment, and you can see very similar to how it used to be on Kadesh. So here's where the question comes in at. If we were to remove El Kadesh Lohat, the Holy Tablet, which got all of these, images of the ancestors, males and females, the names, who their descendants were. If we was to just take and throw that away, do we not also have to throw away all of the work that he put in from 1970 to the year 2002? Is that correct or not?
That is a fact.
That's a fact. That's correct.
That's a
That was
fact.
it, honey?
I was just tied up.
Yeah, I'm here. I just wanted to make sure. I had to get that on the record because that's how stupid that it sounds. And we're the only people, I would say, in this world that want to take around and throw away our valuable information. We throw that away. And anyone in their right mind is going to be preservers of their history. This is what gives them the ability to take control and be in control of so many things, because they become preservers of their history. Anyone or any people in their right mind is going to fight to preserve what they have or what they feel is theirs. Okay? And I know I'm zoning in on this, but I'm zoning in on this for a reason, because a lot of the situation in which we're in now is our own doing. It's because you got some people, and this is why I have to draw that line in, with a disgruntled follower, the people that were stupid enough to do what they did and cause us to lose our embassy, our place, and our piece of America, and just turn around and give that away. You know how valuable that is? Or if we still had that in this day and time with all the rhetoric and stuff that's going on? You get what I'm saying? The same way that other people fight to preserve, the same way that most people who took control of America and they will fight to keep control of America, the same way that a so-called Jew will fight to preserve and keep control of Israel, the same way that a so-called Muslim will fight in order for them to keep control of Mecca. The only people that I know, myself included, that didn't fight to keep Tamaray. Tamaray was ours. And it's a shame that some people will never, ever have that experience that we had. Those of us that was able to be there, to be able to set foot there, to visit there, to go to the festivities. You get what I'm saying? Some people, I mean, the pictures don't do it justice. I feel for anyone. I mean, you look at the pictures, that don't do it justice. You would have to have been there to experience the love and people coming from all over the world. Pictures don't do it justice, man. I'm just here to tell you, it don't. So again, this is what make me want to. Anyway, I ain't gonna go there. But that's the thing that I want to say, man. That people's got to be careful on what they're professing, what they're saying, because they want to take all the works that the sacred spiritual master teacher did from 1970 to the year 2002, and I'm just making that as a time mark or a time stamp. Okay, that's a lot of work that was put in there, man. That was a lot of work, and like any class. Here's where the second question comes in at. Okay, any class that we have ever studied, from elementary school, primary school, elementary, junior high, all the way up to college, whatever, there has never been a schooling that we didn't get a point where we had to take a test on it. So the way I look at when the things hit the fan, regardless of how it hit or the way that it hit, we had to be tested based on the things in which we was learning. It had to get to a point, and it's right there in the book of Revelation for those people who don't believe it. It's right in there. He told us time and time again, you're going to be tested on what you said that you have faith in. He said that constantly. And when it came time for that test, for those of us to stand up for that test, very few people, a lot of people scattered and ran, just like the sisters that they are. They just ran, and then they're out here in the streets, that's bam, I want to sit back and question everything that the man taught. I'm talking to people that was living amongst him. Food, clothes, and shelter. It was all good when you was there. You know who I'm talking to. I ain't got to call your name. I'm not going to give that energy, but you being stupid. Okay? You know who I'm talking to. You want to be out here stupid now, making all of these videos, want to badmouth the man who spoon-fed you, who gave you clothes for all those years. Okay? Now you want to sit back and question him now. But you didn't question him during the time when you was receiving all of that benefit from him in the works in which he did. So what I'm saying is this: I'm not going to let all of that good work go, not on my watch, not as long as there's breath in my body. I'm not going to let that go for nobody. I'm going to fight to preserve that the way that any nation of people in their right mind is going to fight to preserve their history and their story. We have that right. And if you don't want that right, you know who I'm talking to. I reserve that right. Okay? So then that's where the second question comes in at, is Can you imagine if we still had Tamaray as an embassy, a place and a piece of the action and a piece of America or the embassy where any one of us can link back to in regards to wherever we are on this planet?
Brother Terry, I thought this would be you.
What's up, bro?
Solution.
Oh, I mean, I've just been listening, absorbing the knowledge. Brother's right on point. I like when we get together and emit this great green light. You see how they try to sonic attack us? That sonic blast technique, they do that to Chief too. Whenever we keep talking the truth, that happens. It doesn't happen to Assassin. You got to ask yourself why.
You
know?
Facts.
So,
Facts.
all I can really is just go back and build on what I had stated before. I like to let every master claim their own body of work. And, you know, Dr. Sadie had his body of work and left behind a body of work for us to heal ourselves. You know, the master teacher, currently alive, you know what I mean, left us with a path and a body of work, and it's up to us to walk and live it. Then you have Chief Nanya Shabuel, who has his body of work and has laid out a path for us to walk, you know what I mean, for free. When there are others who seek to drain you of your energy, your resources, in exchange for your freedom. And I say that that's wrong because they will be an accessory to genocide due to the fact that you are a soul seeking freedom and this person is claiming to free you. Now, I don't recall Harriet Tubman saying, hey, you got to pay to get on this Underground Railroad.
Exactly.
You know? I recall the master teacher giving away the holy tablets in some of his books when he initially came out with them. He gave them away. You know what I mean? So that ought to show you that it's not about the fiat, the debted notes, you know?
And to go what you're saying, I've done my research, and that's why the master teacher doesn't appear to have any tax account. You know? He doesn't have a tax record, but Dwight York has. He has properties, he has all these things. But the master teacher's name is there, but he owes no money to the state, government, and thing. You have to ask yourself these questions. In what space is he standing? And we're trying to get into that space. He's made videos on it. He got his sovereignty. And he said, his words, not mine. Yeah. I can't do it for you. You must do it for yourself. But what we're saying, if you believe that he's incarcerated and he is chief of the Yamasee tribe, which makes him indigenous, forget sovereign, indigenous is what important. So that means his indigenous rights have been infringed upon. But at the same time, he needs a tribe. You can't be a chief and have no tribal members. When the tribal members are telling you they do Nuwu Nuwap, they're doing Nuwu Pui, we're getting fake chiefs. And like the master teacher said, he's not dead. So how are you appointing another chief? And as Brother Terry explained, how did you appoint a president of an embassy without his signature? Can't be over the phone. And these are the points we're trying to make. You have to study the laws of Tahuti in your diaspora, in the world you live in. And we say in the world we live in, it's called commerce. The laws being used are commerce. And you are the cattle property. So it's like being in the matrix. You all plugged in, and some of us have woke up, and there's this chief Shabu Naya El running around unplugging us, trying to get us on the Nebuchadnezzar so we can experience the real world.
Okay, I'm with y'all. I'm here. Yeah.
Yes.
Rahubat, everybody. Rahubat.
Rahubat, brother.
Rahubat. This is Osiris.
Yes, brother.
Okay, I'm here with you. All right.
You gotta mute your mic.
Asaru, mute your mic, and you can turn your camera on. You ain't gotta show your face if you don't want to. All right.
Y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
It's at the bottom, brother, in between the two, that red button.
You see it? The camera? All right, he did it. Finish. I don't know who was talking. I'm sorry.
I was going to go with what Maku was saying. I think we would. I'm sorry, Maku. Go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah. So what me and brother Terry are trying to tell you is that if we live in a world of fiat currency and you are the property or you are the product that they're selling on the stock market via your birth certificate that was illegally obtained from your mothers, we signed you into a contract, which means the government or the state that you live in own you. So what we're saying, we want to be like the master teacher, and like he instructed, you must get free. So it's time to get out of the matrix. It's just that some Nuwabian brothers believe that they're free and they're living by the way of Wunuwap, which is not right knowledge. Because as he said, I won't mention his name, but we're all getting hip upside the head by the authorities or the cops or 5-0 or whatever you want to call them. But at the end of the day, if you stand in the right position where the master teacher is and where Chief Nabu Shaya El is, you will be outside the system of their laws and fig. They know who you are. You're the El Bays, you're the owner, you're the landholder. Indigenous, you're indigenous to the planet. And to claim our rights is what we're trying to do. We ain't trying to just be sovereign, because that ain't working. The Moors ain't doing it. The Hebrew Israelites ain't doing it. The Nation of Islam definitely ain't doing it. So we as Nuwabians, we have to get with the program. No matter what our religious beliefs, all them brothers and sisters, some of them are doing it. Their leaders are doing it. And not telling the audience, the public, the world of these facts. Won't mention certain forms, all of these type of things. When they've done it already. Your Polites, these people have done these things already. They're free. They know they're not black. But Nuwabians now are saying, no, we're not black either. We're Nuwabians. So go and see how you officiate that. Go and see how you get your recognition for that. Or are you relying on these embassy guys to be doing that work for you? Don't trust them. They're snakes in the grass. Attorney Broussard, same. How do you become a lawyer in 1 year? Question to my Nubian brothers and sisters. How do you do it? How do you write a book on abuse and then represent someone who supposedly abused many people? Lies. But anyway, how do you fail in that? How do you fail to get him out on medical grounds? How do you fail to get the petition in before Obama leaves office? Why do you do a candlelit vigil? All these questions need answering. Why is it now changed to Trump? So Trump's going to help us. Trump's not going to help no one. They're just taking your money, making those books, making more money. And people are living in penthouse, supposedly opening new paras, fixing up old ones. But I'm here to tell you, even in England where I am, most of the paras are closed. People are taking their stuff and going to Africa, to where they can say, yeah, there's Nubians in Ghana. There's Nubians all over Africa. Because we nomadic people, we move about. 1 minute we living in America, next minute we back home. We in Gambia, we in Uganda, we wherever we want to be. It's a different world out there. Trust me. It's a different world. It's a lot different than this this world that we live in. And the master teacher's trying to get you back. That's Patarat. Patarat your ass back to Africa. You know what I'm saying? Because if all we're dealing with is tribes and we are indigenous to the planet, it's been done many times. We've dropped to languages to communicate. That's what Arabic and Hebrew is. That's where Nubic comes from. So it only makes sense. Master teacher's first language is Arabic. It's the first language of any Sudanese person. And I ain't talking no watered down Arabic. I'm talking the original. So people stop acting like it's Middle Eastern and Arabs or somebody. Arabic is a language, and anyone they're calling Arab is a mixed breed. Facts. So there's a lot of lies and misnomers going on. As we said, we come to set the record straight. Yeah, Attorney Brutard, do your job properly. Go and speak to Chief Nabu Shabuel, and he'll help you. He'll help you in what you need to do correctly. You need to stop calling yourself black, for starters. It's not right knowledge. You have to be in the right standing and in the right position if you even want to speak to the master teacher. So we know you haven't spoken to him. All that is a lie. But what goes around comes around. Whatever your reasonings, if they're bad, then, you know, only time will tell. It'll all come to light in the end. Like you deleting your web page and all that type of stuff. It's just, I smell another Polite moment coming on. She.
Who it is? Naita? Naita
Yes.
boss?
Yes.
Okay, I got a question. So you saying to claim our rights?
Yeah.
So you mean that we have to claim a right to be actually indigenous people? We got to answer to someone to say that the land that we inherited first, we got to go to someone to have a contract with them so they can see it's okay that you're not black.
No, it's not a contract.
Can I answer this? Can I answer this? Now, cool. Can I get this?
Yeah, go.
All right, brother. Basically, what you're doing is, like, when you say contract, yes, it's a contract. But currently, like, unavoidably, you're bonded by the current contract known as your birth certificate and your Social Security. And you can't do any other contracts until you dissolve those current contracts and put them in their proper perspective as a corporate construct and not as you trying to function as a corporate construct. So first you got to fill out a form known as the SF-181 and get yourself off of what is known as black, because I'm pretty sure amongst other contracts, you're contracted through the state of whichever you have your license in, and on that license it's probably got you listed as the racial group of black, which ain't no racial groups of black or of Africa known by black. So that's a misnomer. That's how they tricking you with semantics. Once again, just like the master teacher tried to inform you of, they play tricks on words, my brother. So yes, you will be contracting with someone else to dissolve all previous contracts. Now, mind you, the contract you're signing with the chief, Nanya Shabu El, is the contract to dissolve previous ones. Now, the only way you can do this is by a UN, a United Nations recognized tribe is the only way you can get out. Now, mind you, once you get out, you don't have to be a part of their tribe. He tells you in the affirmation, what do you claim? What do you align yourself with? Because that's what I'm going to recognize, and that's what you're going to have to stand on. Now, these monks done got in their ego and got lost and think that, oh, I got to sign myself over to the Atakata Nation. I'm like, you lost fools. That if you pay attention, that's not what it's saying. It's saying that you already contracted. We got your ass. And if you want to get out, you need to put your living hand to paper and make it clear. Did y'all get me?
Yes, brother, loud and clear.
Yeah,
I hope that answers your question.
I'm understanding what Terry's saying because I studied this when I was in prison. And I studied this early. I had 7 years to study this.
Brother, you're breaking up a little bit.
I gotta mute out.
You know what he's saying. Huh? I didn't put an application in what he's saying, right? I'm going under the contract because you're on the contract right now, but you're still making another contract of agreement saying that you are in or you are a secure party creditor person, meaning that you can handle your own affairs without the United States running you as a corporation. That's what you're saying, right?
Correct.
He was breaking up real bad. Greg got a mute. I can't hear him. I couldn't barely understand his question.
Can you hear me now?
You're a lot clearer. Keep talking.
You gotta put your camera.
First, mute your camera.
You're breaking up. I can't hear you.
James, mute your camera. One.
Turn the camera
turn your camera off. Two, probably back up away from the microphone.
The camera, just press the camera. The camera option on the bottom of your screen.
Wait a minute. Someone calling the Zion?
Yeah.
I'm about ready to get out my prayer rug. Somebody about to hurry and cut that off. You're like, hey,
Oh, man, it's like a static.
أشهد أن محمد رسول أشهد أن محمد رسول
man.
We needed that. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead now, James. You still ain't turned. Did you turn your camera off? No.
I'm here, but I can't hear y'all. Y'all sounding like robots.
Oh, hang up, and come back in. Just hang up real quick and then press the button and come right back in. You may have to do that. And
but don't
find the button that shows you. You see where the camera symbol is? If you see a camera symbol right now, press it. It should be at the bottom of your screen. You had it before.
It's to the right of the red button.
There you go. Now you go. You got it. You got it. Now see. Let me see how you sound talking. Talk.
Okay, you hear me?
It's just fine.
Nah, drop back out and come back in.
What about now?
No, your camera's on again.
I'm out to fix that. Turn this camera. You keep repressing it.
Okay, that's it. I hear you now. I hear you. All right, you can hear me good?
Your camera's back on though. Your camera.
You keep turning it
but
back
I can hear
on.
you good.
We see your clothes every.
Camera, right?
Yeah, hit the button. There you go. Now watch this. Leave your hand away from everything and talk.
All right, you see me?
A little bit.
All right, do y'all hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes, you ain't got to talk.
Okay. What I was saying is I was asking the brother who had made the statement about we need to, redo the contract. That's what he's saying. We got to redo the contract that we're already under, because we are a corporation that's being used by the United States corporation. So we is within the United States corporation. So he's saying that if we go through the proper chamber, we will be owning our own corporation. We will be the directors or the secure party creditor of our own ship. That's basically what he's saying. So I was saying that, we still got to deal with somebody as a contract to get these rights. But we shouldn't even be, I understand what he was saying too, when he was saying we got to go through this process and then we can maneuver about. But we still dealing with a contract with people that we really don't want to be dealing with. So if you're gonna be a sovereign person, you don't have to deal with no paperwork and none of that. But I understand what he was saying too. Like you said, we under the paperwork already, so we got to untangle ourselves from the paperwork. But you're still dealing with paperwork by going through being a secure party creditor.
Yeah,
so
but
you're still gonna be controlled. So whether or not you believe it, it's gonna be a fact. You're still gonna be in a factor of being controlled. And maybe you can maneuver a little bit better, but you're still gonna be in the realm of being controlled under these contracts.
No, that information is for the UN. Do you get what I'm saying? That information is for the UN. It's not for the government. The government are in dishonor. Do you get what I'm saying? They've got an illegal contract with you via your mother. Do you get what I'm saying? Two people have to sign a contract for the contract to be legal and binding. So you never signed it. So then it's null and void. 1. 2, they're saying you're not even alive, you're dead. They only raise you to trade with you.
Right, on the stock market.
Right. So everything they do is on your behalf because your trust is in their possession. They're the trustees of your trust. So every time you sign something in black ink, you are telling them that you are dead. Do you get what I'm saying?
Right.
If you sign it in red ink, it announces to the world that you are alive. So these are the little tricks. You get what I'm saying? These are the little tricks that they've done. Yeah. But they're at the end of the day, they're in dishonor. And they have to answer to us, or they have to answer to international law. And they're in breach of the original contract that they made with us as Moroccans or Moors or whatever they want to say.
All right. I don't want to speak too long on this topic. The title break is the spell has been broken. But that is a part of the spell now. I ain't gonna say that. Spend too much time on that. Only thing I want to add to that is you don't have to use debit or secure party. The word that we really identify with, which is key, is deity and entity.
That's right.
That's being claimed today. It's not just your claim to secure party. You're taking back your entity from you. You're claiming your deity, your entity status. You're all that secure party credit stuff. That's hoopla for the money. That's for commerce, exchange, and buying without money, and totally different from the true key part of correcting your status. Not saying you have to do this. I'm not gonna say that. Not saying that this is what has to be done. I'm not gonna say that. You know what I mean? But I'm not gonna take away from it either. If I was to follow those channels, I will follow it the way these brothers are saying it. I wouldn't follow it no other way that anybody else is doing it, because what they're saying is recognized. Terry, I didn't hear Terry or Maku breaking the part where the Nubian tablet is recognized under this corrective status that we're talking about. So we already recognize, but these brothers that's out here claiming that they have these status or status are not tied in within that executive, within that form. And that's all I'm gonna say on that. But go ahead, y'all can finish, because Fa was about to say something, but James had came in, so I wanted to give a brother time to say something. Well, cool, my fault. Finish add on.
No, that's good. That's good. Yeah, as I was saying, brother. So the main thing is that we try to get free, and what we're talking about is our indigenous rights. So we're not necessarily claiming status, but that is all part of the package. Because obviously, if you're indigenous to the planet, then they owe you a lot. Do you know what I'm saying? And as Brother Terry alluded to earlier, we don't want to use this currency or be used anymore, full stop, in this false contract, because that means we are contributing to genocide of our own selves and people. So it's semi-contradictory if we say to ourselves, like, no, we can't do this. Eventually, if you want freedom, because when we're on the other side, you ain't gonna hear a peep from us. I mean, our brothers and sisters, obviously, we'll let them know, and the door is open. It's not our door. We just walking through.
Okay,
we'll be the test dummy.
I have a question.
Yeah.
What if everybody do exactly what you're talking about? What if everybody go through the proper chamber of doing what you're saying, or going through the portals or filling out these papers? What will happen to the United States?
Can I answer?
Go ahead.
Can I answer? Oh, I want to answer this. All right, y'all listen? It would be checkmate, game over, system error. The end of the matrix as we know it. Back to all of us would be creditors and none of us would be debtors. So that means the end of fiat as we know it. You know what I mean? Now we deal with gold and silver as our ancestors intended us to do.
So why would the slave masters will allow that to happen?
First of all, the slave masters only won't allow you to is if you are afraid and timid and you have fear based on false evidence appearing real, and you don't want to take the horse by the reins and steer this mug like you see fit, then go back to sleep. This is all a bad dream.
I see what you're saying, right? I understand exactly what you're saying, but I'm just putting myself on the opposite side. As if I was the one that made this contract with these people, and I know that their people are blind, and in the long run that we got them on the contract that we controlling them as stock on the stock market, and we using them as numbers and everything else. So once they wake up and they try to wake up everybody that's doing this, what will happen, how this will affect my system, I got to come up with some kind of counterpart to allude to that system. You know what I'm saying? Because I can't let my system fall, because I already made a contract with the people who is under this system got me in power. Yeah. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I understand. Maku, can you mute?
Okay.
So basically, it still sounds like to me, you coming from a standpoint of fear. I'm like this. Have you taken the first steps of contacting the chief and doing the SF-181 and attending the webinar? And until you can do that for yourself, I wouldn't be worried about nobody else. You know what I mean? Because in actuality, once you as the individual contract with this person, you are held accountable for your own actions. If you decide to act in dishonor, that is on you. You know what I mean? You have the power now. We were relinquishing you your original power and unto you what you're supposed to be intended. And it's up to you to live by it and hold that with a honorable standing. You know what I mean? And so you claim as though these beings are going to do so on and so forth in exchange of, do you not believe in the Most High? Do you not trust that he is going to protect you and say that, hey, if I die for something, I'm not concerned about what the enemy is going to do, because I'm not just this physical. I'm a light being inhabiting this physical. And if my death results in the motivation of so many more, then so be it. But currently, you know what I mean, I don't have to do that. So all you got to do is cover your own ass, because that's what's held accountable. You know what I mean?
Okay, I agree with that. I agree with that.
So, yeah, I heard you. Hold on, give me 1 second. I want Terry to explain something else before you say that. Terry, can you please go into, or you and Maku together go into the point of, first of all, the master teacher saying to Chief, if this is what you want to do, if you're trying to correct your status, deal with the chief. Can you also explain about the chief putting England, the Queen, and all of them on notice, the Wapi being validly eyes within this status, within this directive that you're doing with the putting this your paperwork in it and all that, and why?
Maku, you want to go first on this one?
Okay. I'm understanding all that. I'm understanding all that, what you're saying about putting in the paperwork and going to the chief. Do you hear me?
Sure.
Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we
okay. I'm understanding all of that, what y'all saying. Going to the chief, going through the proper chambers to get the paperwork done.
Yeah.
Let's just put it like this, right? If we had the power with money right now, without paperwork, but just the paperwork of money and gold, without making the contract, but making the necessary steps with the paper money that we have to make an army, to shut down other businesses, other companies, and everything else, without going through no contract as me being a sovereign person or indigenous DOT, none of that. Just
Well,
money alone and collecting people as a whole, and we putting our money together and building the army.
No,
and
that's
building
not
all the
what
necessities that
can't
we
work.
need. Oh, listen to what I'm saying. All the necessities that we need, where we can destroy the UN, where we can destroy the United States of America and their paperwork and everything. So you saying that that doesn't matter, right? But going through the proper chamber of making a contract with the people as an individual person will give me the status as I can do what I want to do as being a disagreeable and agreeable DOT. And it's on me to make that decision of whether I want to be disagreeable and agreeable, and with how I do business with other nations. Because now I'm under a contract of what you're saying with the paperwork. So that allow me to get, do business and here, business there, whatever. But what I'm saying is, if I got gold and I give everybody as Nubian people or Nubians gold, and everybody take this gold and we build an army and all the necessities that we need, the ammunition and everything, without no paperwork, no contract, none of that, would that stop me from becoming an indigenous person without the paperwork?
I want to say something. Who was playing the own sound? Can you turn that on in the background again? Please. I think it was Makul.
Yeah, sorry.
Yes, can you play it?
Yeah.
Once he plays that, it can only be 2 people open, otherwise we're going to get that reverberation.
2 people open?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, do you want to answer the question, Terry? Or
Sure, I'll answer it. Basically, once again, you do as you see fit. When you contracting with the chief, you're basically going to him and say, hey, chief, I know that you are recognized within the United Nations. I want you to recognize my indigenous standing and my tribe, and he will do as such. He recognizes you, and now it's up to you to act in honor. Now, if you act in dishonor, that's on you. That ain't on the chief. That ain't going to fall back on him, none of that. That's on you. And if you want to go and do whatever you see fit, that's on you. You know what I'm saying? But there's strength in numbers. And, we would really like to have you on board chanting, vibrating on our frequency. But if you do as you see fit.
Okay, that really didn't answer my question. My question was the process of what you're talking about. If you get 50 people or 1,000 people to go through this process of what you're talking about, and I get a million people to go through the process on what I'm talking about with money, or using whatever necessity that we have, goat, cows, or whatever, to build what we need to build to become a nation and strong, just like the United States of America, just like the UN, just like Russia. Everybody got a base built. Army. They got substance. They got something to stand strong with, at least fight another force with. We have none of that. That's what I'm saying. So if I supply these people with this, we will become a force without going through no paperwork, only just going through the actions of what we need to supply ourselves to become an indigenous people or to be a respected people. You see what I'm saying? So this what I'm asking. Is it necessary that a person go through the chamber that you're talking about for a specific reason, or like just to move around, because how they'll let you move around under this contract for what you're talking about, as claiming an indigenous deity or a Nubian under the contract of what you're saying to the UN?
Can I answer that? Can I answer that? Before Terry, one of y'all answer, I just want to be simple. I don't want this to be no anything probably technical. What's the significance of it? What the advantages would be is that we struggling to pay bills and get our money up and do this and this. There'll be no more bills. There'll be no more struggling. We can take land. We could buy this land. And we could show forth go to a good heart is gonna go in and do what's supposed to need to be done anyway. If you truly about what you say, you would take your status, you will buy up land, you will open businesses, you would do things so we could connect in commerce. We don't necessarily have to destroy the UN or the US or the government. We're gonna destroy them anyway without this. You understand? They're gonna be destroyed one way or another. But what it will do, it would take away a lot of the pressure that's on a lot of us trying to collectively come together, get this money up, whether you're working, slaving for the white man, or you have your own business, or you're out selling your scrolls or whatever. No more bills. See?
The Amish.
The Amish. There you go. Go ahead, Fine. Go ahead.
The Amish. You know, we don't mind doing paperwork when we're filling out an application for a job. That's paperwork on another level.
Okay, I understand that. Trust me, I studied this for like many years. I know exactly what I just didn't go through the process of going through that portal or sending out the ink in the paperwork because it's still a contract to me.
Fine. Okay. And I wasn't attacking you by saying that. I'm just saying as an example of it would be the Amish. They have their own businesses all across this country, own banks, own money, own farming. They live off the land as far as biodegradable energy. They use it. That's how they live, and they've been living that way for a minute. A lot of times people don't get to see them in different parts of this country.
Yeah,
that's a prime example of, you know.
Yeah, you're right, and I agree. And I totally agree with you because that's the original way, living off the land. Because the natural way is the way that they showing you in the jungle with the animals. The animals live freely. They got to hunt for their food. They go get water, and they fight for the water, and they fight for the food. You see what I'm saying? They living on the land for free.
James is funny. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, but you know, that's the point of being free. Totally, you can have all this knowledge. You know what I'm saying? But you still reside in the country. You know, I understand what you're saying, but you understand you reside in a country where you're still under their regime.
Yeah, yes, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
And
free of that. This is what you need to do to be totally free of that completely. I'm not saying you to do it, advocate for you to do it, but it's beautiful. We can have all of this information, and we gods, we Ethereans and all that, but you're still under someone's entity, not yours. So you have to abide by their laws, abide by their codes, even if you know that their codes are off. It don't go right with it. Their law system isn't a law system that's natural nature.
Right. Even natural.
You can have your own laws and law in America. Our is owned by the Amish, and they're getting paid. It's in every mall. And not to just make it about money, but you know, if we want to be free, we should be free. We these people, we gods, we, you know, coming down ships and all that. Maybe they ain't land all the way because we still ain't free for real. This is natural nature. Like you're talking about the jungle, the animals. They live in natural nature. They hunt for their own food. They create their own domain. They don't ask, "Can I take this cave?"
Right. And they also mark their territory too. They fight for their territory.
Yeah.
The same way
territory is owning yourself.
Right. They don't make no contract. You ain't gonna see no lion make no contract with a hyena.
But this is what we're above the animal kingdom.
A lion is not gonna make a contract with a hyena.
You had that contract. I know you. You know me. But I'm saying you have that natural contract within yourself. But we live in a land where they put spells on paper.
And they also put spells on with force.
To break that spell too. Advocating for you to do it. I'm just giving you the overstanding.
Can I say so?
Yeah.
Yeah. To answer your question, bro, even if we had a military strategy, which is quite easily possible once you've done all the process, yeah, because you're indigenous, then you obviously be allowed to arm yourself and that type of thing. So, you know, but I wouldn't say anyway, on air or off air, and talk about that type of subject really necessarily, because it all goes again to fear. If you're a deity, or if you're an L, do you get what I'm saying, or a bay, you're the landowner. The American government is a business.
Yes, absolutely.
So at the end of the day, I mean, are you scared of a business? Can Trump empires scare you? Especially when you know who the owner is. The owner's sitting over here in England drinking tea. Donald got to come over here and bow soon and get the memo. Then her and her friend, the Pope, who you're also contracted to, if you didn't know. It's a little game they're running. But once the game is up, the game is up.
I know about the game they're running. That's why you had the Haitian revolt. That's why you had the Haitian. That's why you had Jean Touchot raise up. That's why you had even Al-Mahdi raise up and fight in the army.
But and won. It's crimes of paper.
Yeah, the fight ain't physical right now. It's a spiritual war going on.
Exactly.
Even when that war,
hold up, you cut me. This is not a physical war going on right now. It's a spiritual. The spiritual master teacher told us that that war is not our fight. Yeah, the Haitians fought, they won, and you know who's standing on their victory right now? The Empress from the Wichita tribe, who owns parts of Louisiana through Florida that they had to give back to her when she found the contract from her great uncle Noble Drew Ali, or grandfather, however that, I can't remember right now. It's been a couple years since I've been on top of it.
I know you're talking about, yes.
All right. So when you're talking about this thing that we're talking about, people already done it.
Facts.
Imp is it.
And they ain't dead. And no one ain't trying to kill them.
DMV, she got her own lab, land. She got her own license plates. You her own post office.
Yes,
this is what happens.
I'm very familiar with that. I'm very familiar with that. But this the thing. Well, I'm not against what y'all saying, but I'm trying to put in perspective of what y'all trying to do. What the whole reason of what you're doing it for? Are you doing it for individual, or are you trying to do it as a whole to raise a whole nation to get through this process so we all can make a whole move of within the next move? That's what I'm saying, like playing chess. Because I don't see the Emperor, how many people she got set free? How many people that she really got that she really furnishing, trying to get in the United States and show them, okay, this the way, and this is do this and do that, and she really putting all her time in doing that.
She got a lot of people free.
The Moorish Science Temple people, the Allen Bay type people.
hold up. You asked a question, I'm answering, brother. She has her own state where individuals live on her land. So there's no government or no one can run up on her land asking for anybody in her territory. And they still ain't give her all of her territory back. You understand what I'm saying? So when you saying that, she set a lot of people free. Now when you get into if you studied her, you say you studied her, right? Right now she's tied in with the Zulu Nation, Moors. Those three have a book where you rip out an application. I was gonna do it. I had the application when I was locked up on my 5-year bid. I just finished doing it, where it explains the whole history, how it started, where it came, and who's tied into it. Want to claim, if you want to be a part of her nation or her territory, that's the process to go. But she has 3 nations rolling with her right now. That's the Zulu Nation and Noble Drew Ali's Morris Science Temple of America nation tied into her right now. That's 3 nations.
Okay, so the process of what you saying, Chief, what the dude named Chief, whoever you saying we got to go through. So you saying the process of what he's saying, huh? Chief L, right? Shadi. Okay, you saying the process that what you saying that he's saying is you're gonna be your own sovereign person, right? Or you're gonna be your own indigenous entity.
That's right.
So you can start your own nation. Basically, that's what he's saying, right? You're not falling under nobody, like as what you was talking about, El Bay.
That's right.
The lady. Okay. So if everybody start their own nation individually,
that's right.
On this land, okay. And you got nations that can join nations, right?
Yep.
So I just go through the process of what y'all saying. I just come up with a nation, none other than black. Because black is not a nation or none of that, or no entity or none of that.
That's
so I
right.
start something, you start something, she starts something, she starts something, everybody starts something until, we all got our own lands or whatever, and we just use that to come together as one to take over the whole world.
That's right.
That's the purpose. Okay. You don't have to join no one's nation. No one's telling you to join someone else's nation.
That's
when
right.
You correct your status.
Get free first.
Come up under someone else, you freeing yourself. You start your own nation. You're your own president now. But when you do your process through other people or those groups or those people I just named, now you fall up under someone else's
contract.
Right.
Because
that's what Pop was doing back in the day. He was having us all go under the United Nubian Nation of Moors. He did it as a group, as a whole. Had they done it individually, came out of different cause. But being that they seen so many multiple people, what he was already doing, they wasn't trying to. It kept prolonging it. So he did his own. Follow what I just said?
Yes. So is Chief Shad, what is that? Shadiel?
Shabu. Naya.
Is Shabu El? Is he under the Nubian? Is he under the Nubian nation?
Yeah. Well, they're under him. If you want to put it that way.
The Nubian nation under him, but the Nubian nation was under the supreme master, right?
That's right.
Black Eagle, but Black Eagle no longer in as chief, so he became the chief, right?
No.
Okay, so how's the Nubian nation under him?
Because the Nubian nation are Yamasee.
Yeah, Yamasee and Cherokee.
Okay, so the Yamasee is what's recognized. He is chief of the Asakata nation of Yamasee Nubian Moors. That's the full title. Do you understand?
Yes, I'm understanding it.
Okay, so what we're saying now is
McCool, you forgot a part in Dr. Malachi's daughter,
yes,
Hagar as well.
is the matriarch of the tribe of Yamasee. So she represents the Yamasee. Anytime the chief, needs her, I suppose.
Can I chime in and help y'all with some of these titles?
Yeah.
Okay, it works like this. The chief isn't like, it's not under him. He holds the title, or basically he's the one holding this code of honor, saying that, okay, I am the chief of the Atsakata Nation. So there's another group, there's another chief. You know what I mean? The master teacher is a chief. You can't take that away. He is his own chief in his own right. Now, Chief Nanya Shabu El is his chief in his own right, and that's why he is a chief. Now, from what I'm understanding, to be a Nanya, I believe, is a chief. So you could come in whatever appellation, indigenous appellation you desire to use. Now, the question you asked before was, would you be contracting with the chief? No, you are being recognized by the chief by presenting him a indigenous declaration. Like, basically, you're declaring something, letting them know. Now, please look these words up, because these words are important. They inform you of a course of action, like indigenous appellation or indigenous affirmation. Those titles are important. Now, another one is you will be doing a let's see, it'll be called a indigenous or a statutory declaration. This is another form of document that you're putting someone on notice. You're letting them know what time it is. Now, you can't just, like, do you know how to conduct a such document that will be recognized legally, or better yet, recognized on the international level? Can you compose one of those without help? I can't. So that means I have to go to someone that is certified, that knows what they're doing, because that's what right knowledge tells me to do. Or find out how to do it yourself, but when you can do it through someone else to make you get through your desired result faster. So I hope that you understand that when you conduct a, indigenous statutory declaration, that you're asking a chief to acknowledge you. You know what I mean? Now, you can align yourself with that tribe and say, hey, tribe, adopt me in, because I will conduct myself in honor with your tribes. That's what you can do with your indigenous or your statutory declaration. That's what you're doing. Look that word up, statutory declaration, because with that definition, it's going to give you exactly what you're trying to understand. A lot of this stuff you're going to have to do research, and please do not be afraid to read, because when you become a secure party creditor, that's all you're going to be doing is reading. You know what I mean? You're going to have to learn how to, what they call, discharge debt. So, or do things what they call accepted for value. So,
right.
You got to study.
Right.
Fiat is just that,
Right.
debt. When you become secure, you don't deal in debt. That's what tricked me out when you asked about fiat and saying, oh, well, if I had enough fiat, so on and so forth. Don't you realize that's how you trap yourself? If they control the monetization or the monetary system, they can just yank the value of your dollar you're planning to use against them from under you. So therefore,
I was only using that because you can convert the fiat. You can convert the money into something else and make something else powerful. If I had $1 million right now, I could turn that $1 million and make something else powerful than $1 million.
Okay, true, but you're still contracted, and you're still using their fiat to basically look. They got a coin now that just came out. That's gold. It's 99.9% gold. Do you know how many fiat notes you have to exchange to get that one gold coin? 100. So tell me how your $1 million is going to stretch to become something greater.
It won't even be. You know what? I won't even use the coin or the fiat. I use animals, which is, I'll go back to original nature, the original money, the original stock, which is the food and everything else, the minimum the supplements that we need, because money can't really feed me. No corn can't feed me, but animal can. Water can sustain my life. I don't really need no money or none of that, or no corn, no gold corn, or no silver corn.
Okay, true, but they left it here for your ancestors. If you don't want it, can you release it to me? Because I'll take it and I'll put it to good use, you know, and I need that in writing when you answer this question.
Okay, so you can have. So let's just say you got all the gold coins, and I got all the sheep, and I got all the horses and bulls and everything else, and you got all the gold coins. What you gonna do with your gold coins? What you gonna want to exchange that for some of my animals? If you don't have no animals, how you gonna eat? How you gonna live off your gold coins?
That's an interesting argument, but you're missing the biggest picture.
I understand exactly.
I'm the man.
But I'm getting straight to the point of going back to the natural ways of things and the natural understanding of things. Bump all the gold coins and the silver coins and all of that. I'm talking about animals. What you got to eat and live, water. What you got to eat. What you need to sustain your life.
Let me answer that. You don't necessarily have to use gold coins. If you want to go back to the natural way of things, we have natives of original people of this land. We did trade many ways, not just by value of gold, because we didn't care about gold and stuff like that. We trade I maybe had sheep while you had cows. I may have a bunch of deer skin, cow skin, or I may have a bunch of arrows and bow and arrows, knife. We did things in that mannerism. Necessarily have to be about jewels, gold, and none of that, because we didn't care about none of that.
Did you do it?
So it's whatever you feel is fit to exchange for what you have that I want. Take. I may have a car, you don't have one. I may have a tractor, you don't have one. I may have trucks, you may not have them. You may have cows and all that, but you can't distribute your meat. I may have trucks. You feel me?
Right, that's understandable. That's
where you getting all these animals from?
Or we did it in good in love. I'm sorry, McCool. Yeah, we did it in good faith.
I'm saying.
Go ahead, McCool. Go ahead, mama.
Yeah. I'm saying, where you getting all these animals from?
You're getting the animals from, but going back to your original state, your original land. Going back where the animals are plentiful.
So that's what we're trying to say. On my land. So why am I coming to you for animals when I own the whole land, the whole planet? There's animals everywhere, as you said.
Right.
We originally vegetarian, so you know I ain't eating no zebra, no lion, no elephant. So the animals are safe as far as I'm concerned. It's not important. If we get back to our nature and our culture, meat might not necessarily be necessary. Because I know as an African that most of our diet is vegetarian. You can't eat so much meat in the hot sun. It fills you up quickly. Small piece of meat goes a long way, it seems. Do you get what I'm saying? So our diet is mainly vegetarian. So if we get back to, as I say, natural nature, yeah, you can't be hoarding animals on my land. That's the bottom line. So whether you're saying we can exchange or anything like that, you can exchange with them. With us, we own all of it already. But it's believing it or knowing it and stating it. You see, you're not looking for acknowledgement from anyone. You're declaring who you are because you haven't done it before. They've just assumed who you are. You're black, Black American, you get what I'm saying? Black African or Black Caribbean, or they put those titles on us with their contracts. So we're saying break the contract. Yeah. Say you've retired from the plantation. You don't want none of this no more. Do you get what I'm saying? And they're bound by international law. Because if they don't comply, it shows that what we're saying is true. Because we're going to expose them as a business. And a business ain't got no rights telling anyone anything. Only if they own you. And now they don't own you, they can't talk to you. They can't touch you. You don't live in their world. You don't live in their system. So all these worries and constraints that you have are really non-founded. Do you get what I'm saying? Like you're worrying for nothing. No disrespect, but we can't have this fear.
Yeah, and how we gonna get these cows first? You're gonna either have to spend money or have some exchange with the commerce.
Well, first of all, it's not like you making it's not like you ain't making money already in your position where you at. So if you the smarter person, then you making your money just like they saying save to invest in something. You saving to invest to go back to the natural habitat. You live in the natural habitat, so you got to go back to learning how to live in the natural habitat where everything is freely, and how to survive in the natural habitat without living in the city. Living in the land of Nod, where they got cities and the bright lights and everything that trap you, where you making contracts and everything else going on in this type of life, instead of the country life, what they call the natural life, where you growing everything, you building everything, you knowing what's what, and everything else. It's just a natural flow, survival, living, and with that survival and with the right knowledge that you have, you should know how to maintain and know how to go about into that habitat. But we so used to living in the habitat where we at in the land of Nod. So we making contracts to try to get out of the land of Nod, or make our way more easier in the land of Nod by contracts. Who set the contracts up? The nation of United Nations are all businesses. Ran by different forces. 6 ether, 9 ether, 8 ether. All these forces run these businesses. So they are respected by a contract of what you sign, and everybody come to agreement or disagreement on. So they help each other destroy each other by contracts. One business take another business by a contract, disagreeable and agreeable.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, but who say you have to use contract?
Yeah, he seems as though he's in protest to any contract.
You don't have to use contract.
That's what you don't have to use contract, but when it come down to the actual fact, that's what it is. When you signing a paper and someone else signing paper, when you writing, when you're using any kind, when you're using a black ink or red ink, and you signing a paper that's been transported for someone else to acknowledge it and make a decision on it, it's a contract.
When you have your status, even if you don't have your status, you don't have to sign nobody's contract. You don't have to sign nothing if you don't want to. You don't have to sign a speeding ticket, you know what I mean, a lottery ticket. You don't have to sign if they lock you up in the rest. You don't have to sign none of those papers.
You right about that.
Who told you? Exactly. So what you doing this knowingly and unknowingly. Now the people that's doing it unknowingly don't even want to learn they're doing something wrong unknowingly. Because I'm gonna bring it back to what Fatima said, and this is my little thing that I brought. See, because everything don't have to be regurgitated from their laws and their aspects. Once you do the research and you see it for yourself, there should be a breakdown in your mind of what already is taking place. And she brought up a key point, is that these contracts that there's having people sign are living, meaning that they took paper, put words, and put a spell on paper, entrapping an entity, trapping you with a contract of snatching your entity. So this is where the straw man comes in. So now, when you understand these things, when you're reading it, it tells you once you sign these contracts, you're bound by those contracts, right? Now, when they're using the straw man, which is the fake you appearing in court. Did you go to court when you got arrested? Yes, you did. Did you step in for your straw man? Did you say, when he said, is your name Gregory Jackson? And he's saying it all in caps. But you only hearing the words coming out of his mouth. You said, yes, I'm Gregory Jackson. You're supposed to step to the side and say, no, I'm not Gregory Jackson. It's not me. You have typed in all those caps. Oh man, the person who's supposed to stand in place of me. See, when you do a contract, when these big corporations that notice do contracts with other people, you can't take that corporation to court. What you're taking to court? The entity. You're talking to lawyers. Is being exchanged. You're still not talking to the person who owns the corporation.
Right. Just like the court is a bank. Right. I understand all that, but what happened to my word is bond?
Yeah, we
you remember that saying, my word is bond? You know what I even came up with that word? My word is bond?
Yeah, but
Up north, people used to use that a lot. Hey, yo, son, my word is bond. Yeah, it's the reason why they said that, man.
I'm from New York.
That's
I know why they said it.
Right, it's the reason why they said that. My word is bond. It's not a contract. My word is bond, not a contract.
The words are on paper too. Word is bond.
When your words on paper, it's a contract. But when your words, by using frequency and energy and tones, it's not a contract.
But what I'm saying, these same forces that you're talking about uses that word. This is where the gods get it. Yeah. Up north, people and the gods got it from. It's a lingo that they speak. It's a jargon that they speak amongst each other. Just like when you walk into their court and it says, "In God we trust." When you put your hand on the Bible and you swear that your word is bond, your testimony is bond. Right? And we say BOND, right? Not BORN. Now, when you understand that word BOND, word is bond, about your bond, your certificate, the you that's in court like a fool on a bond. You see how that come to you right there? You just brought it up yourself. You said your word is your bond. Bond came from the actual bonds. They took words and put it on bonds.
Put it on bonds, right?
Right. Because when you go to court, your birth certificate, your social security card, the person that goes to court that has that jail inmate number is under a bond. The reason why
Yeah,
there's so many
bond.
plea agreements is because they get a percentage off your bond for guilty plea. And while you're incarcerated, that bond circulates and turns into millions of dollars
On the stock
depending
market.
on how much time you do.
Now this what
Every conviction is a bond. You understand? So
I understand everything that y'all saying and everything that y'all got in motion. Don't think that I'm not
we got it in motion. Don't say we all
agreeing with what y'all saying. I just want y'all to look at the opposition
going in motion. It's only two
and the natural of what I'm saying.
It's only two people on this platform that has this situation going. That's Maku and Terry. You understand? It's Maku and Terry. I acknowledge what the brothers is doing. We're collectively on here as master teachers of entities of the chosen elite that found one another. And we setting the record straight on all levels. Come with the Sumerian, Nuwapi. We may come, Maku come with the Nuwapu, the Wabians. Terry may come with the Naya chief information. You understand? And we're combining and coming together, forming Voltrons with our special that we have to bring to the people. Because we moving as one unit together. We're on one accord. This is why we're together right now on this platform.
Okay.
No one's on here is against one another, no matter
no.
What? Hold up. Let me finish. Line of place you choose to take in this. Choose to take it or you don't. We still come together on right knowledge. We still come together on breaking the spell. We still exchange ideas and affirmation to one another. That everyone can do this.
So,
but I understand what
I got a question.
You're supposed to ask questions. You're right. I just didn't want to spend too much long on this because the topic was really we was in.
Okay, I want to get to the breaking. I want to get to the breaking the spell. The spell that has been broken. I want to get to that.
Finish asking your questions though.
I just wanted to ask this. Chief, what his name? Chief Shada L or something like that.
Nanya Shabu L.
Is she Shada L, right? Is he paying any bills at all? Water bill, electric bill, phone bill, any bill at all?
Nope, and I will have to tell you, he's most likely not contracted with any of those entities.
But he using their devices and everything.
Nope, he does not use. No, he does not use. Once you become a secure party, you don't deal in debt.
I understand the debt part because they can send you a bill and you can accept that you can accept that.
No, I think
I understand that.
The actual thing you think is money, I call it fiat because fiat lets you know that it's a debted system and it's a form of debt. How do you pay a debt with a debt? You can't.
You can't pay a debt with a debt.
I want to answer. I want to add on to that answer that question. It's simple. It's simple. If you choose to do with them, this is why he said when you correct your status, you're gonna be studying, learning, and reading, right? And when you're reading, one of the things you're gonna learn how to do is write invoices. You understand? Or you have a stamp of sale, or when you come into an establishment, a business establishment, all you do is stamp your stamp on there. Boom, 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 and they get paid, but they don't get paid in the way that other people is paid.
Right.
You understand? Because now I can say, I could give you a bond. Fuck it. Or I could give you a, you know what I mean? I could give you for you giving me your services. But I'm not signing your fucking contract. You know what I mean? It's like, how you gonna buy a car? They teach you that, right? How you gonna buy a car when you correct the status? Well, you have to let the business know that once they accept the form and fill it out and I no voice it, that they're paid for what they exchanged and gave to me. Once they know and see that that is real, they're gonna roll with that because they getting way more than what they would get if I was giving them cash, because that cash ain't shit. Digital is everything. They're gonna be cleared and balanced digitally. You understand? You understand that?
I understand what you say. I understand exactly everything you're saying.
You want to bring any more clarity to what I just said? Because you said a word earlier that I didn't use. I use invoice, but you said I forgot what you said, Terry. I used to be breaking that shit down. Terry, what did you say you be doing when you
basically, if you're a secure party, you use things called accepted for value.
Yeah, but you said another word. You said something about you do something, you discharge. Oh, learning how to discharge.
Yeah, right. Discharge debt.
The discharge of debt is what pay for everything. Now, hold up. Now we skipped the whole thing. Secure party creditor. When you secure party creditor, what does that mean?
That means
no. I'm asking Osiris.
Well, secure party creditor is dealing with your like you said, your own entity. You control your own straw man. You ain't controlling your own straw man when you secure party creditor.
No. Secure party creditor. Secure party creditor is totally different from claiming your digital status, sovereignty. Secure party credit deals with credit. That means you're an automatic black card, platinum card user. Amount of credit you don't have. It covers everything. You can even have them you can have the general attorney send you a black card. The fucking platinum black. Send me a black card. I need a black card.
You already got it. You already got a platinum card. Your birth certificate.
No, that's erased, man. That shit gets erased.
Okay, so the bank number that's on back of your card, that don't mean nothing.
No,
and every last one of us on the back of our on our Social Security cards, we have numbers and we assigned to a bank. That's 12 banks that everyone in the United States is assigned to.
Listen, when you correct your status and you secure your party, you do the birth certificate and Social Security card goes away. You can't collect that in money. People thinking there's money. When they say billions and trillions, they're not talking about fiat. They're not talking about money. You're claiming your bonds back. Now we're going back to paper. Now we're going back to the bond. Now you're going back to, now that's in the bank, right? Bank don't really have no fucking money in it. Everything is digital.
Banks don't have money. I know this. Yes, you're right.
It's digital. Everything is crunching numbers on a computer, bro. You understand? So now when you collect this back, they're not giving you money. They're not opening up a bank account that say, oh, you got $726 trillion in it. They can't even pay you back what your bond of your birth certificate and Social Security is worth. So they have to make you a secure party creditor, a black card member, and that's hiding someone that's rich. Rich people get it because they apply for credit, they spend money, they pay their bill with money. Secure party creditors don't pay no bills with money. We discharge off the bond, off the card.
Facts.
I agree.
You understand now? Ain't no money. The only money there is for the money on your bond or your conviction. That's the only thing you receive a check on, because it may only be 300,000 or something. And you gotta claim it within 10 years. After the 10 years of that conviction, that bond is dead. You can't get nothing off of it.
You saw, can I ask you a question?
Who? Who you want to ask the question? Terry?
Excuse me. Who's the brother that's visiting?
Osiris, yeah, you saw. I'm here. I thought you were talking about another you saw.
Oh, no, I was in reference to you. Let me ask you.
All right.
The ancestors asked me to ask you this question to help you remember the most important thing. What was the oldest and the original bond or contract ever conceived?
The oldest bond and contract ever received?
Yeah.
Good question, Terry, because this is finna break the spell and show and prove what we talking about. Thank you for bringing that up, because I forgot. But I'm going to give you a second to answer that, Osiris, and I'm on that shit.
Okay, the only bond I can go back from the original when we want to go back to dealing with animals.
No.
Then that must be who you are. That must be who you are.
I ain't trying to disrespect you. I ain't trying to disrespect you either, Osiris, by saying that or belittle you. But I'm going to answer to you. The oldest original contract that you signed was the contract you signed before you left to come and incarnate in this world. That's why he said the ancestors. Doc taught us that you signed a contract before you came here is the reason you don't remember. And the contract you signed was so they could listen, so they could erase your memory. So you can experience this human incarnation as a human. Because if not, you would have thoughts and all memories of where you was from, and you'd be totally confused. So you go back to a state of nothingness.
Facts.
All right, now that's okay. Let's deal with that now. Where that contract at then? Where that contract that you signed from nothingness?
There is a hole in it. This is why Doc said your name is in a book. That's your time, the book of life, that book that needs to be bust open, that they're being judged by right now.
Okay, but you can't tell no man on earth that though.
But he says
you can't tell no man on earth that what you're talking about, dealing with a contract of what we're talking about right now.
Why? Why'd you say that?
Because why you dealing with contracts then if you go back to the original contract that you signed from nothingness? Why you on earth dealing with a contract that is not in agreement with your contract that you signed from the original?
You just answered everything. That's the reason why I'm glad Terry brought that up. Why are you allowing these people to keep you in a contract of your entity that they have no right of having no contract over you in the first place when you have a contract with the Most High?
Right.
Experience. Like say he was at your birth spark of your life. He knows your name. Why? Because your name is in the book of life of the contract you signed to come here. He said people run around talking about you ain't choose to come here, you chose to come here. And that's the same thing that goes in Yoruba, Santeria. When you read the teachings, they tell you, the ants, they tell you that you signed the contract. The Orishas tell you that you signed it. This is why you have to go through the initiation to get your head crowned or find out who your divine parents are, to break the contract, because now they have to do a ritual. Some people die from this. This is why they brought Noble Drew Ali and them up on charges, doing live rituals. You understand? That's a Masonic thing too. When them people talking about, oh, you dying, you coming back to life, that shit is real. Come back. You know what I mean? But anyway, let me get back to that though. So when you talk about Yoruba or Santeria or any of those things, when you read the stories on those that created it or their creation story, that you sign a contract, the same thing Malachi Z. York told us, that we signed a contract before. Same thing that not just Malachi Z. York, that the elder Ethereans told me when my DNA exploded in 93. Now we're going to make it personal. So now I got to deal with what was told to me. And this is before I even met Dr. Malachi Z. York. That's how I knew when he said it, it was a confirmation more so than I already knew. Because when you hearing your ancestors talk to you, this is why I said that earlier. What ancestor are you in contact with then? Nigga, since you say not you, since they be saying they ancestors this and they ancestors that. Asa. You know what I mean? But what in contact with that you talk to? Which is the ancestors.
Why are you not using the original contract? Why
Told
are you not
me-
using the original
they
contract?
told me,
The
listen.
original contract is when you signed that contract to come to Tiamat, this planet Earth, you came here as okay, you signed another, or your parents signed the contract for you.
I didn't know.
Okay, but
Your
you signed the
parents-
original contract.
Your
right?
parents ain't signed nothing for you.
You signed the
How
original
can
contract to come here.
How can
Now
your
you-
parents
now
sign
your-
a contract for you?
Hold on. Let me say something right quick. I'm finna show you what you're saying. You signed the original contract because you say everybody that's here signed the contract to come here. So you signed the
Yeah, you
original contract to come here, and then your parents signed the contract, which is your birth certificate. Now you're going to realign or rechange that contract that your parents signed to try to get back to the original contract, right?
No, I ain't
That's
trying
what
to
you're
sign.
saying.
Truthfully, no, it could go that way, yeah. I mean, if you want to use it in that sense, and that works for you, right. I'm not gonna take that away. What I'm saying is, being that I already know it's hit. I know who I am. I ain't gotta re-sign nothing. Truthfully, you know what I mean? I ain't gotta break nothing because I broke it already. I broke it when I was told to recognize that I signed the contract to come here. So that contract was extinct now because now I've woken back up. Now I'm beginning to remember. Now I'm telling my story. And on top of my story. Same way the master teacher gave you man for Riz. Well, I'm giving you the man's from Ethereans. You understand? And this is what I was told before I even knew a Dr. York, met him, read a scroll, anything. I was told I signed the contract is the reason why I couldn't remember. And in my mind, I'm sitting here like, yo, I signed the contract. You know, you may think you crazy when these things is taking place, when these beings talking to you. And they explode. All of a sudden, you just wake up and you in a whole nother state of mind. You in a whole nother dimension. You hearing things you never heard before. Translating languages that you never heard. Or I mean, languages that you heard and haven't heard before. But you always in. Everyone experiences different. I was told this on the master teacher. They said find those in white. You know what I mean? You're right. You're 5%. You're right as a statue as God, as a deity, but you're not right as in following the 5% Nation of Islam as your as your staff, as your flag. You know, I'm being told these things from my aunt. I was being told these things from my ancestors. You see? Now, when my parents did sign the contract, whatever, that contract still gonna be destroyed. Right now, we're dealing with an aspect in life because right now we're still dealing with these people, and this is still no martial law, everything's still standing. So you would want to do that in a sense to get that done. But once this thing breaks wide open, them balls of fire and everything come down here, all that shit is done with. Now, those that haven't separated themselves contract, their debt, their spiritual debt. See, you just still talking about a physical debt, but they got your spiritual debt on paper under those bonds. So if these people that haven't broken their spell and haven't broken their contract already, they're still under the contract. And I feel sorry for them, whether they die physically or they don't die physically and they're in a spiritual state when this takes place. That's how you know how strong this is, I'm saying. You know what I mean? Because the dawn just bust in as I was talking about the greatest. You know what I mean? Most High.
Yeah,
I
but
am.
I understand.
No, you don't.
Sometimes
You don't need
the
the
original
overstand.
contract, to the contract that
Sometimes
your parents signed. Now you're
you
going back
need
to
to
redo that
understand.
contract.
Sometimes it ain't overstanding. Sometimes you got to use understanding.
Outer standing, side standing, and I'm gonna take it down.
Those things apply.
One thing about me, I'm the master of sound right reason.
Let me finish with the breakdown. Other can listen and then one could talk. That's how we was doing it. One can listen, one could talk, and one can listen, and then one could talk. Let me finish. I'm not saying you don't have understanding or understanding. You must use proper terminology when addressing certain things. So sometimes overstanding is not what's needed, what we're saying, right? What I'm telling you for this instinct, this is what I'm talking about is understanding. Understanding. So you need to take this in personally within. Oh, it's overstanding is just a term for when you're reading something. It's like comprehension. To understand and overstand. And these things you comprehend it, you understand it, you overstand it. And then you understand it. And when you understand it, then you start breaking it down without having to read it. Quote from quote. You could tie it in all the way from out there. And that's what I just did. I tied it in from all the way out there, all the way back to this physical state. You understand? Now I'm using overstand. Or do you understand?
The art of the masters.
You have to master and hone your craft. Whatever that may be. You have to master and hone your craft. Craft is not just a spacecraft, a starship craft. You know what I mean? It's legal. This paper we talking about craft. That's a craft. And then there's ritual crafts. First have many meanings. That's why the English is the illest. Because it's encoded in so many ways. Masonically, ritually. You know what I mean?
Right. That's why they gave you the Black Law Dictionary.
This thing is tricky. This thing is tricky. So now go ahead. I'm gonna be quiet and I'm gonna let you speak.
No, I basically like, you know, I'm like with what y'all saying. Don't think I'm not with what y'all saying, because I understand and overstand and understand inside stand the process of what we got to do. But my thing was, as like, I'm looking at things from a reasonable point of view. As what I'm saying is, if we had just the utilities that we need, everything, damn a contract. Even if they just say people don't want to deal with you no more on the contract. Just say the UN one day just say, damn everybody we got under this contract. We don't want to protect them no more. Let the United States or whoever want to destroy them and just let it happen. Because of that force just take over at that time. Okay, it's nothing you can do about that. Yeah, you in a contract, but you in your paperwork, the paperwork in you gonna get destroyed, and it ain't gonna mean nothing to the people.
Oh yeah, little face.
So
Yeah.
this okay. The
Oh,
same
hold
thing
on,
what happened.
Let me answer what you said before you take it to another place. Because they know the masses are here. They know their time is up. Their contract is up. They had a contract with us. And they tricked people into a contract with them. Their contract is up. That's why Donald Trump is in there. Obama was the last known president that you had. That's it. A whole nother entity and ship that took over this thing. This is why he pledged to the U.S., not the USA. All right? 44, 4 and 4 is 8. 4 and 5 is 9. 45th president. So now 9 Ether Force is in charge.
With the last name Trump.
Listen, don't think that these people that you're talking about don't work for the 9 Ether Force. This is why it looks tricky, because they look alike. And they into the politics, they in that arena. So you think they all are the same, and they all are not. That's why they had a right wing and a left wing. But within the left wing and the right wing, they didn't know they had a secret society within that. Over that secret society. The man that everybody is fighting over right now, they want to free. That's free. They work for him. They work for us. So Donald Trump is only doing what we sent him there to do. Remember, they signed a contract with the Intergalactical Federation for a certain period of time. That time is over. Because of the dimension shift and everything that's taking place, we're stepping into a whole nother dimension. They cannot rule over those dimensions. They vibrate on a 3-dimensional frequency physically. The so-called Caucasian has no soul. But you're dealing with a mixed race of being that came from out of the Enoshites, the Edomites, who still have melanin within them. I don't care how much melanin recessive that they have. They still have a soul. If you got black hair, blonde, you've got black hair, brown hair, you ain't no Caucasian.
The Kersey
Now, it may
pale
not be as strong, huh?
lepers. He said that
Lepers.
Kersey pale recessive lepers.
Ain't nothing wrong with Trump saying. Niggas just scared. That's why Terry just said, you feel a little faith. Niggas is just scared. Fuck you scared for if you screaming and you not you. I ain't even gonna use Osiris cause of that. If you saying you Horus or Haru or Aset and all these old hip hop, all these fly ass Egyptian titles they running around. Not you. Oh, me and you just you my secret. You a secret disciple. Yeah, I mean, you're a secret disciple. But you just being brought up to speed, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's great, and I commend you and I love you for the way you always go in to ask questions, because you're not gonna just let a motherfucker tell you anything. Like you was about to say, how can you tell a human or a regular man this? I can only tell him, and it's up to him to accept it. What he does with it after I tell him is on him. I did my job. If I concealed it, then I'm in fault. If I concealed it, then I'm in fault. I missed what you say, Terry.
I said, then you would have zero karmic debt concerning that soul.
Right. I feel sorry for him. You know what I mean? I ain't even gonna go that far. I'm gonna leave that. I was about to say some crazy shit. But these people are not to be fret. If you're a true elite chosen, the master teacher told you you was already safe and sacred. You was already secured. If you want to use that word, see here go that word secure party. Well, if you choose the elite and chosen, you're secured. If you've risen yourself before time, you're secured. Say you can't still do these steps because we still in the process in the paper land. Martial law ain't called yet. Even though they changing a lot of executives and shit. Matter of fact, Terry just said he put in a clause or something that had to do with you correcting your status. Now you have to notify the feds or something. Say that again. What you said yesterday, Terry?
Is this Black Sun talking?
Yeah, that's Black Sun talking.
Okay, what I'm saying is about a human as like the UN people or the ones you making the contract with. How you gonna tell them about the contract that you already signed before you came here?
What I'm gonna do about the contract that I signed?
No. How you gonna tell them besides signing some paperwork or going through another portal that they want you to use because you're using what they want you to use? You're not using your original contract that you came from nothingness, that you signed from nothingness to even come here. That's your first contract, as you were saying. Now, to deal with these humans who don't made up a whole nother ball game that they want you to play in, how's you gonna go to them and say, I don't want to sign your contracts, I don't want to have nothing to do with you, I know I am an indigenous, this is my land. Without even signing your paper, I don't even have to acknowledge your agreement paper to say this is my land and this is my land. This is my land and this is my water. These are the animals that I procreated here.
Can I answer that?
You know what I'm saying?
Signed for you is the birth certificate. They claimed you with that.
Hold on. Can I answer that question, please?
Answer. Go ahead. Go ahead, Nicole.
Yeah. What I'm trying to say is, all right. You made a contract to come here. I don't know why you're so afraid of contracts and writing. Like we didn't invent writing. Oh, he disappeared. Yeah, we invented writing. The symbol of Tahuti is the quill, the pen, to write, to make contracts. So if we was doing it as Etherians, why cannot we be doing it in physical form? If we incarnated in physical form, then that must be a part of it. There must be order in disorder. There must be laws. There must be rules. These are just facts. Nature has laws. Nature has rules. Even if you want to make a sign your soul off to the Halal, it's still gonna be a contract. But the fact that we invented contracts is the main thing. Yeah. Come back. Yes, brother. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. What I'm trying to say is, it's the contracts. We invented the concept of contracts. We invented the concepts of writing.
Yes.
They're not older than us as a species. So I find it a bit weird that you're saying that, well, it's still controlled by them humans, but them humans are controlled by our laws. They weren't that intelligent to make up their own. So they stole, or they say borrowed, our laws. And the main law being used is the laws of commerce, the laws of trade, maritime law, or Mauritine law. So you can use that to set up government. And we know to govern or govern over someone is to have dominion over them. But they're still using the law, no matter what you do. You just have to know which one's being used in what circumstance. And in most cases, it's commerce, which you are connected to by your birth certificate contract. Get out of the contract, you get out of the system, you get out of the system of law or commerce, and you only re-inject yourself as the real you, as the entity that is a business, that is sovereign, is a nation, or a superior being experiencing the pleasures of life. These are fact and undisputed. So whatever laws they make up, yeah, as I said, when it's not about signing any new contract, it's about declaring who you are, because even by law or international law, you have the right to do that. So we're not doing anything against the system in a sense. They offer these rights, and they're human rights. So as a recognized tribe indigenous to the planet, then, you know, you have to try and make them acknowledge that, hey, hello, I'm not Black American, I'm Zulu, or I'm Cherokee, or I'm, you know, that's the whole point. So once you're out of the system, that's what we're trying to say, you're out. Out.
All right, I got one more question and we can go on and I get with the spill has been broke. The question is, okay, you know that you say going through the chief Shadiel, you know, to get the proper chamber work done and everything, and you not the person that the individual that go under him to get the work done is not under him or not under no one. That individual person is indigenous deity. Okay, my question to that is, this individual indigenous person kills someone, who's there to judge that person? Since that person does not have a tribe as like the Nubian nation or the United States corporation or the UN corporation, but that person had made himself indigenous deity. Who is there to judge that indigenous deity?
You, depending on what that deity is really like affirming. Like, what are you saying? I'm confused.
Okay, you know, like how Dr. Malachi Z. York supposedly went to prison, you know, under the status of what they say the charges he was charged with, judged by his tribal, his tribe. His tribe supposed to judge him, no one else, because he's an indigenous deity. Okay, now if you are a indigenous deity, individually or with a group as your native tribe, Zulu, Nubian, or whatever it may be, or is just you just alone, there should be someone to judge you. If you rolling alone, one, who is there to judge you? Do you fall back under the contract of the UN judging you, or the US judging you, or what's gonna go on with that?
Okay, so basically you're asking the
How
question.
can the US judge you when they're a business, like we told you?
I get what he's trying to say.
No, but I'm asking that question. How can
Is
they
the
judge you?
U.S. is a business? What you say?
Yeah.
I don't.
If they're a business, if the US government is a business, yeah, how can they judge you?
Well, you became the business yourself.
Okay. So business,
You just became the chief of your own business. That's it.
okay. So
So
businesses don't judge businesses, do they?
what would be your
Do they?
punishment?
For
Business
what?
don't judge. No, businesses do not judge businesses.
Yeah. So I'm saying what would be you're saying what would be your punishment? And I'm saying for what? You have a
Uh,
constitution. No, you supposedly because we who are doing it, we are coming under Yamasi or Asakata Nation, and either or come under the jurisdiction, and what we stand on is the holy tablets. So, do you get what I'm saying? Whatever tribal affiliation you say you are when you make your indigenous standing, yeah? Because how can you be on your own claiming your indigenous standing? Yes, you can claim sovereignty, but we told you that would just end your black ass in jail. We're dealing with what's right and what your rights are. So since you don't have no rights as a citizen, yeah, but you have rights as an indigenous apparition or person or whatever, yeah, wouldn't you think it would make more sense to go with that? Because there are international laws that protect you. That's what the UN's there for. It's not another organization. It's everybody there in agreement. So when you give them information, they have to acknowledge it. And it's not to just acknowledge within the UN. The UN's international. It's all nations. And all indigenous tribes, if they choose to do so, will be recognized. Because that is your right by international law or the laws of nature. You have the right to choose who you and what you are. And we know this already if we study right knowledge. Yeah. We're safe in the laws of Ma'at, the laws of Tahuti, which they know they're using. George Washington dressed like Osiris, and in their secret schools, they're practicing all our ancient ceremonies and knowledge and information. While we're there worrying about what they're doing. They're studying you. So we're saying, no, you can't study us no more. We ain't gonna be a lab experiment. We ain't gonna work on the plantation. And they're fine with that. But let it be a steady trickle till they realize one day there's no people in the plantation. But as we know, there will always be people on the plantation. There will always be people who want steak, knowing full well the steak is not real. So it's just down to choice at the end of the day. We're not here to convince everybody like that, but we're just trying to lead people to the real path, the right way. And we only trying to do what the master teacher's already done. But he can't do it for everybody. He can lay the foundation. Like I say to many people, what the master teacher built Tamaray, or was it you, Nubians, that built it? And that's what he was trying to show you. If you can build this, you can build anything. You don't have to worry whether it was taken down or not, or blah, blah, blah. You can build it again. Study the law, study your rights, study the fact that that land of Eatonton, Georgia, is not even a reservation. It's what do you call it? It's protected. You have to Google Eatonton, Georgia, the site, the mounds there. Do you get what I'm saying? No one could take or buy that land. No one could confiscate that land. You can be evicted from the land if you don't do certain processes when you're contracted. If people were not contracted, they would have no ability to go in there and evict them. And that's what it was, an eviction, not a raid. So all I'm saying is people need to start watching them master teacher videos where he's breaking it down and explaining to you he's done it. I've done it. It took a while, it took things, but I done it. And I'm saying if you want to join him, or if you love and respect him like we do, then yeah. I'm trying to get into his space where he is. And he is outside the system. Contrary to belief. Some people think he's buried underneath the system. But again, we gave them the knowledge of it. Who taught them Freemasonry? Who taught them to organize themselves? Who taught them how to govern themselves? Didn't they live barbarically? So we can't blame no one for the plight or the situation we're in. The words they use in this commerce come from the Black's Law Dictionary. They're running game on you. Black don't mean black. White don't mean white. Gate don't mean gate. House don't mean house. It's semantics. And they play it very well. So in the terms of commerce, this is what they're doing. And the chief has just made it possible for you to do the same and get free. And this is a directive given from the master teacher to contact the chief to get yourself free. Go and see Morpheus. And I know Nuwabians. Huh?
Red pill. Take
Exactly.
that red pill.
So I know a lot of Nuwabians who are bucking. Saying, yeah, I hear what the master teacher said, but I'm going to stay neutral or I'm no. You either do what he says or you don't. This is what we're talking about. Agreeable, disagreeable. So to claim you love him, you want to save him, you want to free him, but you don't want to listen to him is very contradictory, is what we're saying. We're saying we're diligent students and we read between the lines of everything and we've worked out the puzzle. So the other thing is to do this process, yes, there's risk, there's problem, but as Brother Gregory said, in life, boy, we do many things that were worse. Let's be honest with ourselves. Things you could never say life. But you can't get yourself free. Someone's offered you the opportunity to get yourself free, and we're doing anything or everything we can to steer away from it. We want steak. I don't blame some people for wanting steak, but I'm telling you, the steak ain't real. The meat, the animals, it's all an illusion. It's all a hologram. A hologram eating a hologram. Our currency was always gold. Our ancestors came here mining for gold, not mining for animals, not herding them up in big pens so they could trade them. With who? Gold is the currency, baby. Gold and silver. You see Mansa Musa pictured with a big gold coin. Not a horse, not a goat under his arm or nothing. A big gold coin. So at the end of the day, when people are saying that gold is not that important more than animals, you have to check the reality. They're your animals anyway. If you're a deity, you're in tune with the animals. Watch Avatar. You're meant to be in tune with nature. These people are not in tune. They need machinery. They need oil. They want to suck the blood of the planet. And now that's all running out. And the environment is not suiting them. They want to leave. And we worrying about our status. We worried if we're signing a contract. You already signed the contract. We're telling you, more than one. But let's get out of this main one that you got now, right in front of your face. I think people need to take out the birth certificate and see the word next to your mother's name, informant. Then you might get a more bigger perspective of what's going on here. This is a business of conning people and using us like sheep and goats and cows and them animals we're talking about. You want to herd animals and collect them and, trade. That's very admirable. But right now, we that cattle. They herding us, they're putting together in communities. And all we do is buy product. New trainers, cars, things you already paid for with your birth certificate. For them to get the raw materials to build it, make it. So it's a trainer, so it's a car, so it's a house, so it's a road. And then you've got to pay again. This is why getting back your birth certificate or you're getting out of the contract entitles you to not, as Brother Gregory said, cash, but credit, because they can't afford to pay you back. They owe the sister, the Wichita sister, the whole east side of America, North America, the whole of it. And as the brother said, she's only got certain bits of it back. She's got a whole state, but the whole of the East Coast, West Coast, sorry, or Middle America is her territory, or our territory. So if I was you, I might move there. Yeah. If you're in too much doubt, just move there. See if it's real or not. Or take a visit to an Amish community, for real. See how they do it. See if they're free from this society. Or they're worried about someone's going to come and shoot them. I think even the KKK's got their status corrected. What the hell? So we got to wake up. Half these religious organizations are trying to do it. They were trying to do it with that what do they call it? The ISC3 or whatever the document is, that exempts you from tax and restrains you in the kind of rhetoric you can put out. So if you say white man's the devil, that's acceptable.
Oh, you talking about the ICC?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, the International Commercial Code.
Yeah, for religious groups and that type of thing. You're saying you're a charity or a charitable organization, so you're exempt from tax.
You remember David Koresh, right?
Yes.
So David Koresh, was he was those indigenous people?
No, they were religious based. And even on that grounds, it's still strong, because isn't the Bible used in court? Remember, the Bible is part of the Queen's contract. So we're saying the documents or our constitution that's accepted is the Holy Tablets, because based on all the ancient scriptures that are factual. And if only a part of it is the Bible, then what are we talking about? And we know they don't adhere to the Bible as such, but it's the basis of law for them. And those laws came from Kemet. And as I said, I don't know if it was you, but another brother, about how the oldest contract in physical form on the planet is Ramses II, written in stone. So as I said before, we shouldn't run or hide from contracts, because we invented them. As Moors, we didn't do nothing else but do contracts. That's how they came here in the first place, to the Americas, under a contract. So if you're the first people writing, you're the first people with language, text, speaking words from your mouth. If you made a metaphysical contract, then when you turn physical, you must make more contracts. You have to secure things. Your word is more than bond.
So you're saying that we came to America through a contract?
No, they came to America. The Europeans came here under contract.
Okay.
This was our holiday home. This is where we come for vacation. And they know this as fact. Because we know the oldest people in the Americas or North America is the Olmecs.
So I want us to get, on topic.
Yeah.
The spell has been broken.
Yeah.
But, for me asking these questions, like earlier during this conversation, someone has said that if you go through these proper channels to go to cheat, that you won't be under cheat. You'll be your own indigenous. So I asked the question, if I kill somebody or harm somebody, if for my own indigenous deity, that means I can go start up my own land. The necessity that I need from the people, from other corporations, to build my own corporation. Okay. Yeah. But I go outside of that, and because I still can roam, because I'm still in the United States. So I can drive a car, I still can do all of this. So I run somebody over, I go pick up anything, and walk out the store without paying. Somebody try to stop me, I bomb them in the jaw, whatever. All of this, what would be the punishment?
Let me answer this, Maku.
Okay.
Who will hold you accountable? You will basically, it sounds like you don't want to, because when you say in a contract within yourself, you don't want to honor the original and the oldest contract, because if you was to honor that, you'd be going back to the Most High, Anu, Elion, El, and you will conduct yourself as such. Now, the other part you're saying, who will hold you accountable? We got this thing called action is reaction. Some of those people you bowled and hit, they may be disgruntled and have friends in certain places with certain skills that may disagree and come to seek you out as an individual because you have no one to stand with you. And so they will eliminate you. Now, granted, some of these people you said you ran over and you killed, they may be viewed as title property, ghosts, already, so you wouldn't have technically killed them. So, but they still are a title property to the U.S., so they're you're gonna be offending them, and once again, that will put you in dishonor of your original contract that you said you would conduct yourself in an honorable fashion. So others will seek you out and detain you and put you in a place that, for those who act in dishonor with this type of status, go. So that's just help you out. You know what I mean? There will be, all things are accounted for. You know what I mean?
Okay.
If you
I definitely agree that, and I definitely agree with what you said. And the reason why I asked that question is because what happened to Dr. Malachi Z. York is that's the same thing that what you saying what happened to me.
Well, what's happened to Dr. Malachi Z. York?
The so-called what happened to Dr. Malachi Z. York.
Yeah, I'm saying what happened to him that you know of.
Okay, he supposed to be in
by this process.
He supposed to be in jail. He went to court. He went to court. He even said that I am indigenous to your nation.
Okay.
This on document. This all on document that Dr. Malachi Z. York is saying this. This is no one else. This is Dr. Malachi Z. York saying this document. Okay.
What about the chief?
You could say chief. You could say Chief Black Thunderbird or whoever. He said this.
Okay.
On document.
So as Chief Black Thunderbird Eagle, yeah, he was chief of what tribe?
The Nubian Yamansi tribe.
Okay. And when you saw him in court, saying he was indigenous or he was sovereign, he was wearing a fez.
Yes, he wears a fez. Yes.
He was wearing a fez, was he not? Yeah. Okay. And that is not the same court case as when he was incarcerated. You know that?
Right.
Right. That was over planning permission and land issues. And he won that. You know that too. Because otherwise there would have been no Tamaray. So we know that the original court case had no photos, had no video, and really you can't even film in court, especially when they said it was a closed case. The transcripts cannot be released. Something smells fishy, bro. That's what I'm saying to you. If he is Chief Thunderbird Eagle, then you must address him as such. If you go to the court or you go to the prison. So all this Dwight York is doing the master teacher a disservice, and it doesn't make sense in law. Because to misappropriate and to make a mistake on someone's name would be the main reason why they walked out of court.
Okay, I understand, yes, and understand everything you're saying. I just was asking the question because I wanted to know what y'all had to say on someone violating that and what would happen to them, who would be the judge of them, because I know usually when you're under such a contract like that, you got to be judged by your tribe.
Yeah, exactly.
You have to be judged by your tribe.
So whatever the punishment fitting if you say you Cherokee or you whatever their system is, and you have to speak to the elders of your tribe, and they will deal with you accordingly. Because obviously by then you should know the customs and behaviors of your own tribe. See, there's nothing wrong in claiming it, and then
so if I don't have no tribe,
yeah, then you're not claiming your indigenous status.
Okay, but you just told me that if I go through chief, through chief and get this paperwork done, that I don't have to go under no one claiming no tribe or nothing, Nubian,
yeah,
none of that.
No. Not that you don't have to claim.
Deity.
You have to claim your tribe. You do. You have to claim a tribe. Do you get what I'm saying? Because you're saying you're not Black American no more. So they're gonna ask you, who are you? You say, I'm native. I'm indigenous. How are you indigenous? Well, I'm Cherokee. Oh
Well,
yes, we
even
know Cherokee. Do you get
okay,
what I'm saying?
okay, okay. Now this getting back. I don't want to go on with this because I can.
No,
Because even though if you claim in Cherokee is not something. It's not original. It's nothing. It's not original. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, it's a subsection.
Cherokee is not original. Yamasee is not original. Watusi is not original. Why you think it's Watusi? It's not original. Washington. All that's not original. It's something you claiming that I can make up my own if I want to.
Okay.
And you know what I'm saying? I can make up my own.
All right.
Is when
It's Hopi. It's
when
Hopi
like
original.
Black Sun said we are Ectherians. We are Ectherians. So you come with an Ectherian tribe, or you come with a tribe, just a tribe that it just got to mount up to something that's close to the original.
Well, we
Close
live
to
in the real world. Remember, we live in the real world, and we live in the world of commerce. So that ain't gonna wash.
Okay, so
we got to use
tribe
what's
like the
recognized.
you got to claim a tribe like Cherokee or Watusi. Do you have to claim a tribe like that? That's what I'm saying.
You can claim any tribe you want as long as it's indigenous. You know, all them tribes are subsections of those original African tribes. You get
The Babylonians, the Sumerians, all those originals.
Yeah,
those before the Watusi, those before the Cherokee, that's before all of that.
Exactly. But there's nothing wrong in acknowledging it. Like we say with the Hopi. The Hopi come from Kemet, but they're Native Americans now. So that's an actual fact. Do you get what I'm saying? So we can't belittle the names or the tribes or the origin of the tribes. Do you get what I'm saying? Because as I said,
right, I agree with what you're saying. We can move on and go to the original of what the video was about. You know, I like just picking through the mind. I just like doing it.
Good questions, because we will be asked these questions. We are being asked these questions, and we have to have the answers. But tribally, yeah, you have to give your connection back to the original tribes. So you just saying that you're Cherokee tells us what tribe you're from, maybe in Africa originally, because we know all those tribes came from the Olmecs. The Olmecs mixed in with the Asians that came in, and then came in the Orientals or the Mongolians or the Eskimos that came in and mixed in with the Olmecs as well to give you all these different tribes. Yeah, we understand that, and the Europeans understand it. That's what we're trying to say. Ain't nothing complicated. It's just the facts. If you Cherokee or you Watusi, you just go Google them. They still exist. They have rules. They have customs, and it's time to get back to that.
Maku, can I chime in? I want to add to what the brother was getting to, where he was saying that, how did the master teacher get done like that? I will have to say that if he was done a certain way, he would be what they call a political prisoner. Now, the only way that I can conceptualize to free him would be he will only be released or basically freed by a group of his indigenous peers, meaning that we'd have to have all the same stuff he got: secure party, be indigenous, have that standing, and then we would have to use the thing that supersedes what Dose and them got going on, because currently that's blocking the chief from helping the master teacher if he was ever or is still in there. And the reason why I say that is because you have to question someone's authority, and you have to question their capacity for reason and compassion when they know that they are outside of, you know, their bounds. You know what I mean? Like they're not fit to know law. And so you also have to say that, well, if the master teacher was secure party and indigenous, they don't have any jurisdiction over him. So how can a lawyer who, once again, doesn't have jurisdiction over him, can free him? So then you move to the next thing and say, well, if this lies beyond my capacity and knowledge of law, then why can't I accept the help of someone else that is trying to say, hey, that way you're approaching them is not going to work, but you don't want to listen to them, so you are operating in another form of a alternative agenda. Because if you had all these things, yeah.
Okay. I was out for a minute. I was trying to say something and nobody heard me. But go ahead, Terry. I'm gonna talk after you.
All right. The chief has made it very clear. He has stated and made it public that he wanted to assist them. He offered them a helping hand for free, and they didn't take it. And it's like, well, I don't think, you know, I'm just going to continue doing my thing. And for all those who want to do their thing, you know, I'm here to help you. So to me, that shows exactly what the nature of a person is up to, you know, honest and forthcoming, sacrificing their time to free a set group of people. Now, I don't understand how, you know, people don't want to help the master teacher by having their standing correct like his was. That way we would be a group of his peers, and then we can supersede anything that blocks us by challenging jurisdiction. The position of challenging jurisdiction can be called into question at any time. You could be dead and gone and your case could still be in their possession, and you can call that in and you will rest in peace knowing that your case was overturned, and these beings that tried to, you know, hold you, you know, if you pass in their custody, they don't release their body to you. You know what I mean? They keep that. You know what I mean? So you got to keep in mind that these mugs have an agenda. It's got to be that way. Because if it wasn't that way, then ask yourself, if I love this person, I would seek out help. You know, and it wouldn't have took me no 15 years to get the initial help that was necessary. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay. Well, add to that. Y'all can hear me?
Yeah. I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. You asked a question and gave an answer to it, kind of at the same time. You mentioned supposedly locked up, or what happened, why he wasn't brought under a group of his peers, or so-called recognized. But that answer goes in to say what you said. Is he there? Is he truly there? Is he locked up? Now we know Dwight York is locked up, but Malachi Z. York, and Malachi Z. York is the one that has his status correct. Am I right? So in saying that, it's in your question.
You're correct.
They cannot hold Malachi Z. York in court or bring him to court. Dwight York to court, because that's the birth certificate in the contract. That is the actual entity or clone. Remember, counted Yanun or Melchizedek. He was cloned. He was abducted. He used a clone. So now, if Malachi, this will show you something. When they first started the court proceeding, they said Malachi Z. York. Later on, you didn't hear Malachi Z. York no more. You heard Dwight York. Now we all know his name is changed legally, so they would have to use Malachi Z. York. How was they able to use Dwight York's name? So who's in jail? Now, if you want to help free Dwight York, we could do that. I mean, or we could work towards doing that. But know the use the right term. Don't say Malachi Z. K. York. Z. K. York, first of all. And the petition wasn't even in Dwight York name. It was done in or Malachi Z. K. York. Huh?
The K
That
stand
right
for Coben.
Huh?
The
That
K
right
stand for Coben.
Yeah, I ain't talking about what the K stand for. What I'm trying to say is we should throw a flag
The
up for
person
you.
that-
is- Hold on. If they say he's locked up, incarcerated under look, once again, you've been in those situations like I have. You know, legal paper has to be done correct. You could put a petition in, and they made that clear. They kept saying, Malachi Z. York, write your petition in. Why? When he's incarcerated under Dwight York. That paper's not going to get recognized no way. They're going to send that back just to prove paper not filled out right. Resubmit your petition. Because we don't have a Malachi Z. York locked up. Max underground.
I agree.
All right. So now, when you say Malachi Z. York, that's the one with his proper status. There's no way they could hold him in his court. That's why they had to change that name. They didn't have Malachi Z. York. That's their leader. That's who they work for. You know what I'm saying? That should throw a red flag in the air for anyone that has common sense. Not you. I'm saying all these free York people or the white York people. What happened with that situation? These people still haven't come forth yet. What happened with that? Was it granted? Was it disapproved? Or is it still pending? Whole page from what I hear. She took down the whole thing. Why do that? A video crying saying we failed. She an actress. They act. They sham the people. They know Malachi Z. York is not locked up.
I didn't see that video.
Yeah, I seen it. I seen it. And
I definitely want to see it though. I researched it out though.
Well, look up Chief Nanya L. As she was while she was live, he was doing a live show playing it, and he was going in on her. But I was listening to her, and I'm like, hold up. She said we failed. I said this early on here, but I'll say it again for you because you wasn't in here. You know, I failed. We failed when the millennium came in. There wasn't enough risen souls. Y'all didn't elevate. You know, she's saying the same thing we're telling them now. We're followers. You're not the chosen elite. You're not the masses. You're not the elders. Stop trying to claim something that you have no status of. Claim like you're the successors and you're not the successors. First of all, you want to go to we could go back. We could take it back to the Alan Patmos McCool.
Yep.
Videos, right?
Yep.
And we take it to the Alan Patmos videos, right? What was said on it? There's a lot of things said on those audios.
That's great.
It was a lot said on those audios, and I kind of lost what I was getting ready to say. I was talking about her saying that they failed. Ah, man.
And they weren't concentrating on the right thing. The mothership.
Wow. They try to They trying to block the kid.
And then try to say how he wants to be cremated. It's all ridiculous. It's not right knowledge.
After the brother get through saying that, I got a question for Terry.
Sure.
Hell, I can't think of what I was going to say. That's
Say again. Was somebody asking me a question?
Terry, you know? Yeah. Terry, I got a question. Cause you know the Nuwabian, they got Prince York. They got Prince York, and they got this other dude York as the ambassador. Okay. Now, now you saying chief is the chief of the Nuwabi Yametsi tribe, right?
Correct.
Do Prince York and the guy, whatever his name, York, do they recognize him? Do they acknowledge him? Because I seen a video where Chief was going off on Nuwabian assassin for them. So I'm trying to figure this out. Are they together or what?
No. When he was going off, the Nuwabian assassin is with them. He sided with them. You know what I mean? And the reason why I say he sided with them, we've had our private discussions, and I have to say that he does not bear the green light. He's a lesser light. If he was the green light, what healing has he brought to his people? Ask that. You know, what solutions has he provided? You know, because really, that's no solutions within what they're doing. You know what I mean? And that's not what the master teacher had instructed them to do. So they're functioning in dishonor. This whole thing was to tie you back to the Most High. I knew, Elion El, to set the record straight, to right the wrongs. So that way we'll know what our spiritual science is, our way of life. You know what I mean? He came back to get that back to us. He came giving us what we want so we could learn to want what he came to give. And I want it, man. I need it. I need to get up out of here because there's too many lost-ass people around this mug that don't give a fuck. I care. So I care about my own soul's sake, so I'm going to do what I got to do, you know. And if he is in there, just to make sure, because I like writing exact. That's just me. I do that. So, like, writing exact would say, just in case you are in there, you know, I'm going to make sure I'm standing on the same platform he's on with the holy tablets, with my status corrected, not using black as a title on any form of corporate contract, declaring my indigenous standing, secure party creditor that would make me a peer to him, an equal peer. Then the work will begin. Now I can become a Zadokian, a carrier of that green light like him. Just in case he is in there, we are the ones that's going to reach under that mountain and pull him out, because obviously they have failed. And I'm tired of the failure, and I'm tired of them coming short. There are souls at stake, and they ain't doing shit about it but offering you weak-ass tags and bullshit. I'm like, ugh. Okay, when y'all going to really demand an answer from these mugs? When y'all going to really say, hey, fuck that shit you talking? Why can't y'all get it done? Y'all said that y'all had this amount of time, and you failed once again. I mean, seriously, you hold them accountable. If I was up here talking like I'm talking and I kept failing and I sound like a fool, how many of y'all would really logically listen to what I had to say? So they need to do the same thing with those mugs. Take it out on them because their souls are at stake.
Okay, I agree with what you said because I'm with Anu, L-U-L all the way. And I even get bashed for even claiming Anu because I'm so much about Anu because I acknowledge the Most High. I don't give a damn. I acknowledge the Most High, but you know, a lot of the Nuwabians, they saying Anu and you know the Anu and all of them, they just was reptilians that came here and started eating people and all of that stuff there. So that's why they went to the Egyptian or the Puttite side, or Usir and all the rest of them, and say do away or the holy tablets have to be reconstructed. And I'm like, hey, this don't sound right. This sounding like the reptilians, the Rumadians, and the Meldekians is actually using them to actually try to do away, disrupt the holy tablet and what Anu is talking about to get this thing back in line, like you said, with the Zodiacs.
Facts,
You know,
brother.
I fight this daily, every day and night. I fight this.
That's facts. That's facts. I agree with what you say 100% on that. Definitely.
But yeah, what you said, you guys, like all the way, like, I've been trying to, with the Black Sun, with the Sister Fatima, Huni, the sound therapist, music man. I was with these brothers and sisters, and I know they uplifting brothers and sisters and trying to get this thing right. And I know we all trying to come together like Voltron and stuff like that. But like you say, I'm looking for the Mr. Links myself because I'm doing my part, and my part I can only go so far. I have knowledge. I have knowledge galore. I have 76 trillion years of knowledge. But me fighting people daily I fight people. New Hebrew Israelites, even to the point where they lining up in line with me now. But they not putting in action. But for me battling them with the right knowledge that I have, they lining up. But to bring them to the chief, like you say, and get things in order, that's my purpose. Trying what we need to do. Okay, how are we gonna do this? I got many solutions, but I need people to come together like Voltrons who have the arm, who have the leg, and have all of this in place to get this done, really. So I can't do it by myself. Chief can't do it by himself, no matter how much knowledge or the proper contract or the portals that he know to go through. He can't do it by himself. Fatimar can't do it by himself.
Exactly. That's what we're saying. I'm glad you agree, bro. You're right on that. Spirits are working for you right now. I'm loving it. Yeah, truth is truth. And at the end of the day, it's all, it's all coming out.
Yeah, he definitely touched.
Now.
He definitely touched.
He touched, man. He touched,
Yeah,
man.
he
Blessings.
touched.
Blessings for that.
He no blind follower either. He ain't gonna let you just
straight.
anything.
No, we heard it in the words.
Mm-hmm.
They were proper questions. This is the thing we don't get. We're New Nuwapians, we're supposed to be questions, and we don't get questions. We don't get proper questions. We get foolishness.
That's no proper questions either. Yeah. They hide behind everything.
Exactly.
Oh, we not open. Oh, it's not this type of chat, brother. Oh, we can't let you in. Oh, we not talking about that right now. Oh, but then you could do a whole video by yourself addressing anything other people say. It's contradictory.
Exactly. Yeah.
You still yelling, Ray, Ray, Ray. We need the master teacher. And they never once thought about themselves. They never once said they needed themselves.
Yep.
They had the proper guidance to help lead themselves. They still looking for a God. So that what that tell you about them? Still looking for a God and can't lead themselves. Then they have no right even having people in position of leading. And when these people speak that are in lead, they always contradicting themselves. They have to come back and apologize for this, or I have to apologize for that. And I'm not saying everyone's perfect. What I'm saying is everything that you standing for and saying is always a contradiction that you have to come back and fix. Or you do a little video saying you're going to speak on the master teacher, but you ain't mention nothing but his echidemia and some other bullshit. You still ain't say what's going on with his process. How much this shit I'm supposed to take? Just listen to y'all. Oh, study the language. This is all they shift down your mouth. Oh, I'm all worried about studying the language right now, brother. So if you ain't talking about freeing the master teacher, you're talking about the language. Or you're talking about the ties, the pygmies. Something that he went over already within the 30 years, just the times. And then you take away, like my boy McCool said, you take away words, and now you're using planet instead of saying Riz or Ilion for a distance. And you give no names to these deeds. Like, what? What kind of foolery is this? What? How you? So now you're saying you less than. You have no knowledge to give. If you can't give the proper names and titles, then you have nothing to give. If you can't say the planets, then you have nothing to give. All you can say is Ethereum. I mean, now you got to speak on where they come from. Where did Ethereans come from? So you can't tell me. So how you claiming it? Got to know the claim sometimes. You know what I mean? Because you could just know. Like Doc used to say, some people don't have to read. Some people don't have to read the Holy Tablets. Some other people don't have to read the scrolls. Already. And some do. And now we're dealing with those that still need to be studious and study. Studying, you can't be studying the actual facts because you're never talking about the actual facts. Video conferences or tapes on the actual facts. You're never building on the actual facts. If you talking about the tires actual facts, that's a lie. You're getting it from the Black Book. Or you're getting it from the ancient Sumerian tablet that he never got to publish or put out. Back in the cut that you don't give to people. This is what they biting from. They biting stuff from out of Sumerian tablets. They biting stuff from out of the AEO. You know what I mean? And they mashing all this stuff up and putting it together and saying this is what it is to the people. What about all the hundreds of books and scrolls that he wrote? Why are you not releasing those before he went to jail? Why are you not releasing those? But you releasing actual facts, right? Say things change. He's talking about, oh, brother, things change. I was building with a brother yesterday, Nuwabi. Oh, you know, things always change. All right, well, it's time for that part to change because ain't nothing coming out of that. How many more years you going to go with the actual facts? And then you do away with everything. So you're trying to say everything stands on just actual facts? Those little ass pamphlets? Saying everything he taught for the 30 years just going to these little pamphlets. And that's it? No need to do research, as y'all say, because y'all always asking, well, what research you got that, or what reference you got that from, brother? Where'd you find that at? Well, how about I found it in my DNA? Like the master teacher said, you can find it out. What's wrong with that? How many times do the angels or the Most High or the God have to come down and get rejected from the people because they looking for something in a scripture or come out a book or a text and they be denied? So you mean I gotta sit here and write over 400 something books just to get your attention? I gotta revise everything that's been reformed and revised again? Why? When the master teacher did that? If the master teacher reformed, the comforter is his name. When the comforter came, what did he reform? So what? So if the comforter is here, then there's no need for another comforter. Only thing comes after that is who? The true living Messiah and who? The Most High himself. gonna bring in, or the Messiah is gonna bring in the Most High. Male. Because ain't just a male Messiah, there's female Messiahs.
No, because Mother Nitty was a Messiah.
Not just her, it was many of them.
Yeah, you had Anu had wives. Even Anu
but
parents.
I'm saying as far as stories like that come out of the like the Bibles, they only talk about the prophets, but they don't talk about the female prophets. They don't talk about the prophetess.
Right. They don't talk about the prophetess, but it's prophetess.
They don't talk about they don't talk about the prophetess, and they don't talk about the female messiahs. Man took all that out of the Bible.
There was plenty of female messiahs.
And made it all about a male ego, male egotistical, male chauvinist. Oh, the women's why we in sin. They can't talk. They need to be taught. What?
Is it like Queen Makita? Queen Makita, she was a Mashiach, Messiah.
Yeah, I know what you meant to say. Messiah. We have one right now on the platform. Like,
yep. We have a
Ishtar.
No, hold on, wait. We have a Ishtar.
Yeah, you have a Mother Ninti.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? A Ishtar, Mother Ninti.
An Ishtar. An Ishtar is a female deity who is around the males. Who's comfortable, who is equal to them. Can be in their presence.
They don't talk about her no more.
Can discuss with them. That's what an Ishtar is. That's why Isis was an Ishtar. That's why she's known as Ishtar.
Facts.
There were many Ishtars. Yeah. Queen of Sheba or Queen Hatshepsut was an Ishtar. She wore a beard. That was part of the initiation of the ceremony. Sorry.
Even the master teacher said that the Messiah was a female.
Straight.
So they leave all that out. They forgot about Fatima, that she was to come.
Yep.
They want to say, oh, that's allegorical. Or some other shit. The sun and the sun clothing her, and the devil waiting there, and the Shaitan, the dragon, waiting to gobble the child up. Well, all these religions that hide her have statues of her all over their church. They have Madonna statues, Mother Mary, Mother Ishtar, Fatima, in the background worshiping her when nobody's looking. They know the truth, concealers of the truth.
Facts.
As a matter of fact,
she birthed the Messiahs.
Exactly. It had to be one too. Elizabeth was in orders. They was in the orders of the essence, like their parents, Zechariah and them. They was priests. They was high priestess. Matter of fact, being that we speaking on that, and we got a pretty much overstanding, understanding, understanding, understanding of the status correction. Fatima been waiting to he didn't say something to the people. So I'm gonna pass it to her. I'm gonna let her Get in here. So you can do what you gotta do. But yeah. Until she get it, we can keep going. Yeah, man. I love this. I love Malachi Z. York. You know?
Also,
God,
Two up.
well, we were going over the Holy Tablets, the introduction to the book. I mean, that go way back, but that's what he's talking about. I was listening to everything you guys were talking about and agreeing. He was talking about, we were talking about earlier in the Holy Tablets, in the introduction, it says, that what has been revealed to me is without doubt, but it will bring you towards a greater understanding of your inner self. What is behind the words is this text. In this text is all that has come through me to you, to the next level. I think we were talking about that earlier.
Yes, say that again. Say it again. To the side, so
What is behind the words in this text is all that has come to bring you to the next level. And I think we was talking about perception and people, when they're under a spell or perception, do things. We all have our own perception. But if it's saying to the next level, then it's a level after. It's not saying the word final. This is the final level. It's saying there is a next level. So when people abide to just this and not see themselves, it is a stopping point, then you're still under a spell and you're following religion. You made Nuwabu a religion, because in the beginning of the introduction, he goes and saying that there are a list of great Nuwabian leaders, that Duse Ali, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, Sheikh Al-Hajj Dawood Faisal, Jawar Smith. He named Nuwabian, so they were under that too, and they were all religions. Level, but it's not. The Nuwabu is the next level, but it's not the final level. He also said that he was sent to give a message. So if he was sent, how could he be Melchizedek? Melchizedek is, moves from shell to cell, shell to shell. So he was saying Melchizedek gave me the message. That wasn't said. He said he was sent to give a message. It's another level. He made it plain and clear. He ain't using big words where you gotta have the dictionary next to you when you're reading the Holy Tablets or anything that he wrote, the Black Book, the Gold. You don't need it. It's self-explanatory. And if you can't see it, then you are under a spell. That's why he wrote books about the spell too, so you could break the spell. But if you still sleep, if you choose to be asleep, because you wake you up. You're choosing to stay asleep. Fight that inner voice in you, because that's what we hear. I think we all have been through, some people have not, but, been through a religion. It never sounded right to me. It just wasn't quite. But some people aren't born with sound right reasoning because they were born outside of nature, depending on their mothers. Just because she's a natural woman or what, a lot of stuff happened in the way Terry was talking about eating right. She could have had generations of not eating right, nurturing themselves. But it could come back. You could remember to remember. When DNA implodes, not explodes. It sets in first. Then it is an explosion and opens you up. Right. Hearing the right sounds, the right vibrations, not hearing those songs beyond the megahertz where it heals and it destroys. That's why this music and TV shows. I mean, back in the day, I didn't let my children watch Power Rangers because the sound wasn't right. Barney ain't right. People sit their children in front of this all day because it seems educational, but the vibration that it gives off causes fusion in them, keeps them under the spell in another way. Yeah. So people gotta, and I know everybody isn't gonna out that 144,000, 144,000, and 9 to shake out the room. And even the number 154, that's a small number. I don't expect everybody to wake up. But I expect 144,000 to be leaders.
That's
but we
right.
got to get back to natural nature,
Right.
and include the women. Where the women, I always say this to y'all. And if the most women they're gone. I could count on my hand the women that I could just sit down with and talk like I talk to y'all. Just be quiet or whatever. Like, they be good. Some sisters are good. I ain't saying that, but they don't sit the time and study for themselves or know or had a DNA explosion or anything. The women are terrified of the babies, and if it ain't right, that's the balance. We got to become one. But if they all off, they ain't happening. This is the next level. We want to land together and get our rights and all that. Where the women at? Who gonna raise the babies? It just can't be men. That's imbalanced. I don't know about y'all, but I don't want to see all men all the time.
I don't either.
Right. We need to balance. That's the next level. Now we learn everything. We got everything. We know about history. We can break down the history. We can talk about the history for days and the bloodline and artifacts. But who's teaching us how to be in a community? We've seen it fail. We watched it fail. And people are still hurt over the failure. And everything that would happen in that failure. Because they didn't learn how to be a community. They're addicted to information. And they call it outformation. You know why it's outformation? Because they ain't using it. It's out. Anybody can say words. Set them under a spell. They still under a spell. You read the Holy Tablets, it doesn't give you a definition of the word Nuwabu. It says Nuwabu leads you to sound right reasoning. It doesn't say the definition of. The tones in the word. When you change the tones in the word, it changes the tones of the word and it gives it another meaning. P isn't even a natural sound. It's hard to say P words. It's a forced sound. Anything natural isn't forced. Wapu. He didn't change it. Why you change it? What happened? So I know the black devil that exists take the information that had, you know, if you read about the devils or whatever, or the jinns or whatever, they take the information and they rearrange it so it sounds good. We gotta wake. That's why y'all, you know, I love my brothers. Y'all do this all the time. I know Osiris all the time. He be in front of the courthouse getting it. Terry, McCool, Malachi. Y'all got it. Y'all my master teachers. It takes a master to know one. Shit still sharp and still. I'm not waiting for nobody to float out the sky. My brother's in London. And wherever Terry at, wherever, you know, that's the master teacher that I know. And I ain't bowing and praising. And that's not to take away from Malachi Z. York. But he said himself paved the way. Paved the way for his other beings on this planet now. That's higher than me. He said it out his own mouth. And people looking for something else, they don't want to hear that part because people like religion. That's why it's a difference between a human and a human. Deities and human beings, dead, spiritually dead. They're spiritually dead. They only take to the words. The words doesn't match the vibration or the frequency of their mind. Well, it does because they're dead. So it's not changing their mind, evolving their mind, ascending their mind. They stuck. People wear black to funerals. Why is that? You got on a uniform of a dead man. A lot of people, you know, because of self-hatred and things, they just like to belong. So it's something to belong to. It's beautiful. Stop being followers. And everyone being a leader doesn't mean it has to be confusion. You have to lead yourself first. But I know that most people are just only going to follow a religion. They need. But even if you look to the root of the word religion, it doesn't mean what people think it means. It means getting back to yourself. Re-legare. That's what it comes from. And then we go back to that. Ray, sun, ligaments, L-I-G, lig, means the physical sun. You are the physical sun on this planet. You are the soul. S-O-L, S-U-O-U-L. But as long as you put in the outer source, you'll always be under a spell. That's why they changed the word, the letters in the word, the spelling of the word, Luabu. And then even like brothers, like, what is sisters? And I, most of the sisters that I talk to, they're not Wapian. They don't even know what it is. But then you get the ones that's arrogant because they learned a few things, so they want to battle. They got that on their chest. Or they looking for a man, so they just want to talk. So what is sick? I ain't saying the men ain't, but they sick. If the woman is the sick, and the babies that they bore, and they deal with the men and the babies, the women is in the mix all the time.
Facts.
And we can't get right. Ain't no, James Osiris was saying about, somebody, who do the checks and balances, the people to answer to. That's the problem. Nobody got nobody to answer to. These brothers running around abusing sisters. The sisters don't abuse brothers. Ain't no checks and balances. What is your real name? Not your AKA, not your AEO. That was for you. The AEO name was for you. But what is your real name? Up for arson. Are you a pedophile? Were you in domestic violence? Did you hit women? Were you a crackhead? Do you steal? People are scared of paperwork because they got something to hide. That's when you will find out who real. My brother could have been there. Maybe he needed healing. Something, maybe she need to get around people. Maybe she ain't know better. What do you need to know? Niggas don't want to fill out nothing. Get paranoid. It's a lot of crazy people that call themselves conscious. Be crazy and paranoid. I ain't doing Facebook, man. I don't want nobody. I ain't filling out no paper. Nobody in my who this gonna go to? Paranoid. Thinking people, they use the word they too much. They be watching us. Who's that? Why are you fear? Fear blocks everything. What's going on? You said you God. Why are you fearing? That needs to stop. It's bananas. Analysis needs to happen. And people need to wake up. But you know what? We deal with duality. So some people are going to stay asleep. And I'm good with that. That's why I think I was saying to Malachi earlier, you can be patient and keep balance. And let nobody take you over. But that heat, that intense heat, that mama love, that papa love, to get right. You don't lose your cool. But they need to hear it. Because you know what's in you. Is in you. You know that light is in you. And you need to shed some light on them. Stop turning your cheek. Yeah. So if we want to have a tribe, and that's beautiful. To do it collectively in a massive way. But then after that, if people want to live together, we need to know who these people are. What's the name on that paperwork? Let's do, okay, we was past that. We know who you are. You can claim whatever name you want, but let's, Time for games to stop. Everybody gonna stay in their books, heads down like a turtle. Tuck their head in when they ready. When they get too intense, when it's something you don't want to deal with. But if this is your original, if this planet belongs to you, let's deal with the things that's on this planet that need to be fixed. It's a solution to everything. That's why I love it when Terry says that. He doesn't, Tuti. Isn't that he just not complaining? He got a solution to it. The solution is, one of them, start supporting each other. If a brother don't, it's a lot of illiterate people. It's a whole lot of illiterate brothers and sisters. They cannot read properly and they cannot comprehend, but they don't even, I wasn't saying they're not intelligent because they memorize words. They can run it down. You'd be surprised how many brothers and sisters is illiterate. They cannot read or write, but they are born with sound right reasoning, or those words heal them and raise their elevation. She might need help filling out those papers. And it ain't gonna take it from somebody that's judging them. Like, what? You can't, what? These are real issues. There's brothers right now, they probably don't got nothing to eat. Sisters right now, that she done help brother such and such look good, go outside, and they don't got no food, her and the babies. Tell brother such and such, sister such and such for some help, because people talk about each other. These is the problems, and the solutions is to get with real people and make something happen. That same sister getting assistance from the government. Why we don't have a soup kitchen where she can bring her baby? This is the kind of stuff that need to happen. Stop. Fear and ego. Those two things block everything. People find out you got fear in you, so then the ego come out. There's no ascension in that. And build a house on ego, because your board gonna be bigger because you want it to look nice, and you think of his though or hers. That's why I love it when y'all talk. I just be listening and laughing, because it ain't no ego. It's beautiful. That's why y'all just need to go ahead and record live so people can see this is how you build and destroy. Y'all have solutions. Had a solution all the way up. All right, I'm done. I had to say it was on my mind. This came out after I read that. I was just tired.
No, I felt that energy. I felt all those all positive energy, and that was all what needed to be said.
Mm-hmm.
That's true what she said.
Yeah. What you say, Osiris?
You said what you said was true, factual. We can't deny none of it. Facts beyond all reasonable doubt. Ain't no actual facts, just facts.
Yeah.
Truths. Here's what
The word actual has the word act in it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not real.
Not real at all.
That's kind of coincide with Fatima saying acting. another form of entertainment, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Saying for years, like the Nation of Islam has a good thing. It's, you know, some of the things are good, like how the sisters have a class, because they come from homes. A lot of sisters I never seen any from home. You know, that's good. And some brothers haven't seen it either. They need that. They need that basic training like that. I'm talking about with, you know, the teachings. I'm talking about that basic training. Well, he never seen his father before. So how did he know how to be a man except for what the media pushes or what he read in the book? He ain't never seen it. He ain't never seen a brother married for 30 years, back with his wife and children. Maybe the sister don't know how to, you know what I mean? And it's no shame in it. She come. Maybe she, you know, she never know how to take care of her hair. She just do weave. And people just put it in the book. Most people, you put it in the book, it's gonna get hidden because most people don't read with their own perception. That's why Facebook is two-second readings. But let somebody post something long, they're gonna slide. They might just like it if you tag them in it. They ain't read it. Instagram, 30-minute, you know, intervals or 30-second, my bad, of videos or posts. Like it's just real quick. They microwave society. But it's real. These men need to know how to be soldiers. They don't watch the A-Team, so they think they about that life. You know what I mean? In the hood with guns, and they ain't no soldier. That's something like a soldier. How about working together? Learning how to live outdoors, going camping together as friends. Learning how to build a fire from Flintstones, shit like that. People talk about it, what the Trump doing, whatever. Ain't nobody really doing nothing about it. What the fuck a march gonna do? Look at the little videos of the women or whoever doing little karate. Did she have a class? Some money together so she could teach other sisters how to fight with weapons. Maybe this sister can't afford. Instead of talking about it, let's all just put some money together to do it. This is community stuff.
On that.
Man, people are so fascinated with a damn UFO and know they tell you all about the UFO, the beings on each planet, but they don't know their grandfather. That's a problem. That's cognitive dissonance. You can't trace your lineage. You don't know where Africa, you don't know where they came from, nothing. But you learn about Egypt, Timbuktu, all of this. But you don't know your bloodline, your ancestors. I ain't never seen, depending on your family, I'm not saying all women are bad, but you got a lot of problems. And men are bad. But you don't, you can't even do that with your direct bloodline. Argue you down about Anu or whoever. It's a problem. Brother asked me for advice. He didn't pay his storage fee for several months. Those stuff was in there. I was months and they held it. That's a miracle. He was more concerned about his papers, having somewhere to stay. Like, that's crazy to me. He didn't have the money. He wanted the get quick scheme. Like, what we could do? No, I'm not doing that for you, nigga. You 7 months you ain't paid. Like, this is the kind of stuff that all people deal with. Like that kind of ignorance. They need healing. What this same brother? If I ask him, oh, where do I find this in the tablets or what book? He could off the block. But you couldn't pay your bill for 7 months. Want to do the to get over. Fatima, you talk real good. Can you please? This is the kind of people who need structure in a way. They need a religion in a way. I'm not telling them they need to be broken. And they need guidance. And y'all are here to do it. I'm here to do it. They catch on you like, oh, I got my papers and I got my status and I got some money. Then everybody gonna want to call you then when it benefits them. This is a benefit. The benefit for yourself.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. I'm talking about.
I just want to add to what you were saying, sister. You said that you were gonna put the work in. I was gonna let you know that the one of the ways we raise these mentally and spiritually dead is becoming superconductors. We gotta charge them up from the inside out, and that means we gotta be charged from within, all the way out, permeating from without, like a radiating force of healing energy, pumping straight into their soul and saying, "Wake your ass up! It's that time."
I get it. The women battle me in a different way. And the men, they usually end up cussing me out. Then they come back. So I understand that energy that you gotta give to them. And sometimes, Reverend will say, Black Sun will say, no, you can't do that, but I know what's in me. So some people need it hardcore. Don't cut no corners. I ain't holy. So sometimes they need that real talk. They need it. The 100.
I agree. I definitely agree.
I used to get bored when I grew up in the masjid, and the imam would just give the khutbah in Arabic. I would be bored. Like, what did I come here for? Now he didn't explain it. He didn't, you knew what he was saying, but it was just like really dry. Like, I don't want to hear. How is that going to change my life? Those words you just said. It's a kid. So a lot of times, the Holy Tablets, they help,
YouTube Live, you gotta
There's an assistance.
Gregory Jackson.
You don't have to. But it's an assistance, They need that real life help, though. Real life.
It should be on home pages where you can faster subscribe to your channel, Gregory Jackson.
So that's like I was saying when we were talking way earlier, Fatima, about we need to install this system in place then. You know what I'm saying? We need to just go ahead and do it.
Yeah, but that's what I was saying it to you. Like, let's do it, because it's just it need to happen. And you know what I'm finding out is no, and this has just been like people be all about the talk, and as soon as you about to do, you know, the action, then these people start falling off and being weirdos. I'm about the action. Every day I live this. Ain't people always around, coming, calling, not gonna do it out of nowhere, need help, assistance, whatever, let's talk about this, let's do this. It's real life. For you, for us. But now it's time to build the empire for real. Be your own chief.
And that's what we need.
You your own entity. And I'm not saying to not follow under the guidelines. I'm just saying, you know, on another level. You know your camera is on, Osiris? Your okay. But this is a part of it. They're getting the word out of their words here. Words of sound. Words of music. We are music.
Yeah. But little bro Malachi, what's up? What's up? You in there?
Yeah, I'm here, brother.
Malachi. All right. I ain't hear from you in a minute. Can you tell me what you gathered from all this? Bring something to the table. If I finish.
I'm good. Yep.
To a few things. We'll go into the once again. That's what's important. So 432. Again, we're dealing with a frequency of love. Say that. So make a reference back to Anu. About who this is a title. Also a physical being. This is a title as well for all the 9 innards combined to equal one being. All the 9 innards, now I want to be clear because I said some things earlier and I was rushing, so I just want to make sure that I clear that up. So all the 9 innards, okay? In Egyptology, this is Osiris, Set, Shu, Tefnut, etc. You know, and biblical references, Gabriel, Raphael, Israel, etc. Right? So all these deities combined is Anu. And that's similar to whoever, if you ever seen like Captain Planet, they would have all these rings, and together, each of them would have a force of will alone, but together it would be, you know, this supreme being of a Captain Planet, so to speak. So I'm just making that reference to give people a visual. All right. So now when you're dealing with 72 governors and these type of things, all right, you can read this type of stuff religiously, and there's a reason why it was written that way, because and there's a reason why throughout the whole tablets you see Anu, Ilion, Ilion, El at different times sporadically throughout the tablets, because you're actually toning in, you know, as you're reading, you're tuning in, you know, whether you know it or not, you know, when you say these names or calling these deities, that's what you're doing. So you know, Anu, again, these combination of these 9 enids is 3 times 3. So each of these, this 9, excuse me, let me slow down, this 9, all right, is 3, 3, and 3. All right, these are all individual deities. Okay, in that culmination, it will bring you back to your first existing beings who came here without the blood. This is prior to blood. And this is why when the brother mentioned sometimes Anu has parents and sometimes he don't, to answer that question is because when he's in the physical state, in the blood state, he has parents. But then there comes a time when you reach the etheric state where you disregard your parents and you become one with the all. So there'll be different times when they're talking about the same being, but on different levels of density, different levels of manifestation. Okay, so I just want to be clear on that. So now 432 again hertz double, okay, gives you the equation of the speed of light. So again, you're talking about light traveling on a 432 hertz squared. All right, that is the frequency that brought you here. Now light frequencies change. All right, Einstein said light moves at a constant frequency. History tells us light changes its speeds. All right, but when you're operating on 432, this is the fastest speed of light, and this is what we're going back into. We're going back into this accelerated light, accelerated thought. All right, that manifests. All things manifest. So we can talk on a level of information, which is cool, but then eventually it would have to manifest in order for you to vibrate, okay, and align yourself with the tone, which is the 9, which is the 9 in Nij, which is the culmination of all deities on earth. You have a connection to the earth, you have a connection to the cosmos, and you have a connection to the people around you. All right. So the your job would be to find harmony into those things so you can operate on this level, because this is the alignment of the planets. Okay, so when your heart is pumping the blood that gives life, okay, your heart is beating at 72 beats per second. So 72 equals 942. These different things that indicate 999, which is 9 to the 4, which is equal to infinity. Right? The steps.
Elijah, you got your camera on, Elijah. I said you got your camera on. I can see you. Yeah, this Osiris. The brother was just baking bread. I was just letting you know your camera's on. No, you can't see none of us because we got our profiles up.
Now my camera off now, right?
Yeah, no, yeah, I still.
Oh, so you see me?
Yeah.
So everybody see me.
Yeah, everybody see me. Hey, Malachi, break that bread, bro. Get back on that bread, bro.
Hold on, Osiris. How do I take off my camera?
Go to the top up there, and you'll see the value button. Hit that and click it back on.
Is it off?
No.
Touch the screen. Touch your screen, and at the bottom of the screen, you'll have 3 dots. There you go.
Oh, it's off?
Yeah. It's off now.
All right, man. All right, so what's the brother? So what the brother's talking about? Hello, I'm here.
Malachi, you there?
I think he just left the line.
Well, Malachi,
he muted.
He muted it.
Yeah, finish your bill, Malachi.
Yeah, Malachi, finish on Malachi.
That's the brother, the master, Elijah. Step in
Peace,
the
y'all.
building. Peace.
I'm trying to pick up where the gods and the goddesses left off on. Because I just got on it. I was trying to call the brother Osiris, but I see that he was in he was in the conversation and he was locked in on the site. I had to call the God Black Sun to get the site. But I just wanna hear what the brothers and the sisters got to say, so I could just catch on. You understand?
Yeah. We was talking about a lot of things.
What y'all just
I
left
can
off?
let Terry explain it to you.
No problem. I'm
We were
all
talking about
ears.
the whole show is about the spell has been broken.
I already know that September 9th, 1999, that's when the devil rule was over. You know, me and you already discussed that, God Osiris, That's why a lot of people are like starting to gravitate to like a soul like living. Like even wearing your hair naturally was becoming a trend amongst the women. Back in the days they used to be ashamed of their hair follicles. They rocking their hair naturally. A lot of people are taking names of their ancestors now. So that's the proof in the pudding. A lot of things are shifting. A lot of people are going to Ifa, starting to deal with the Orishas. So, a lot of people moving from the spook god worship to ancestral worship, libation. I mean, it's evidence, but a lot of people are unaware that they're transcending to that natural state. It's just their ancestors awakening inside of them.
Facts,
I hear
brother.
it's pretty silent on the line.
Mm.
So what you been discussing about Osiris God? What bread you broke?
Well, I basically like on here asking questions about the brother was talking about we need to sign this indigenous deity about us getting back into our original state, and you could talk and he could tell you more about that.
But you have to enlighten me on that, because how you going to sign a physical contract to identify a pact or initiation with the supernatural dimension or the supernatural world? I can't compute that. How you going to sign a
Because
physical
you live in a
contract?
physical world, even though you have a spirit
No.
in the
What I'm
soul.
saying, I believe, I understand what you're saying, but you're saying signing a contract. What did you say, Osiris? Because I don't want to. I don't want
Yeah, like the paperwork going through the for your sovereignty.
Oh, you talking about? I thought you were talking about signing a physical contract to initiate with a spirit. I was like,
No,
that. Yeah. Sorry, I
it's your
misheard you.
indigenous.
Oh, you're talking for sovereignty. Oh, okay. All right. Sorry. I apologize to everybody. I
It's
didn't
your
understand.
indigenous standing.
Yeah. So
Yeah, the
I'm listening.
process
I'm
is
all
called your
ears.
indigenous standing process.
Okay. I would like to know more about it. I mean, if anybody want to speak on it right quick, if none of the brothers or sisters mind talking about it right quick, whoever was talking about it, I'd like to hear some more about it.
Go on, Terry. My thing seems to be messing up for some reason.
Yeah, my phone breaking up too bad. I don't know why. So Osiris,
Yeah, I'm
hello?
here.
Yeah, who was speaking about it? Because I want to hear more about
Terry,
it.
the brother Terry was speaking on it.
Is he still on the line?
Terry,
Yeah.
you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I got too many mics open. It's gonna echo if we all try to go. It all could be two open at a time.
So you think I should cut off my TV?
No. Put your phone on mute.
I'll put my phone on mute. Okay, I got you.
Unless he has something to say.
I don't have nothing to say
Yeah,
right now.
Terry.
I want to hear more of this. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I mean, basically, I had started to notice as they say, the code in the matrix, the plan, as they say, for the 144,000 chosen that would choose to take up the path. Basically, you would be using the holy tablets, and a part of that is your first initial path to be a Wu Nuwa being and walk that path of right knowledge. And then your next step was to change yourself, your standing, to say that I'm no longer black. The master teacher tried to code it for you and tell you, so that way these mugs won't try to slow up like your progression. Because currently, for all those who are just now jumping on the bandwagon late, come March 5th, the FBI is changing how you submit your statutory declaration and statutory claim. That's why we was trying to help those who, you know what I mean? Now that Trump is in there, man, he's trying to close all the gates. That way y'all are trapped. Y'all stay debtors. Y'all stay slaves. Now, this is where the buck come in. This is where y'all going to have to say, well, you know, he don't have to come make me. Yeah, they'll make you. They'll make you go right to them concentration camps on these big old long trains with these big, huge, gray convoy trucks gathering debtors up. So, like, either you want to be on that bandwagon or you're going to be on this bandwagon. You're going to contract with somebody because that's the way commerce works. That's what we was trying to get to. You know what I mean? You got to get past this fiat crap. It's not about money. It's about your soul. You know what I mean? It's about this real power that's waiting for you right here in front of you. You know what I mean? The only way you're going to be able to conceptualize and utilize that power is to turn your body into a superconductor by eating right, using your melanin and what it's intended for to absorb those electromagnetic waves, and then having the monatomic in your body to be able to house those energies.
Yeah, I'm listening, but the brother sound like the brother broke up. Yeah, you have to turn into a superconductor by eating right, thinking right, you know, and learn how to use your neuromelanin. I agree completely. I totally agree with that.
Also got to keep the frequency. The frequency is important. That middle C, those 440 hertz is the maximum. Anything under that is all good. You go past 440, you hurting yourself. You're damaging yourself. You know what I mean? That's why the master teacher was saying the lesser light, that radioactive light, that lower light at the end of the spectrum. You know what I mean? Right now, like, praise be to the Most High, we're not even near that light, y'all. I'm trying to tell you, our solar maximums, even when our sun isn't even active, we're moving into heavier ethers in the space, man. So that means our sun, the rays that it's kicking off, even when it's not active, the rays that surround it, there are other rays that are around it, and they're kicking off gamma rays. Look on the spectrum of electromagnetics, and you will see that gamma is up there, bro. That's good for us. Our melanin is encoded in our DNA. That means that it's going to activate points of your melanin.
Terry, can I ask you a question? Do you think it has a lot to do with that the solar system is traveling? Because a lot of people think that the solar system is stationary, but you know, the sun is actually pulling the planets, you know, and the planet's constantly traveling. You know, do you think it has a lot to do with that?
Correct.
That our solar system is constantly traveling?
Correct. And we not on no silly little weird tray. Here. You got to think. Use your knowledge. When they try to tell you was on a flat disc, tell them about the device called a gyroscope, and that would dismantle all that nonsense. Explain to them how a gyroscope works, and then you will know that you are no longer on no flat disc. You are on a massive round orb held in place by the tachyon or tetrahedron energy and protected by this crystal dome that's right above that cap, so that way those rays won't come in and heat that internal sun up and shake this whole thing apart. So, you know, like that information was Neb Kamas Senatumre mentioned it in his videos, and he continues to bring the truth, you know, from the holy tablets.
Facts.
I want to ask a question. The brother had said about like more people are wearing natural hair now. And what else did you say, Elijah?
What about what? Well, talking about how people are unconsciously gravitating to their ancestors.
Yeah.
Well, I just was
okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like a lot of people are just starting to identify themselves with ancient names, ancient names from Africa or Kemet. But I don't like to call it Kemet. I call it by its natural name, Tar, but Greek name Egypt. A lot of people are, women are starting to wear their hair naturally, but they identify it as a fad. But it's a form of spiritual gravity because the ancestors communicate with one another. For example, like if you chilling right here, like supposedly, God forbid, if you was in jail and then another female was in jail with you, you know what I'm saying? People recognize energy, but it's actually before you actually gain contact with that individual, your ancestor negotiate or speak with the other person's ancestors. That's called spiritual operations, and then y'all come together. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, then y'all bump heads or whatever. It'd be like, oh, damn, man, I see you, man. I feel your vibe, blase, squaze, this and that. But before that takes place, it's a spiritual operation that takes place amongst your ancestors and their ancestors. So a lot of people, like, okay, your ancestors, they're very subtle beings. Like supposedly your grandmother died or whatever. They know the truth and they're saying they become protectors. Like, they will use anything. Like if you believe in God or you believe in this spook God or this Jesus, they will use your religious beliefs, to strengthen you. Or if you believe in it, even though they know it's not true, it's pretty hard to explain. It's pretty hard to explain. But basically what they're using like fads, like other people, basically ancestors are connecting with one another. By okay, this girl, damn, I like my hair like that. Like people like it's a trend. It's pretty complex to explain. Like everybody is seeing, all these women are seeing people wearing their hair naturally, and they're like, I like this, I like that. But it's actually the ancestors are doing this.
Robots. They're just gonna fit in.
Yeah, exactly. But it's not actually.
But their minds aren't. Because I was gonna say, I see a lot of gay guys that wear locks now.
Yeah, because you got to understand when you perm your hair, you're grounding your energy. Because
Yeah,
your hair is solar panels, and it also absorbs energy. It's a form of fiber. Exactly. So the ancestors are using fad and trend to actually gravitate us back to our original state. Because
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Because a lot of us are ignorant. So slowly but surely,
they don't even know that they're on a natural state.
Exactly.
They only pass to the natural state. But I would think that the exterior will have to meet the interior. Like even though they are going back towards it, like if their mind, because everything starts in the mind, if their mind isn't there, then it's just a look. It's a robot.
Yeah, but sometimes it takes external influence to actually tap certain facets inside of the mind.
It does.
So that's one of the ways they're using. That's one of the methods they're using to awaken our people, because you got some people that's ignorant as hell out there, and they got powerful names. That's raw names. I know this dude out there. He a savage right now, and he called himself Ilium. Sometimes a person don't even know what kind of power they contain until an external event actually awakens a certain facet in their mind to gravitate them to search more, until boom, they move from ignorance into intellect. I mean, it's so much degrees to it. It's unbelievable. The way the ancestors work, the way the Anunnakis work, is just unbelievable. It's many methods.
I would say that during the 70s, it was a natural hair phase with the afros, men and women.
It's breaking.
But I think that it's past. Well, we know that it's past the physical self.
Definitely.
And if it's aligned properly with all those things that need to be aligned, then it's just a look. Regardless of what the ancestors or whatever, they didn't catch on. It's just the natural.
I agree. That makes sense.
See, and another thing too, you got to understand that the 60s and the 70s was a different type of flow of energy that our ancestors, how people was going through at that time. So they say fad, it come back in like one time we were wearing BKs, we were wearing Bucks.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And we wearing all these different shoes, and people wearing them again now today, like silk shirts and everything. See, but back then when our people were wearing this stuff, it was actual energy force that causes them to come together to be recognized as one force. You know what I'm saying? Like the Black Power back then.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? And the Nation of Islam movement and all of that. It was an energy back then that's different from the
energy
day.
now, yeah. Because you got to know the forces of evolution is running rampant right now because they know their time is up. So they're trying to be savage and destroy as much as possible. That's why we shift from that pure state, because we was more in a pure state back in them times. Way more in a pure state. Most of our people was diasporic, Afrocentric, you know. But due to the fact they know their rule is up, you know, the Samonite reptilians, they know their rule is up. So they're going to try to trick us as much as possible. They're using, like, you know, they got conductors hung up on telephone poles that actually control your mind. They got all these new things on the cell phone. These touchscreen phones is actually lowering your IQ. They did a survey, what's on the news, that is destroying people's IQ. Cell phones is actually making people dumber. And look at the Pokemon Go. This is all Illuminati mind on control. Pokemon Go. Man, it was like 17 people all over the world that died playing that game.
That's that fear. Because it's cool too, but I'm saying it's fear. Like, and if you know that stuff, it's not a us that being controlled, it's they.
True enough. The ones that's under the spell.
Like it's that fear, like, but you still, you know, alone, you still use these cell phones. And we know those things is there.
Yeah, exactly.
And you know what I'm saying? So what do you do about it? It's about what you do about it, not just and fearful.
Yeah, exactly. I agree.
And you right too, Elijah, that the phone is making people dumb because
it was on the news.
It's self-explanatory. Look at how the people using the smartphones today. You know what I'm saying? Back compared to when Dr. Malachi Z. York was teaching, you know, from book, you had the right typewriter and all of this.
Exactly. Look
you just going on Google looking up stuff and you ain't doing no real research.
Exactly. They digitizing books now. Yo, you could download a book on your phone. That's why Master Zadok said, that's why Nuno B. Rockenthal said, yo, save your books. Build your libraries. Get them physical books. You got certain books right now, God. You got certain books right now, they don't even make it a physical print no more. Why you think they shutting down all the Barnes and Nobles?
It's not really
having it on my phone or on my computer or on my tablet. I don't have to have a physical book to still read it. That can be saved too on my tablet or on my computer or my USB drive.
Yeah, but
you know what I mean? You don't gotta have a physical book in here. That's the trick within the trick too. Like as long as you get the information, it don't matter.
No, but
on the phone is smart, not you, because people don't memorize numbers anymore.
That's just true. And that is an implement of distraction. The smartphone is being used.
The thing is not to be distracted
intelligence.
And not harp on it and just teach the people. Like put your phone, like people sit around the dinner table and everybody got their phone in.
I can't hear you. You breaking up, sister. I can't hear you. You're breaking up bad.
You hear me?
I can't hear nothing. Y'all breaking up real. I didn't even hear most of the last thing that she said. I didn't hear.
Like that's I know. Huh?
Let me chime in for a minute.
Am I picking up?
Yeah, Malachi, we were trying to get you to finish your anyway.
All right, let me chime in for a minute on this topic real quick. So, just every time I speak, stop.
Everybody all right?
I thought Malachi was building, but he probably was trying to talk.
There you go.
And his phone went messed up, so he went in and came back out. Here you go. He back. Go ahead, Malachi.
All right.
I'm back in. Malachi?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right.
So when we all on this phone together, right? For instance, we all on this phone in different places, and what we're forming, we form a grid that we can't see, but someone has control of this grid. Someone has collective data and control over everything that's taking place on this grid that we're utilizing. So what that does is it takes away from our telepathical ability to what we had when we was able to do this back in the ancient times. However, we got to remember what times we're living in. Okay, we're on our way back to those times of telepathy. We're not actually in those times. So what we must do, okay, because dumbing down your IQ is only truth depending on what side of the paradigm you're living on. Because if you become smart and intellectual with computers, you also are able to take them to info wars. And that's what time we live in the time of information wars, facts. You understand? So the objective is to utilize the internet because that was also sent for you to use. www is 333, which again equals 9 ether. Okay, HTTP, all these things that they decide to use, HTML, you know, these symbols are constellations, okay, and satellites that we used down on these grounds. So when Doc used the symbol HTM, you know, it's more than just Heliopolis and all that, you know, stuff that we try to make it of. Because when you get into the science and the mathematics of it, you start to understand on a deeper level what's taking place and why these things are, you know, when you start looking at your house tools, your pipes, you know, your Ethernet cords, simple things around your house, you start to realize everything is mathematics. It's manifested in mathematics. You understand what I'm saying? So what we have to be able to do is, again, vibrate on this certain frequency, now not allow adverse forces to change our tones. So eventually we're going to have to, again, watch what we say, what we watch, what we listen to, because it's going to disturb us as times excel. Now, the brother asked if we was moving in the universe. Who knows? See, there's some questions that you know that they can't answer, but what you do know is that planets was knocked out of the solar system. And when those planets return, it changes your frequency and your DNA. You understand? What they telling you is nothing new. All right, they telling you have junk DNA, which all that DNA accounts for something. So even going to listen to them about certain things is a red flag already. That's why I stress the fact of methodology, what they call epistemology, and that is what you know, all right, how you know it. You got to prove these things. You got to question these things. It's not just about the information. Because me and you can look at the same picture and interpret two different meanings, right? But the artist had one thing in mind. You understand? So only if you're vibrating on a frequency that the artist was on, you would understand that artist. Some people ain't deep enough to understand the master teacher. That's why he makes comments like, you know, this information isn't for everybody. You know, but it gets deep, you know, and when you understand we are all computers, you won't need a computer because we make the computer. We made the computers. You see what I'm saying? We make everything. Everything comes from inside of self. So what we must do to oppose these forces, just like when we speak, sometimes we get these static frequencies. Enough of us with the same thought vibrating on the same tone can make static frequencies for their satellites. We will shut down GPS systems simply by chanting the Om. See, this is real. This isn't spooky. You see what I'm saying? And it ain't magic. That's just what they call it. But when you realize that all of us give off this aura, and we determine the color of the planet. You understand? We are giving off vibrations and frequencies to other planets. And the vibration that we giving off, the galaxies don't like it. You see? Because we all vibrating at the lowest density level. When we supposed to be Etherians to the point where we can transform in and out of this physical existence at any time. Those were the times, but now these are the times. These are the times of the robots. You see what I'm saying? These are the times of the robots right now. It's going to be robot wars. Because the people ain't going to be able to get it together in time. You know, sad story, but the people ain't going to be able to get it together in time. But those of us who are the nines, who are searching for that tone, you know, digging through information, eating well, and like the brother Terry said, and doing a lot of things well, this will have us vibrating to the point where we don't need anything else, because we'll be too busy visiting other galaxies every time we sit down and meditate. We wouldn't have much business here. You know, there wouldn't be much to talk about, wouldn't be much people to save. So each individual as a teacher, as a teacher, we're also coming down to hell. And we got to remind ourselves that too, that we're coming down, we're bringing ourselves down to a density level to argue about certain things when we already should know better. See, and the information is not for everybody. So everybody should, especially the ones who was on the land. Unfortunately, I wasn't one of the ones that had that experience, but I was able to submerge myself through videos and understand and put things together with my own life. You understand what I'm saying? With my own signs. So, you know, with that being said, it's all about being vibrant. You have a beat. All right. You have a beat, a drum, and a tone. All right. These three things, like I said, vibrate on 144 hertz, okay, 72 hertz, right, and 432 hertz. All of those is 999. All of those is the noble gases, but something created those gases, and the creator of those gases is the unknown, the X. You know what I'm saying? But Elyon, LLL, you see, that's 3 times 3, or 333, going back to the 9 inneds and the principles of existence as we know it, as we can fathom. And quickly, just to address those who are talking about they are Natharu or whatever, and my claim is that they are interchangeable, and the reason being, before this planet had before the Anunnaki arrived here on this planet was dark, this planet was void. All right, there was beings that existed on this planet though, and that's like, this is basic information. This is like I think in one of the introductions. All right, but the planet was dark, the planet was void. Existence as we know it, Homo sapiens, are part of a project. And that's just a fact. However, you do have the ability to step outside of the physical because you do possess something higher than that and become an Etherian. But everyone won't make it. Everyone won't make it. Some of us are going to still be bickering about who is who and where is where, when here is there and there is here. You know what I'm saying? who the hell knows? All you know is you exist, you know, and that's the number one fact. And that's on the meditation tape. You understand what I'm saying? You follow? So that's the level I'm on with things. It's all about frequencies and tones, because what you say out your mouth, depending on how you say it, will affect someone differently. You know what I'm saying? You can say the same thing twice, different ways, and someone will ask you, are you mad? You know, because it ain't what you're saying, it's how you say it. The frequency that's entering someone else's DNA. You know?
I want to say something. I gotta ask you a question, Makai. This is what I get. When a new energy comes in, meaning a person, and you were talking about the magnetic grid that we create within each other, you know, when a new person comes in, you the tones change because it has to it has to adjust, it has to balance. So that's why the phone starts messing up. Do you peep that?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You'll peep that.
So that in itself, in plain way, like in a you know, I guess in a simple explanation, you know, just dealing with electronics, and I guess we could say we're electric beings or conductors, depending on your frequency. You know.
Definitely.
Would you agree?
Definitely. I would agree. I'm sure.
Another thing.
Interject.
We were saying. Speak telepathic and be afraid. They're still stuck in the belief of telepathy. Oh, that is true. Like when people talk, when I hear them talk, or someone want to say, explain it like I think in ether, or yeah, because when people, or you know, I vision in ether, because when people talk, I see the visions in their mind. And that's another form of telepathy. Like, and sometimes I gotta shut it off. Like I had to learn to shut it off because some people, you know, see crazy shit in their head. But I didn't have fear. Yeah. And a lot of the time that fear and the belief keeps you out of ascending to your higher self or what you naturally are. A book about telepathy and try to do it, but you can't try. It's natural. I don't know if that makes sense.
That makes perfect sense.
I want to say something. Okay,
Yeah.
Terry, Terry was saying that, you know, we designed the computers. We created the computer, so we are computers. You know, our minds and everything. That's true, and that's why Dr. Malachi Z. York was saying to your books, because he was also telling you in the Millennium Book, Part 1 and 2, about the destruction of the technology in the cashless society. And a lot of people is dependent on technology, and that's what the six ether being want people to do, to depend on technology, because once you get dependent on technology, then that means you're going to be a handicapped person. Because once they shut down technology, like say right now, all the lights and the power go out. All the lights go out. Black power. Like Black Sun was saying, all the lights go out. Where's your technology coming from then? You got to use your technology from your brain. You see what I'm saying? So them books and everything that you know from your phone, and you depending on your phone to do it for you, you got to actually master that within your mind, within yourself, within your cells, to actually read the Holy Tablet within your mind and see the pages in your mind. You know what I mean?
The first time I read the Holy Tablets.
Not just the only Holy Tablet.
The first time I had picked it up, anybody tell you, it was stuff that I was talking about already without even picking it up. It was in my DNA. It's sound right reasoning. Your DNA. So,
Right.
you know, books, you know, can make confirmation for you. And, you know, some things I'm not afraid of not knowing. If I don't know something, I can submit to that. I don't care.
Okay, it's basically about, we were talking about technology. So we were saying how people is, you know, dependent on technology.
They, you know, no afraid of information, but you know, a lot of people, like what Terry was speaking about eating right, stuff. You know, people have been eating pork their whole life. Even people that call themselves conscious sneak still. That's poison in your system. We have computers in our systems, whether we want to realize it or not. Our brains are computers. Our hearts is computers. Our lungs, computers. They operate without you. Matter is a computer. You can't stop it. When you gotta go, you gotta go. Your stomach is a computer. When you're hungry, you want to eat. You feed it its data. So this is the reason why people fasted and did prostration to raise their heighten their spirituality, so they didn't need, and they had more control of their computers. This is where your soul grows, when you ascend. But you can be controlled. You control you. Take in the information, the people you're around, the energies that you keep around. People are energy. So they can bring you down or heighten you. Your children, if you don't got them right, they running you and you not running them. You're going to be tired, aggravated. You're doing something to your computer. You don't need the physical books. Like I'm saying, we're in a new age. You know what I mean? I'm not going to ride a donkey to the store. I'm going to get in my car. With having that same book on a tablet and not the physical, you know, cover.
Okay,
you know what I mean?
I understand what you're saying. But I'm saying that's what I'm saying. That's for the now. But what happened? That's what I'm saying. What's gonna happen when they shed it, like Dr. Malachi Z was saying in the Millennium Book, like the cash?
Print it out. Yeah, you can print those things out. Like if the lights go out, yeah, you can. Like what I'm saying, if you have a book on your tablet or your phone, you have the option to print the whole thing out. It's just up to you.
And then
the physical book. A lot of the physical books now are being hidden. That's they have over days you can't. They should be able to go back into it and right or keep it out. I mean, something. That's the same thing. It's a history repeating itself. So we gotta be the book. We gotta be the new book. On that information, that's why you know what you know. But yeah, I agree with having a physical book and the light go out and all of that. But we can't stay stuck on the fear part of it. Information that you have, you know what I mean? That's how our people told stories around the campfire or whatever in the village. They passed those stories down. It's not right reasons. It's in our DNA anyway. Keep the book and just being, you know, just too spiritual. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, fancy free. Let's just, you know, we can have physical books too. You know, some people can't buy the physical book. You know, some people live in places where they can't even get.
It was the reason why our ancestors left those writings on the wall, and even the Sumerians had the carving on the wall. those like physical books.
Yeah, because the carvings on the wall was books. You know what I mean? I don't know. Well, I do know, because I don't know if I'm saying, like, I ain't never read a book about the Amish, but everybody know how they live. Action is a book in itself. People are addicted only on the phone. People are addicted to just books, information. People had books in their house. They ain't never touch them. Be dusty as fuck. Put the action. Now you know your people. You know about being Ethereum and the whatever. Now to put the action to them books. Oh, and get the physical book and hold on to the book. But real talk, if the apocalypse come, I ain't saving no books.
Then who that was? That was Nine Ether.
I'm out.
That was Nine Ether had said earlier.
I'll be like, oh, let me get the holy tablets. I got no.
Yeah, hold on. Let me say something real quick. Then that was Nine Ether. That was Nine Ether or Terry, or one of them said earlier that we was already written in the book. Because when we had requested to come here from that contract that we made already from the unknown or the nothingness, we was already in the book of life. So there are already books written before the physical written of this planet Earth. So books always gonna be important, whether you like it or not. And because even the ancestors in the etheric forms got books. They got writing and keeping tabs of stuff. That's just the way it is. You ain't the only one. You ain't started this. They started this. You just came along with the program to do what you need to do. Okay? So, and when Terry, when the planet was dark, the Meldekian was living here. The Meldekian is the ones who came here and was living in the water and built the yams. Water, and they under the Bermuda Triangle, which is, okay? And we can go back into when, what the Anunnakis had to reprocreate the black clouds and everything, what happened from the meteorite, destroying the dinosaurs and all that from the other civilization that was here before the other civilization. But that was always light. But they had the meteorites that destroyed a lot of stuff, and they had to move the darkness from that.
Yeah, you're right. And you might need to move away from your phone a little bit, because you're making it a little static, because your voice carries. You may be talking a little loud. You know what I mean? Hype. So like it's making static. But we found you.
The volume on the phone.
Volume of what, Terry?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you better now. You sound clear.
Okay. I was saying that Terry was saying, this earth was void and it was dark. But we know the Meldekian was here. And we know that there was light that was here too, because the sun is 93 billion years old. And the earth is 66 billion years old, what broke away from the sun. So when the Meldekians came here and lived in the water, and they built the yams inside of the water, the cities.
I'm chime in for a minute. Remember the sun, all right? Remember the sun who gave birth to Atum. Noon gave birth to Atum, the dark waters.
You saying the dark water gave birth to the sun?
That's right.
How can the dark to the sun when the sun is controlling the water on this planet?
Say it again.
Say that again. Say that again.
How can the water give birth to the sun when the sun is that's on this planet?
Because you gotta remember, you got the stages of solid, liquid, and gas, brother. Solid is one state, but liquid and gas go together as water. Talk about melanin or non-ether gases. That's the gas water that the sun is like a child is birthed on Earth when he's in his mother's womb. So is the sun in the universal galaxy. The two systems work the same. What's inside of your body is the same thing that's in the universe. So if your body's composed of water, you was within water in the womb of the mother, water would be a natural element. But that's why he said black water. So when you're saying black water, he's talking about melanin gases and non-ether gases.
Well,
Don't
we know the
look
sun,
at it as planetary Earth water. Air right now, when we breathe, oxygen is water.
yeah, oxygen is water, but you get out the sun, it's hydrogen and helium.
Yeah, you breathing in water. That's why sometimes we sound like we underwater, like Aquaman. We gargle.
We was all a part of the sun. The earth was part of the sun at one point, correct?
We was one part of the sun.
No, I'm asking you.
We have the sun within us. That's why we have the solar system.
Brother Honey. What you say, Malachi? Part of the earth?
I said I was asking the brother, was the sun a part of the earth at one point?
You mean the earth a part of the sun?
Can I answer this? I would have to say no. And can you explain what you mean? Because the sun went through stages before it came into existence. So what do you mean?
No, I was asking the brother because he gave an age on how old the sun is and the arrival of the Anunnaki into the birth of what we know as
you
the
just made me
Erectus.
You just made me remember that he did say Earth was the sun was 90 million years old, and I know it's 93 million miles from Earth. Now, Terry saying no, and I can say yes. And as so far as, again, Earth or the sun, we still went to a birth in it, because the Earth is a living entity. The sun is a living entity. Living entities live within your body, within your shell. So all these things went through a birth transformation. So it would be only right. I mean, I categorize it when he says a part of the earth, and the earth is the woman, you know what I mean, and the moon, in that sense.
Let me chime in real quick. So,
but I want him to explain that more.
So what I'm saying is, okay, and science will back it up, all right? The water on Earth is the oldest. You see what I'm saying? The water on Earth is the oldest in existence as we know it. So regardless of what number you put in the sun, you know the sun has an origin. And that origin, as the ancestors told us, is Noon, the pivotal waters, the sun that was birthed inside of the dark waters. Okay, and then it was half, and then it was half, and the atmospheres was split. So this means that at this point in time, it existed, but it didn't exist at a point to where our physical manifestations today could live at those times. So the Anunnaki had to make adjustments, and this is where the experiments came in, because they were dealing with trying to make or create beings that would exist in this type of environment. You see what I'm saying? So that just goes back to the point I was making about the birth of the sun.
So you said that there was no sun, so these beings, they can create these beings?
No, there was a sun, but the sun was inside of the waters, is what I'm saying. And then it was split apart. All these things have an origin.
Okay.
All these
from my understanding of the Holy Tablets, Ra is older than Tiamat and birth Tiamat. That's why the sun is the Lord over Tiamat. Tiamat is small. The sun is gigantic over Tiamat. The waters on Tiamat couldn't have birthed the sun, and the sun is the dominant force that controls our solar system.
Exactly. That's the same thing I read that in the Holy Tablets too.
Okay, look, when you say Tiamat, you're saying Earth as you know it in a certain existence. You see what I'm saying? As the Earth evoluted too, it changes names too. So you're saying Earth. That's all you're saying is Earth. You're talking about a time when we lived on Earth, but it goes before that, in a time when it wasn't called Earth, and what it was.
Apsu.
That's a sun.
Yeah, Apsu is the sun. Even the sun.
Hold on, let me say something, because
that's from an older sun.
Apsu is one of the suns that surrounds the planet Ritz, correct? Hello?
Say it again.
I said Apsu is one of the suns that consists of the tri-solar system in the 19th galaxy that surrounds planet Ritz, because you got Sham, Shamas, and Apsu.
Yeah, you got.
Okay.
How does it have anything to do with the sun on Earth?
You got YouTube, Shamash, and Apsu. Yeah.
But how is Apsu, if it's in the 19th galaxy, how is our sun Apsu if it's in the 19th galaxy?
Okay, hold on. You have Apsu. You have Apsu. Which one are we saying? I never understand which one are we saying.
I don't know if I misunderstand the brother, but I think I heard that you said that our sun is called Apsu. Hello?
No, I didn't say that.
Oh,
I said Apsu is a sun.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm sorry. Okay, all right. I misheard you there.
No, what Terry was saying, Terry is saying that our sun was created from the water.
From the waters of Earth? From the waters of Earth?
That's what I'm trying to find out.
No, because the sun existed before Earth.
Yeah, the sun exists for Earth, because he's saying that the Anunnaki needed the sun to procreate some new beings. So the sun came down to the water.
I said what?
Then you said that the sun, that the Anunnakis needed something to create the beings from the habitats that they was in, so they needed a certain type of atmosphere for them.
Yeah, I'm saying that Meldekians were here, existing in dark waters. Okay? And the sun was in those dark waters. The fire was lit in the dark waters. Moon is the dark waters. Right? The fire was lit. And then, you have those things being split in half at the arrival of the crash.
Too many mics open. So much people got hold on, Malachi, before you continue. That's all I'm hearing. Echo sounds hot,
Yeah, me
but
too.
it
Let
sounds
me
like
mute my
trash at
phone.
the same time.
I'm gonna mute my phone.
Go ahead, Malachi.
Okay.
Yeah,
Did you?
everything sounds clear now. Yeah, I got what you were saying when you were saying them is listening in the dark water, the back and start from there.
Okay, even when the Melchizedek was here, the sun was still there.
Okay. Where do you see that? Where do you recall that at?
That's
That the
the holy
sun being.
tablet. Because the sun that you talking about is was the wing, the crown
No, sure.
that made the sun look into him at.
Now
So
what?
that's what you talking about.
Let's
But
make it
the
simple.
sun,
I'm thinking you're talking about the central sun.
I want you to show me where you see the sun. This is information. This is information. Right. This has nothing to do with information. Okay. I want you to show me.
No,
okay, it's in the holy tablet. Okay, I'm trying to put you in the holy tablet where the earth broke off from the sun that's in our solar system right now. That's why it's kept in its orbit by our sun
That's
and
what
all
I'm
the
saying.
other planets.
That's why I'm saying place the bird was in the ocean, but then the arrival of this crash split the atmosphere in two. You understand? And it changed the atmosphere. They brought the seasons here. Remember?
hold on,
Seasons.
Malachi. Excuse me, Malachi. You're talking about the great emissary, the war with the great emissary, with the four winds, when one of the spaceship crashed through the top of the earth and broke it in half.
You said, am I talking about again?
Did
What
you
are
hear
you
me,
talking about?
brother Malachi? Did you hear me?
Nah, say it again, bro.
No, I was like, when you was talking about the time of the four winds, when one of the South Wind, one of the fighter ships, the elite fighter ships, out of the 11 fighter ships, where their base was over there in the Grand Canyon, when Lunar, the deity, created a plutonium bomb. He was from Pluto, and that's what him bombing that area in Arizona was the end result of creating the Grand Canyon. Are you talking about the South Wind, that ship that became the central sun in the center of the earth?
Okay, let me make this here. Let's go to the Enuma Elish.
Okay, the Enuma Elish Tablets of Destiny. I'm with you.
Let's go to chapter 4. And now there's a lot of worries, but 432. Mind you, there's different creations.
I
We're
know.
talking about.
I'm very informed about that, brother. Trust me, I know that. We on the
Okay,
same.
after that, I want to take you to the holy tablet, the creation.
You got your tablets, right, Osiris?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. I'm all ears.
1 minute.
Malachi, can I ask you a question, brother? Do you know where to get holy tablets from?
Say it again.
Do you know where to get any holy tablets from?
Where to get one?
Yeah.
Well, I got mine from he gave me the PDF file.
I didn't hear you. Where do you get it from?
The brother Nine Ether Boys, he's in the chat. He gave me I got a PDF file. He got them on PDF. You just got to send him the email.
Hey, Malachi,
Yeah, I'm with you.
if you go into the holy tablet and in the creation chapter.
Hold on, excuse me, sir.
Five.
I don't. Sorry, excuse me. I don't mean to
Tablet
interrupt.
590, 93, and it's gonna show you. It's gonna show you the alignment of all of the planets. Why Nibiru was on his journey?
Hold on. Once again, y'all recording again. Is either too many mics in? Too many mics on? You're gonna have to take one at a time.
My phone about to die too, and I don't have that kind of charger. Like how y'all charge y'all phone, and I had used the battery already.
Okay, can I?
But I need y'all to check out that tablet. What I said, tablet, the creation, and tablet 5, and they're gonna tell you everything right there about the sun and all the creation and the crash, the south wing, the east wing, the west wing, the north wing. We can't get all of that. That's explain all of that.
Hold on. Excuse me. I don't mean to interrupt y'all right quick. Osiris, let me just say something to him right quick. Malachi, I'm probably gonna need your help to try to get a holy tablets because I really need one. I lost mine. I mean, I'll pay for it. It's no problem.
You don't gotta pay for it.
Excuse me.
You seeing the brother McCool, 9 Ether Boys. You see his son really on mute right now. He sent it to us all on PDF.
So the holy tablets will be digital?
Yeah.
Okay, the Ether Boys. How I get in contact with them? All right then. All right.
I'll send it to you. I got a copy. I can just leave your email in the chat. Send it to you too. I got a copy.
Sir?
I said I got a copy. Just leave your email in the chat room. I can send you one as well.
All right. How do give it to you now?
Yeah, you can just use the app back. Automatically go back to the chat. You can put it in there.
Let me just. Can I give it to you now?
Yeah, let me see.
Okay, go ahead and give him about to die. So, let's talk about the man decades before they even came to the planet.
Hold on, Cyrus. You're about to send me this tablet. You know I need that, brother.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. You can't put your phone on a charger? Brother Malachi, you there?
All right, I'm back. Yeah, what's up? Email.
Oh, Wadley, Wadley.
Yep.
Elijah, Elijah, at gmail.com.
I got it. Can send you that right over.
Yeah.
Thank you, God.
Now remember my claim that the Earth was in void of darkness. I don't want to get off topic before the arrival of the Anunnaki. Right?
You was talking to me, Malachi?
I was talking to the other brother. He left?
I'm here, brother. Man, you know my phone going off, but I'm still here doing.
Okay. To me, what you're saying is in the tablet.
Right. I'm gonna take you before the Melchizedek was even known to a man, cause you saying that the Anunnakis needed a certain type of atmosphere to procreate the Lulu and Milu. So I'm showing you the beginning of all that. I'm gonna take you to the roots of all that. The roots of when the sun and everything was already here. Everything, Tiamat and the solar system and everything, and the Nibiru is on its route. Nibiru is on its route. So the planets is already lined up. The sun is controlling all the planets already. Even Tiamat is controlling. So when Nibiru was on its route, Neptune that it didn't see. Okay, and it caused Nibiru to crash to Meldeck, the planet Meldeck. Now the Meldekians thought they was under attack, so they sent out a 4 warcraft. The Tiamat got split in half, and that's how the Meldekians started living in the seas of Tiamat. And they built Yams. They built a city, which is the Bermuda Triangle, is one of their locations. Okay.
Okay, so what took place at this crash? Because see, you got to remember the split in half. What are you saying? Because obviously it's not the we're living in right now. So what are you saying split in half when you interpret that?
Tiamat was split.
Planet Earth. Hold on, let me say. The Earth, planet Earth, Tiamat, key, half, broken up in half. The moon is a part of Tiamat. Earth.
Yes,
it was big.
yes,
Earth was bigger than this.
Yes.
At once upon a time.
Yes.
What they did, what the Anunnakis did, was take a magnetic grid of the luminous green light, put the Earth back together into a form. This is why you got latitude and longitude in a grid. And hold on for anybody else. I want soon.
Hey, peace and divine blessings. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Master. On Homie Baba Tune. As an elder of this group, can you give up some clarification and throw some words in, please?
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. Peace and blessings again to everyone. Let's do this way, y'all. This is what I was trying to say the last time. You got to remember, these are stories. Okay, these are stories that was recorded by our ancestors, and our ancestors lived through us. Okay, and what we're doing ourselves and our foreparents a disservice when we're going back and forth over these stories. Respect the story. Okay? Just respect the story. That's where divine truth comes in at. All right? Because we can get caught up, if I remember, from what I heard someone speaking about the Anunnaki version of the story, and then I was on mute, but I heard when someone was speaking about the sun came out of water, and that's going back to the ancient Tamarian version of the story, where it speaks about Atum was like a mound that grew up out of the water. It's still saying the same thing, but different variations of the same story.
I say that's real.
Okay.
Now,
this is what I'm talking. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Let me just because I was saying it wasn't vibration, it was information. And that's why I tried to make that statement, because there wasn't nothing that was going to change any frequency or disagreement. It was simply something that is fun. This is entertaining. You know what I mean? This is respect out of the story. It's just conversing about it. You know what I mean, brother? I'm with you, and I hear you saying. I'm just letting you know that there's never no disagreement on my side. You know what I mean? I'm just simply addressing, some information of particular books, because these stories even change when it comes to different people. So, it's not religious. I'm not being religious. It's simply
no, I don't take it that way. That's pardon me if it sounds that way. I have to table this because this is the thing that's holding us back as melanated people. This is what's causing religious practices as it's being, which is the watered down version of these same stories. Okay? the stories that's been recorded as the Torah, or the stories as it's been recorded in the New Testament, or the stories as it's been recorded in the final testament of El Quran, and the stories as it's being retold, right, from tablets of old in the what we call in El Qadesh Lohat, which is the holy tablets that came before. All of these are stories. So what I'm saying is, we got to get to a point. This is 2017, not necessarily for us on this panel here, but when you look at, you got people who's making money off of fruitless debate. You got people who sit, getting all kind of arguments and all kind of things. This is what's making religion, to us as melanated people, it became a poison to us now. It's becoming poisonous because, for one thing, it's our ancestors. That's a fact. Our ancestors are the ones who pre-recorded this in the form of ancient Tamarans or Egyptians, pre-recorded this as Anunnakians or ancient Shemu, the ancient Babylonians, ancient Native Americans, or any of the high societies of Mission Planet Earth. These stories has been retold and retold and retold, all the way down till we get to watered down versions of it when things became written before. And someone said this too, I think, on one of the parts, one of the first hours when we put this form or this format together. They were saying that these stories that we have now, okay, they are good stories. But what's happening is people are mixing up the stories, adding and taking away from the stories. And then this is 2016, 2017. Like I said, not necessarily for this panel here, but I have to say it in this way. This is what's creating a problem with us as a whole. And this is why we haven't been able to move forward as a whole, because people are arguing back and forth, debating on what's fact and what's fiction, when divine truth, this is key. Tune in to divine truth. Once you tap into divine truth, you can hear and bear witness to divine truth, even if the story is fictitious. It's nothing to get bent out of shape about. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so that's the main point. What I want to table for us on this panel. The main point I want to come across for anyone who's listening or watch this via YouTube. We have got, if we're going to be serious, we got to be serious, or we just got to keep playing. Okay? And we're going to get serious about being ourselves again, and get serious about acknowledging who and what we are and what we come from as our ancestors who's living present in us today. There ain't no mystery to it, right? Tap into divine truth. So whether you got people, some of our relatives or families who stuck at the watered down version of the story. So we got to be able to be wise enough to look at that story, not to debate back and forth and get caught up over this and that, or if this is fact or fiction. The key is divine truth. And once you tap into divine truth is going to be divine truth, whether it's a fictitious story or it's a fact story. That's not the issue. The real issue is divine truth itself. And some people, we got to call it the way that it is. We are a nation that's been divided. We are a nation that has been misled and misguided all over this planet. So it became poisonous to our system when it was taken out of our control and out of, away from our image and after our likeness, and made to look at other people and their versions of this same story. It became poisonous to our system. So the only thing I'm saying on this panel, and for the listening audience who's going to come and listen to this, be it now or sometime later, get beyond debating back and forth over what's this or that, or is it the Egyptian story? Is it the Native American story? Is it the Torah? Is it the El Quran? We got to get beyond that to the point of tapping into divine truth. And once you tap into divine truth is going to be divine truth. And you're going to see that, be it by way of scripture or be it by way of fictitious story. Can y'all relate to what I'm getting at?
Of course.
Yes, I am. I am.
All right then. Peace. I'm still here. I'm not going nowhere.
I also want to add.
I want y'all to know my phone gonna die, so if it go off and I'm not here, that's what happened. And I got a battery. I just put it on because we was talking for a long time. If y'all go back and review this video.
Yeah, I just want to add to the brother. He was making reference to these was stories, and there's an ancient story told by the Dogon tribe of Mali that basically confirms divine truth, that these stories were passed down for generations to generations via allegory. Like basically they just told each other the stories and kept the stories right and exact by auditory, learning. And they don't have a written language, so that's how you know that this information was passed down like via story, told to the children generation after generation, also displayed in song and dance. Mind you, they also have a culture, and a language. That's what we need, and we gotta basically, to me, only way to get free, is to walk in the master teacher's footsteps. You know what I mean? That way it won't be a religion. And
another thing, before my phone cut off, about the Dogons, but the Dogons even tell you about, okay, we know the Nomos was the reptilians. We know it was the reptilians from Sirius A and Sirius B. Those planets, that the Rumadians or the Greys was on, and the reptilians, they came, and the reason why they came, because one was chasing another one, and they came down to Earth, and they try to use the Dogons to get them to tell them where were the Greys hiding at. So they was teaching them, and they was also mixing with these people. This actual fact. This could be proven. So that's gonna take you back to the Sumerian teachings about the Anunnakis and the Rumadians and the rest of the reptilians, like the Meldekians and all of them. So that line all the way back up. Even if you go to the Puttites, what they call the Egyptians, or the Kemetic teachings, it goes with the Sumerian teachings. Even though there's different cultures, that even the Aztecs and all the Mayans and all of these people, they got different stories from different cultures, but it all gonna go back to the roots of where these stories come from. So like the brother was saying, Hootie, he said some real stuff. And I appreciate that very much, my brother.
Yes, sir, and I appreciate you as well. I appreciate all of us. And, the greatest thing about what we're doing now is we're having a chance to get away from what we have been doing that's been holding us back, put it that way. It's okay, like someone said before, it's good, for like Fars Farn, those of us who studied the arts of hand-to-hand and mind-to-mind combat, it's good for us to spar from time to time because we have to stay in shape, okay? But what I'm saying is, when you look at what's holding us back from us taking control of ourselves and this planet again as the rightful original owners of this planet, what's holding us back is for us to get caught up into fruitless debates, or for us to get caught up over one story, or who's the oldest, who was first, and who was this and who was that, when it's all one and the same. You get what I'm saying? If you really, really look at it, again, not for sake of what we're talking about tonight, one of the biggest things that's been going on is people want to say, is it the ancient Tamarians? Is it the ancient Egyptians? Were they first? Or was it the Anunnaki? Or were they first? When both are first, because we are all one and the same. You got some of us right here today got both genes in our body. Some of us, right, might came from the Tamarian side. When I say Tamarian, I'm saying all of what they call in ancient Sudan, which includes the entire continent of Sudan, okay? And then you got some who might be, far in the genes and the blood type, might be linked up back to the ancient Sumerians, Babylonians, or some might be pure Native Americans. But we are all one and the same. There's really no difference. So we all are first.
Yeah,
But
thanks
that's where divine truth come in at.
right.
That's really where divine truth comes in.
Right.
Huh?
And the brother, right? I want to y'all come on phone gonna hang up, so I want to leave y'all with this before I go. The Sumerian cuneiform tablets explain how we branched off and migrated when the Anunnakis crashed down in what's called the Persian Gulf today. And then you had the brother Enki and Enlil. One went to the south and one went to the north. That's how we have some of the same stories, because you had them formulating people from the south of Africa and the north of Africa, which Sumeria is Africa, America is Africa, and all that started before the continental drift. So that's why when you got all these people with almost the same timing of a story, but it's just different. Enki to the north, Enlil to the Enki to the south, Enlil to the north. That explains that right there.
That's true. I appreciate you adding that in, Sam.
Brother, I'm about to crash. I gotta get up in the morning, get these babies up for school.
All right, Master Tahuti, for
All right. Well, I do,
a
brother.
show,
Love all y'all.
brother.
We do.
Nah,
I do appreciate it. And love again for each and every one of us.
all right, but yeah, thanks for that clarity and coming in with that, Master Honey Bakutun, night help. Of course, that's another thing that well, now this is why, he says he don't have no answers or to be trying to break that down, because we in a time right now where it's good to be broke down for those that don't know, so we give a little clarity, but that's because we're the ones that broke the spell. So in other words, we're bringing in the now, and what's taking place now is bringing in those Ethereans and masters, teachers. We don't have to clarify, identify with the race of beings of the elevate on this planet, like you were saying. Yeah, they all one and the same. They was all around in the same time. It was called Tamarans at this time, or Kemetans at that time, or Egyptians at this time, or Anunnakis at that time, Elohims at that time, Yahwehs at this time, or another ancient Sumerian. So demographical place or identification of race, they came from the Ethereans, Anunnaki, Riz, Queens, and other master elders that came down here and planted their seeds here. And that's the return of those who are coming for their seeds, not just coming for their seeds to declare there are things bigger than we trying to identify, explain past. And that's a part of breaking a spell. Like, when do we move past that? Well, I'm tight. I'm a tight, I'm Patite, or I'm a pygmy. I'm a Watusi. No, I'm in theory, and you are my children, and that's where it's at. Now, if you want to know what's take place or what's going on, now let's talk about that. That entitles going back to what the topic is. The spell has been broken, and for those that the spell hasn't been broken for, they would love to stay trapped in this right here, constantly. Well, what took place and listen, what's that? No, what's taking place right now? You know what I mean? All right, I'll break that down, but then you'll still give me a problem on that and say, oh, I don't believe it, I don't recognize it, I don't know what's going on. But it's all good. You know.
Hey, Phenom,
breakdown.
What you said.
Go ahead.
What you said is major. What you said is major, and it reminds me so much of what the sacred spiritual master teacher had did on. I think at that time we was moving on from the Ansar rule, Nubian Islamic Hebrews, and we got into the Holy Tabernacle Ministries, and he started dropping those tapes like Elohim Part 1 and 2, and the one that comes to my mind right now was called The Light in You. Okay? And I don't know if anyone could find it. It might be somewhere on YouTube, or it might be in somewhere in one of the vaults of all that type of information that he brought forth. This is going to the classes back in like 1992, 1993. Okay? And it's called The Light in You. And to zone in on something that he said up there, he said, now, when he was speaking about everybody starting to get into the Egyptologists over here, and different types of Egyptologists, right? And he says that become those Egyptians. He said, when I look for the Egyptians, I'm going to go to the project, so I'm going to be looking at you. I'm going to be looking at these Egyptians, you, not necessarily the Egyptians from the past, our ancestors who's living through us, because we are one and the same. They are foreparents. We was living inside of them, maybe in an unconscious level. But again, each one of us is a byproduct of the people who preceded us. And again, that's where our story, or anyone in their right mind, is going to acknowledge who and where they come from, and they're going to do what they can to preserve our story. This is something else that we got away from. It becomes almost impossible to preserve our story when a lot of us, not us on this particular panel, but I'm talking about the listening audience. When you play this back, if you're not listening to this live now, when you listen to this, when it's archived, I want you to think about it. Get beyond people debating back and forth, because you are wasting, or we have been wasting, valuable time that we can't get back. And it kind of reminds me of something that Imam Isa said back in 1970. He said, okay, when I told the original Ansars that was there, he said, let's get this story, let's get this done now. They said, okay, how long do we have? Well, I'm here for the space of a half an hour. That's Revelation chapter 8, verse 1, for some people who need to say it that way. Okay, so we got 30 years to get this done. Yeah, let's get it done now. You understand? Y'all going to be waiting to 29 years, 360, 64 days and, 56 minutes, however he broke it down. He said, because we like to procrastinate. We like to waste time. We got to get beyond that. We got to get beyond wasting time, and then we got to get beyond allowing other people to waste our time. Especially when we look at our state. Especially when we look at our state as a people. You get what I'm saying? You got devils, straight up devils, that have been wreaking havoc on this planet. They took control of it and acting like it's theirs. Are y'all hearing me?
And what you just said, everything you just said is key. And you, when you said that, you remind me of something. Also, recently a tape I was rewatching. The spiritual sacred master teacher, and he was saying, listen, you're wasting my time. He's like, when I got on the Islamic scene, I had people waiting for me there. You know what I mean? When I got to this scene, I had people waiting for me there. There's people that was waiting for me there. And when he said that, it brought me back to a time when I was probably like 18 or 19. And I was still on God Body stage across 42nd Street. And the Ansar brothers was out there with the oils and the incense and the scrolls. I seen one brother, he had he had a military jacket on. He had the military pad on the field jacket. And on the back, it had all the flags of the schools on it. And they had the 5% flag. Now, you know, automatically identify because I've never seen this before. He's flying because my brother, once I got knowledge of self, he said, always say my tree of light came from the 5% Nation of Islam. I'm a universal God. You study all religions and all things under the moon and stars. And they're all a part of us. And I acknowledged that, and I went into research with that and to find out that was true. And then here I go. I see a brother with a coat flying the Native American, the cross, Islamic, the 5% Nation, and I think it was the Hindu, right? The Hindu in the Hebrew. But my point of bringing that up was that, and I noticed, I said, hold up, but they still Muslims. They're wearing Muslim attire. That school yet. When they get to the God days, I'll join in. Years later, without me acknowledging and knowing that I was going to actually really take place that way, they moved into the school of teaching and being God. Me not knowing about the 5, got that years later and read it. And that's a powerful book. You know what I mean? Not the problem book, not the book, not the little white hard book. I'm talking about the thick, old thing by Emac.
Yeah, that was my first book. That was my first book. That was my first book. Yeah.
I had met a God like 94. I was like 24 then. He was from Philly. And when you get home, find that book. That book is explosive. Everything he had on, all his t-shirts, he magic marked the 5% Nation flag symbol on it. And the major thing that the master teacher said was, which one of these flags you want to acknowledge and represent? It's about representing it in its correctness. That's what I came to do. I ain't come to destroy it and say, oh, this is lie, this is no good. No, there are half-truths and lies with it. So I'm fixing the lies within it, validated truth. And when he built the Egypt of the West, he flew all these flags still, no matter what school he moved on to, HTM, you know what I mean, and Waffle, whatever. He still flew all the flags. You see my point I was getting at, Master Unibapa too?
Exactly.
So when you said that, it brought me back to that when I said, yo, they not ready yet. And this is what he was saying. Hold up, you had me in this half an hour questioning me. Every time I took you to a new, you still had more questions on that same school. When I broke it down, I said 1,000 times. And I still didn't get what I came to give yet. Go in on Master Unibapa, so take it.
That's perfect, because here's where the other space of the half an hour come in. It came with us, the sincere ones, the ones that's been growing, the ones that was growing inside, and that was a part of life. Okay, not those who want to sit back and mimic everything. There's a major difference. You can mimic up to a certain point. Okay, but when you get to the point where you become, for those who know me, for those who friends with me, for my family, they know there's a hashtag on anything that I post, be it a post or a profile photo. You're going to see the last thing that's going to say the science of becoming instead of learning. Once you get to the point where you have your own personal experience, that don't mean that I can't acknowledge the experience of my brother-in-law who I love. You understand? The phenom, or my twin spirit sister who I love. You understand? Fatima, or any one of us on the panel. Brother Osiris, I love his tone. He got a very, very powerful tone. Okay? I'm getting to know the 9 Ether brothers. This is major. This is a major, what I call a master's move. You feel me? Because what we are about to do, right? This is not just Operation Nighthawk. You know, the reawakening of the subconscious mind. This is Operation Takeover. You feel me? This is Operation Takeover, and it's only for those who's becoming, not just mimicking and learning and regurgitating what has been told, even when it comes to our sacred beloved, sacred spiritual master teacher. He served his purpose. I'm not saying that he's dead and gone. I'm not saying everything that he didn't give. That's a lot of work. And we got a lot of idiots out here that like I say, who walked with this man, who ate of this man's food, who didn't have food, clothes, and shelter until this man came. And then they're out in the world, all on YouTube. Yeah, you know who I'm talking about. I'm not going to say your name. You know who I'm talking about. You have the damn nerve to be out here in public and try to do everything in your possibility to discredit this man. No other nation or people, and I'm saying this for a reason. I'm going to get back to you now. I got to say this. You got no other people on this planet that's moving, that's doing what the Negro is out here doing, because they're good for tearing down structures. They don't want to preserve our story. Okay? They don't want to preserve our story, but they got their place too, because your time is coming. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Your time is coming. You understand? Because those of us who's here at the Brilliant Mind Roundtable, and we're gathering, and we're becoming, and we're growing at a rapid pace. You feel me? Because I know, like I say, right now, it's about divine truth. And once we tap into divine truth, we can go. And the life coach amongst us, Master Kenny, he said it best. He said that because we are the most religious person on the planet. No one stands a chance when it comes to us, when it comes to religion, when you really get beyond that. We can take people on a rocky road. We can take them on a smooth road. We can go from church to synagogue to mosque. We can go to temple. We can go spirituality. There's nothing that we can't do. But this is where it comes at. You got some people that became students and master students, but they're not at the point where the student becomes the master. This is why I love, you know, like I say, divine truth is divine truth. And you can say divine truth whether you're reading a story or you're seeing it in the form of a movie. And one of the best movies that ever did it was The Last Dragon. This is what I like to call the so-called disgruntled follower, the Bruce Leroys. You understand? They keep doubting themselves. When the master was them, it's okay for us to look at the sacred spiritual master teacher external, looking at someone externally. You understand? So the information that's coming from someone else, if it's not coming, this is key. Listen to me close. Real information comes from the inside, not outside. That's information. Okay? It comes from the inside of you. And then when it comes from the inside of you, it's only going to come from people who's growing, who's living, and becoming what it is that we say that we are, or what we believe in, or what we have faith in. You got to get to a point where we know. We can only live temporarily and lean on the arms and on the methodology and the teachings of someone else up to a certain point. When it's going to get to the point, not us, because I see us moving, we're growing, we're taking our rightful place. Those of us at the brilliant mind, we're taking our rightful place. But it's just like basic. I mean, like I say, people are making things more than what it should be. It's not rocket science. You don't have to be a rocket scientist, man. You know, it's just like break it on down to this, and I'm going to give the panel back to whoever want to speak. Those of us who was born, not no mystery, those of us who had parents, right? We had parents that came together, a mom and a father who came together, who gave birth to us, right? And then some of us, not all, some of us also grew from infant to child to young adult to adult to a point where we copulated with someone else and gave birth similar to how they did. We became our own person similar to how they did, and also gave birth similar to how they did. There's no difference. And everything that happens on the physical plane, the same thing takes place on the spiritual plane at the same time. The only thing that divides both planes is the mental plane. And the mental plane is what is the orchestrator, is the conductor in between both worlds. Okay? So bottom line is the same thing that takes place with us in the so-called physical realm where we have to grow. The same thing it is if we are to become who and what we are. Any teacher that we have had from the past, from the great people that was named, even on tonight, you know, from Marcus Moses Garvey all the way up to, you know, the Father Allah, all the way up to the sacred spiritual master teacher or any other teacher. Okay, it's got to get to a point where the real students is going to see the master and the potential, and that's all. And let me say this right now: a real master. This is what I'm getting ready to go into next. The next thing I'm going to table is the master's way perspective. Okay, because we already did good enough on the tenets of sound therapy, and then I got me along with my twin spirit sister Fatima. You know, we're doing the perfect harmony of sound therapy. Now I'm going to go to a whole nother level about the master's way perspective, because that's irreligious. You understand? It's irreligious to the point of those of us who know and have studied mind to mind in hand-to-hand combat. We know that a real master's job, this is key, hear me close. A real master's job is not to teach a student everything a student is to learn. First of all, it's impossible. Second of all, it would take away from the potential of any student, any master teacher, including the sacred spiritual master teacher himself. He is not supposed to teach you or tell you everything that you are supposed to learn. It's impossible. You understand? What do you think you got a mind for? Why do you think you are individuals for? That's not to be rebellious or to try to go about out here trying to discredit everything that this great man, this phenomenal person did for us. He was the guide. That's all a real master or teacher, whatever you title or whatever you want to give him. We are only guides. That's the only thing that we can do. Okay, and those who have potentials, this is key. Real students have potentials to become teachers themselves. Real masters don't have a problem with other masters that's on the scene. Okay, and like I was saying earlier, we was given, you know, like 99.999% of knowing and having everything is born in us that we need. We got 1% that we are not supposed to know, only for one reason and one reason only. Because what I don't know, my brother-in-law, the Phenom, would know. And this is how we have to, it's meant to be that way. It's meant for us to be interdependent on each other. Okay? So that's what I want to make sure that we table right now, man. So what we're doing is a great thing. But I want the listening audience, the people who's going to listen to this, be it they're listening to it live or they're going to listen to it when it's archived. Stop allowing people to waste your time, and stop you. If you're a time waster, then you got to look in the mirror, whether you're male or female, and make a decision. Are you a part of the solution, or you're part of the problem? And part of the problems that we have been doing facing is, like I said, getting into, fruitless debates where we end up arguing to the point where we're fussing and fighting and we're not doing anything. When we sit back and look at the devil and how the devil and his kind is reigning, they're moving as a unit. They don't have to agree on everything. You understand? They don't have to agree on everything. But one thing they do agree on is they have to move as a unit. They have to put aside whatever pride or whatever petty issues that they got aside temporarily, momentarily, in order for to get the task done. So we have to be able to, get beyond that. We have to get beyond a lot of the petty stuff that we're receiving and that we're having to hold against one another. Okay, I know we don't have that problem here. Those of us, at the Brilliant Mind Round Table, we don't have that problem. It's a growing stage. But those of us who's becoming and growing and living every day, we're taking our rightful place. And we're not just waiting and depending on someone from the past or someone who's living even right here today. We can acknowledge it. We can respect it. We can take certain things that's beneficial from it. But we got to do our part. And the tone that you're listening to right now, yes, I am the master sound therapist, Huni Bakatun, the magic man. You call me what you want to call me. You understand? But I'm taking my rightful place, and I'm doing what I'm sitting here to do, and things that came pre-written in my nature, and it's going to get greater. It's going to get greater.
Right now, it's right there. Master Huni Bakatun, I don't mean to cut you. That, man, what you just said was key. You usually use that, and I got that from you. The key on the key things that are important. And you just said we not waiting for nobody. You know what I mean? We know we're the ones that's coming. We can acknowledge each other, and that's good. But we're not sitting here waiting for someone to come save us. Come down out of the sky. We saving ourselves right now. We're doing what's needed for us to save ourselves right now. The gods used to say, self-save.
That's right.
You save up. You
That's right.
Save yourself before you can even save others. So it was a lot of years I was quiet before I was able to build and just talk comfortably. I didn't want to sound stupid. I didn't like regurgitating. Even though I acknowledged it to be a fact, I still knew it was older guys than me that to learn some shit from. So I took cotton out of my ears and put it in my mouth. That good Bill you're doing. And the brother Osiris said to tell you that was Suge Bill.
Man, I love that brother, man. That brother got a powerful tone, man. Yeah, I think if I remember correctly, I think we was at the Brilliant Mind Roundtable Conference call, and I think he said that he was raised up in a real religious family. So I got nothing but love and respect. And like I said it then, and as well as my twin spirit sister Fatima said, he is the savior of his family, whether they acknowledge him or not. But it all comes down to, how we go about presenting ourselves. This is why it's important for us to gather and keep doing what we're doing now. It's because sometimes it may not be, even though he is the savior for his personal family, sometimes, and we know how a family can be, sometimes they don't want to hear it from us directly. I got relatives like that, I not want to call them out directly, but I got family members, relatives like that they have a hard time hearing it from me, but they can hear it from someone outside of me. But to me, I don't have ego like that. My main thing is, like someone said earlier, I think it was one of the 9 Ether brothers said, did you get the message? You feel me? The key point is, regardless of how you got the message, did you get it? And if you got the message, did you absorb the message? Did you comprehend the message? Okay? And then if you got it and comprehended it, okay, now what you going to do with it? Are you going to make use of what you got? See, and that's another thing what a lot of people got. A lot of people have got all this valuable information and they're not doing anything with it. Some people haven't became to the point where they're comfortable. Okay? It's got to go beyond just believing in something. And yeah, you get that good feeling, say, wow, man, I'm reading stuff I never even heard before. This finally makes sense. This finally makes sense. And then they get stuck there. And I know how addictive information is. And not to mention, I'll be the first ones to tell you. You know, there's only in my little story right quick. Okay? When I came across that same 5% book that my brother-in-law, the Phenom, was talking about, the one with the black cover, the one with Father Law on the cover, I came across that book on June 26, 1991. And I remember when I purchased that book. That was the first book I purchased. I took that book home, and I'm telling you, when I opened the cover up and I started reading, next thing I know, I think I probably got into that book, man. I started reading it, and I was an hour away because I was traveling from where I was living at the time. I was in Norfolk, Virginia. Okay, Norfolk, Virginia was about an hour from where I was living at the time. So I started reading that book an hour on the way home. My best friend, Big L, shout out to Big L. Okay, that's my brother, my blood brother, a warrior brother, as you know, a family member and all, but he's also my best friend. Okay, that's when I was talking to you about Phenom. When I was saying not too many people, I don't know what it is about me, not too many people is gonna come with me and you know, if they see me in the wrong, that they're gonna pull me to the side, and they're gonna say, look, they put aside their love or whatever, and say what they gotta say. Okay, so I mean, and that's when I know it's real. Okay, that's when I know that it's real when you and talking about you, Phenom, you know, you're very, very powerful. You got a right to be in the position that you're in as our CEO. Okay, I mean, I acknowledge that in front of everybody. You understand? You know, you're good at what you do. All right, but I really, really appreciate that. You know, and it takes extraordinary beings to be able to put aside the love or whatever you have for a person. And if you see a person in the wrong, you got to be able to put that aside and say, look, you know, hey, what you're doing is messed up right now. Okay. And this is what it takes, y'all. This is what it takes in order for us to do what we got to do. And do you know the chance that we have now with sound therapy and the perfect harmony of sound therapy and you know, ethereal graphics and all the things that we got, the business minds that's coming together. Those of us who's coming from different schools, you know, different lands, the East meets the West. You get what I'm saying? I mean, it's so much that's going on, man. So much going on, and we're moving as a unit. This is Operation Takeover. Are y'all hearing me?
That's right. Yeah, we hear you. I hear you. I'm right along with you. I hear you, brother.
Yeah,
Drop that thing. And everything you just mentioned is a part of breaking the spell. Sound therapy, break the spell. Some may not get it through words from a book or someone into them. Music may soothe their soul and help them reach higher states. The spiritual inspiration. Yes, yeah, I'm with you. Go ahead, spit that thing.
Yeah, and it kind of reminds me of what the most honorable Elijah Muhammad had said. He said we will be in heaven overnight. He had said that constantly from Message to the Black Man.
It's gonna happen
many
like
of the different things that he said. Overnight, y'all.
Like a twinkle.
Overnight. Overnight. And what did the scriptures say? Let me say this for a lot of my religious mind. What did the scriptures say? It said that we was gonna take the devil's head off and stomp his damn lights out. People say the energy can't be destroyed. That's one of the biggest lies that's ever been told. Take his head off and stomp his damn lights out. But you can't do it ignorantly. You got to be ready, y'all. At the state of where we at, a nation divided, we can't go against no one, man. We're dealing with some people, straight up warriors out there that's in Chicago and many different areas that's supposed to be the real warriors and the protectors of you know, the men, women, and children, the real army. You understand? And they out here imploding and killing each other. Okay? So we got to get beyond that, man, and see it for what it is. But again, we're moving as a unit. And I know that you are, but I'm going to speak on behalf of me right now, that I didn't know. Of course, I was told this when my book of life started opening up in 1991. That's a whole other thing that y'all going to hear about, especially my family. Y'all going to hear it directly from mouth to ear. Okay, each one of us have a unique story. Each one of us come from greatness. Each one of us have something to offer. Okay, right. And what we're supposed to do is put where we came from and put it together. We're supposed to acknowledge it. We're supposed to share it. We're supposed to become it. Okay? So, and then we move as a unit. That's true. Yes. Yes. And we got some major, this is a massive move. I mean, not just a brilliant mind. I mean, this can always stay the same because I feel like the title fits. You know, we at the round table. Ain't no heads. Each one of us are heads. Each one of us is sitting at this round table. Okay? But we have to get to the point where I know I'm good at what I do. I know I specialize in what I do.
Yes.
But there's certain things I need from my brother-in-law. There's certain things I need from my twin spirit. Okay. I got you. So we're getting wind this down for now, man. I just want to I'm glad that you chimed me in. And let me say this right quick. This is where it comes, that amount of respect. The amount of respect that you showed me by bringing me on close to the end. That's where it's at. It's about respect. Because not only can we acknowledge each other, and I can respect the gifts, the divine gifts that each one of us have that's been on this panel tonight. I can respect the divine gifts that some people who's not even a part of the Brilliant Mind Round Table, I can respect you. It's not about, I don't have no reason to be envious or jealous of you. But don't be envious and jealous of me because I'm calling myself a certain thing that you, at this point, you don't want to acknowledge yourself. So your problem isn't with me, like my twin spirit sister Fatima said. You don't have a problem with us. You got a problem with yourself. Okay, that's that Bruce Leroy syndrome. Okay, so bottom line is, as we bring this to a close, man, I love what we're doing, and I love the fact that we're moving as a unit, and we have a chance to make our ancestors of the past and our ancestors who's living through us in this day and time as us. We have a chance to turn this whole thing around overnight, y'all. We can do it right now. We're doing it now.
Yeah, that's breaking the spell right there. That's right. You said the perfect key word right there. You said the ancestors that we're living proof of, that we living for, and they living through us, and we living through them. And that's where it's at. Right now, if you can acknowledge yourself and know who you are, that means, as the spiritual master teacher told us, that if you can see yourself in that holy tablet, it's either yourself in that holy tablet, send it from those from the beginning of the start of the ancestors. From the beginning to now, from Adam to now. So, yeah. Before we wrap up, I'm gonna give those that are left on the panel, they feel like giving up some words before we wrap this thing up and cut it out. I'm gonna just cut out on this. In about 8 hours, and the yellow light is up there for live, and it's turning blue. I haven't learned how to. As it's going, it allows us to have 8 hours of recording. But cool, Malachi, if any last things before we leave?
Yeah, let me just,
if y'all brothers talk up, Fatima's gonna say something. Also before we close, if Hooney wanna say something else before we close, and I'm gonna close it up.
All right, let me just touch a few things real quick. Okay. I want to say I'm all in agreement with everybody on the phone. You know, it was a good group. I just want to say a few things about the story. Putting the stories down can observe, but we also have to understand who we're talking to and when we're talking to them. We have a lot of children mentally. It doesn't matter their age. We have a lot of children mentally And what happens is they are addicted to these stories, just like children are addicted to cartoons. So what we have to do as well is sometimes feed them these stories until they're actually ready to enter that next level, because ultimate manifestation is love. And when you're vibrating on that tone, so if I can feed you something that makes you feel good, I've done my job, whether it comes through music, words, fantasy, or whatever the case may be, because everyone has their own truth. You see what I'm saying? So as long as I can bring you happiness in whichever shape or form I can give it to you, the job is done. For me, in my eyes, because we are different beings, and I was born Michael, so I'm a Melchizedek. I believe in we need the schools for certain individuals. I'm an overseer as well. I'm not stuck in them, but as a student teacher or student master, I see things out of that visual that I understand some of these grown babies still need stories. And, the tablets is a good story to give them, which can also be read different ways. It can be read in a story type of fashion, or you could take all of these names at the root and find out that these things is all cosmic bodies and orbits and science and things on that level. So when I'm talking to people about certain things, we come down on those levels to address those type of things. But Sister Fatima kept me aware a couple of weeks ago about just knowing who to be and how to be, at times. So at this time, I'm an overseer, and I understand that I have to go down to, talk to the children. That's all. What I'm saying? We must all understand that sometimes we got to talk to the children, and that's just about it. I want to wrap it up like that, and just know everything manifests as love, all right, and emotion.
That was nice. You said, I like how you did that, how you wrapped that up, and no one understand. Nobody don't take it personally. Not that was directed towards you. The elder brother was just bringing in clarity with for those. That's why he kept saying not those on this panel.
What the
brother on this panel? Well, for those on the outside, this is what they like to do: jibber and jabber about story, that story, the ties, the Sumerians, and you're right in exact. We have to make that clarity. Babies are those that don't truly understand. So it's different when we're doing it. Those on this panel that'll get in the way, and we'll get on that subject and waste time, or we'll be wasting on something else, and we got stuck in that, because sometimes we get into those stories ourselves as elders, as older brothers, young adults. We get caught up in those stories also, because that's a story of ourselves and our people. So, but today, we bringing about a new story. That new story and tied in with the old story. We gotta let them know that those stories are still being recorded, and those people are here, and we're telling our story. Like Master Huni said, soon I'll be telling the people my story. My people, and family close net at the round table here, mouth to ear. Others out amongst the people will hear this story, because it's our time to tell our story. They had their time and their story. You know what I mean? Inky and them had their time. It's a new annual. It's a new time. It's a new sun cycle. One in that seat. There's a new 25th elder, or 24 scientists, or the 24 elders. There's a 20. So we got to know and understand that. And so we have to bring our own story to the forefront. for clarity, because that's what time we in. Whether they want to hear it, they ain't ready for it. You gonna get this work. You ain't paying for it. I'm gonna give you free work all day. How we said it the other day, homie Bob, all the way back down to the trade bag. From pounds to kilos to ounces.
Yeah. I love it.
To 20 bags, dime bags, nickel bags, and trade bags.
You know it.
You're gonna get this work though, because it's free.
Right.
And I don't know motherfuckers that turn down free work, even if they think it's poisonous.
I love it.
Who you got something to say? Master Michael McCool, Chief. McCool, man, we be doing mad hours. Fatima got something to say. Cool, be out.
I wanted to say first that I was cracking up, honey. Not what you were saying, but just the passion behind it. As though you was talking with your chest. It was up in it, you know, just that passion you have for it, and the hell the people is in you. So you're passionate about it, and I love, you know, when I'm here with the brothers. Learn so much, you know. Thing is, people have differences in opinion and all of that, and or not even differences in opinion, like they have different perspectives of,
right. And
it's no arguing, it's no beautiful, and you know, sound therapy for real. We heal each other. Understand about the sovereignty, and first, you know, and then he submitted. But that's just the way he expressed himself. It's just really beautiful, and we need to show this to our babies, you know, to other brothers. And this is how it should be. This is a community for real, with communication. Community, you know what I'm saying? So that's all I had to say. You know, really listening tonight, but I was doing, you know, women stuff, cooking, running through the house, and all that. Listening. I always appreciate y'all, brothers.
Appreciate you too, Spencer. I appreciate you too, Spencer.
And, you know, I heard you mention us, you know, the sound therapy a few times, and you know, y'all were talking more than me, and I mean that's fine. You know, y'all have beautiful things to say. Just putting that out there for the Perfect Harmony Sound Therapy, what we do, and we've given it to the people for free. People came through, and James is one of them, actually. Cyrus is one of the brothers that came through the sound therapy. And at first, when he came in, he was arguing. He was battling everybody. Brother, he got that fire in him now. You know what I'm saying? Now he get up in the morning, therapy, you know, help him and spark them. When he get up in the morning, he be like to the courthouse and selling these books. People need to learn. Beautiful, you know. I'm just gonna say peace and blessings, and I appreciate you all.
So, closing out, I would like to, McCool, are you in there yet? Because you know you got a different time zone, my London boy. The boys, the real London boy, Michael McCool. Shout out to Chief Nanya. Them boys, the real London boys that rap, I know them personally. I used to cut their hair before they signed a Dipset. You know, But I would like to think, I would like to, and my sisters, my wife is my sister and my mate. You know, so I have to say that sister part because she's representing the sisters and she does a very good job at what she do. Master sound therapist, Master Huni Baba Toon, sound therapist himself. Say my twin soul sister, they got a show together, and a lot of y'all know us and remember from our and know us from our shows that we do on a live radio broadcast. Round table, the mind, the big, you know, the brilliant minds at the round table, and we up to where we was on the Brother Saru show, and we was building with Prince York, Assassin, and but and we still continue to do our thing. Stop right here until we reach the top and beyond. There you go. I like to thank all my brothers that was represented tonight. You know, brother.
Elijah,
Yeah. Go ahead. Elijah.
Terry, Tahuti.
Yep. We had Master Michael
The
McCool,
Magic Man.
Master Malachi, disciple, Dr. Toon, Elijah, Master Osiris,
Hey,
James Owens.
and please allow me to say one more thing right quick
I
before we
got
get
you. I'm
out.
gonna
I
let
just
you
want
back
to say this
in,
right quick.
Master
Okay.
McKenzie. Gregory Jackson on YouTube and Black Sun for those that know me. Yeah, we're bringing it back to the source. I'm here. But
I love it.
in real talk and real time things, you understand? And it shows that, you know, this could be done where unity take a stance. Like, I'm not really out here really trying to bang nobody body and I'm and bash them. Push my button to continue to push your garbage. I'm gonna bang on you. This and can't resist no more. You know what I mean? And you bow out gracefully because I have no time for children games. I don't even play with my son. My son. I give him a little play, but that's it because I ain't got time for him to be playing. Played enough in this world and this time. Then and people don't ate off the backs of the people that slaved so many years with this Ike Turner, Al Sharpton, Don King type of mentality and still woo the people that been beat, bamboozled, hey, for so long. And if you don't want to fight for the people, you don't truly want to stand up for the people and give them the truth and tell them what the truth is that they can lead themselves, come to one, they could be in the know, and I am. And my brothers and sisters will do the same. We ride, and we ride hard. And we're going to continue to ride. Let Master Wuni Baba Tune take us up out of here. And I'm going to end it. I like to say peace, light, and grace. Also peace and blessings. Shout out to all my ones out there. Billy Nelson, you know, Yahuel and Jill, Kenny, Sadiq, and, and, and number one, El Gabriel, you know what I mean? Ulysses, Nikita Hills, you know, all the people that since I began this journey, that we've grown stronger and we're getting stronger and stronger. And I love it when they tell me that I help reach another level, another state. My nephew Flipper the Dumb, his wife Keela Bad. You know, this is what we do. So before I leave, no, I'm gonna let Hooney Bapatoon say what he got to say, and then I'm gonna say that shout out. Sanderford, I see you. Yeah.
Okay, all I wanted to say is for the ancestors, the elevators, the ancestors of the past. Okay, one of the biggest fears, and this is what the devil play on. He play on our fear, and he's good at that old game of divide and conquer. Okay, so having said that, of course, we see the weapons that they have with the, with the military. We see the weapons which they have, such as the stealth bombers and all that kind of stuff like that. But have no fear. Have no fear. It's because our ancestors that elevated, right? There ain't nothing on planet Earth, this is key, listen to me close, that can stand against a hurricane, that can stand against the elements of nature. And our ancestors from the east or the west, we acknowledge, the wind, the sun, you understand? The wind, air, fire, the sun, the earth, right? As well as water. Those four elements, and the fifth element, which is us, right? There's no way that they're going to come and help aid us as long as we keep being a disunified body, the way that my twin spirit sister Fatima said, come in unity. Get to the point where you can put aside your petty differences or the pride and stuff in which you have. This is real. We're at war here. We're at war for our right to live and our right to be able to acknowledge our ancestors from where we came from, as well as our right to live. Okay? So this is what I'm saying. I want to make sure that that was tabled. Have no fear. Have no fear. Become yourself. If you want to get into doctrines, master the doctrine to the point where you become the doctrine. Okay? But don't let it get to a point where it continues to tear and divide us when we need ourselves and each other like never before. That's all I got to say. Just know that have no fear. Do away with fear. Because once they see that we are a unified body, then again, there's nothing on planet Earth that can stand against the elements that our ancestors control. And on that note, I'm on pause.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And it touched me. Like always, when I hear you speak, you touch me. So, Yahoo Allen Jill touches your soul. So, and all my brothers touch me when I hear them speak. All may not speak from the same water fountain. I mean, we may not speak from the same direction, but it's on one accord and it's from the same water. So with that, I got a couple more people because it just showed the flash that like 10 minutes ago we had 30 minutes left. I would like to get a shout out. Yahoo Allen Jill, my sister over in Africa, Ole, my other sister by Atum, my other brother Ibrahim, and all my people that I speak to all over the world. Just talking to people here in America. It's people that I associate with on a daily basis on this globe, all type of colors, race, and nationalities. I ain't racist by far. The number one shout out goes to the true and living Messiah, El Raul Shilano. And he's gonna make his presence known to the world very soon. So you better be prepared. Think he's not here and the fearing Messiah is not here. Wait till they step on the scene fully. You're just getting a preview. And said nothing to you yet. Internet and social media grounds, but those that'll listen, that have been following for years, know who I speak about when I say that. About Michael York. You know who. I came in your building. So with that, in closing, I would like to say Wadu, Ashug to all my Yassars, Samuels, peace and divine blessings. Assalamu alaikum, shalom. Pay attention, I said you first. And good night, shadow hours. Peace and divine blessings. Fatimati, you know Ashug, I love you. Me and you are one. We here. We all here. Till next time. Make sure you tune into the Master Sound Therapist, Unibak Atum. Make sure you tune into the Master Sound Therapist, Mackenzie or Fatima Makti. Make sure you tune into the Brilliant Roundtable. Make sure you tune into Gregory Jackson and subscribe to Let's Set the Record Straight by Fatima Makti and Gregory Jackson. All you sisters out there, start uniting. Come together. We need y'all. Ladies first. So come on, we need y'all. More voices from the females. Stop hiding in the background. Stop letting these men put y'all behind them. Put you beside him or up front, then you don't need them. I respect your ladyism. I respect your womanism. Woman's liberation. I respect your independence. I respect your power. Let your power be known. We need that mother nature. We need that mother nurture. Step up, man. And if you can't speak on anyone's platform, you can speak on mine. So come in. You invited. Come in. Birds. Show that love. Make us remember where it come from. It's out here that's sick, that need healing. Make your presence known. Don't let no man hold you back. break that spell. Because them niggas is spells. And I use the word nigga because if you act that way towards your fellow sister, mother, or wife, daughter, you a nigga. You ignorant. And you dealing with ignorance. Love is so. Dog Cornelius. Rest in peace to all the greats.